Let me get this pulled back up so the screen actually has the Shadowrun on it. There we go. We're actually just talking while we're waiting for the stream to boost up, by the way. I have a special guest this stream, Kevin Czarnecki.
Hi. Nice to be back.
Yep, Kevin, if you don't remember from our last stream, or the stream before last, 'cause I did a horror marathon last week. That was fun. But
nice.
But Kevin is a professional voice actor. He's a developer for Shadowrun. He's written short stories and novels for the Shadowrun tabletop game, and the Shadowrun setting. And we were actually just talking, because we were talking about parallel development, because when the stream started up, I had to check to make sure my little playlist that does the trailers was actually on shuffle, because the very first trailer was Judge Dredd with Sylvester Stallone. And then the second trailer was Dread with Carl Urban. So I was like, wait a minute, this is on shuffle. And we were talking about parallel development between Dread and Raid Redemption.
As a side note, somebody was the other day somebody was like, well, which Judge Dredd, the real one? I'm like, they're both real. They're both good in their own very different ways. Like, Dredd was just so good top to bottom, and Judge Dredd is schlocky and charming.
Judge Dredd is right in there with Demolition Man as that kind of last gasp of the late 80s, early 90s action movie.
Yeah.
Like those genre action movies it was all Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then all the other people kept trying to do knockoffs. We get another Tom resubbed again. Thank you very much.
Woo!
Go ahead and see if that's gonna work. Huh. Weird, my chat doesn't seem to be working right. Sorry about that. But we were talking about parallel development, how Raid Redemption and Dread both have a very similar premise and kind of visual style. So a lot of people thought one ripped off the other one. And there were a lot of arguments when the movies came out, which one ripped off what. Neither one really ripped off the other. Dread was in production longer. Raid Redemption came out first. So it's more of, there's this kind of zeitgeist in Hollywood, and it's called the trends. You may have heard of this before. Where studios will chase a trend. One type of movie gets big, so everyone latches on to some little aspect of that movie, and like the executives will latch onto some aspect. This is what made this movie marketable. Make movies about this. For example, Old Boy had that corridor fight scene where it was in this kind of grummy. Have you seen Old Boy, the original, not the Spike Lee one?
No, I just started at Columbia, and one of my classmates, I started trading movies with a classmate, and he goes, "Here, you got to try this one." I go, "Old Boy, what's it about?" He says, "Oh, you're gonna love it. It's adorable."
That is the best way. I was actually really lucky. I was in the audience that saw the first subtitled print of Old Boy. I was at a film festival when I was with Danny Cool News, and the print was wet from the developer. That's how brand new this was, and we got to see it. And I think that is the best way to walk into that movie, is having no idea what the hell the movie is going to be, because it takes so many twists and turns over the course. But
that being said, like, that movie, like, it tries you and it presses you, and it's really, really good. I tried watching the American remake. You know, I like the actors they cast, and I'm sure the camera work was good. I got to maybe halfway through his imprisonment phase, and I just went, okay, this is just offensive. I'm done. Yeah, like, I'm shocked.
Yeah, they kind of. It was less like the best way I can describe it is, it wasn't a painting, it was a paint by numbers. They replicated a lot of the scenes, but they seemed not to get why the scenes worked in the original. And so there were little things that were wrong with it, like like I was talking about that corridor fight scene. What works so well about that is, for one thing, it is one shot, and it's not just one shot. It's that the camera pans side to side and it shows you his progress. Every time it moves back, it's when he's getting his ass beat. Every time it moves forward, it's when he's winning. Yeah. And the entire time, he's not just sitting there strongman kicking everyone's ass. He is getting beat up. He got stabbed in the back, and he shows it the entire time. But in the remake, they do the same one-er. They don't do it side-scrolling, so it misses that energy from the shifting the camera angles, and it loses the mindset of you're watching a video game, like a side-scrolling beat 'em up. Yeah. So it loses that as well.
Did you ever see a movie called Bunraku?
It sounds familiar. I don't know if I saw it or not, though. But I've at least heard of it. Josh Hartnett, Gact, Woody Harrelson, Ron Perlman, Demi Moore, Kevin McKidd. It's a litany of a great cast. Very original, very weird. I adore it. There is a scene. One of our two heroes leaps on a roof, leaps from a roof over onto a police station. When he enters, the entire building becomes a side scroller as he beats his way through the cops inside to get to his friend. It's one shot, but it's also very and you even when he punches somebody or something, you'll hear little type sounds, and from an arcade game, it's like, all right, I see ya, well done. That movie's just pure fun. I highly, highly recommend it. But anyway, the whole point of what I was talking about is the parallel development thing. They do got way off track on that one, but that's fine. Good discussion anyway. My discussions always tend to do that, but specifically what I was wanting to talk about was the this parallel development thing that happens a lot. Where is my hack? Sorry, I'm trying to get my chat to work. There we go, because the app I have isn't working for some reason. So I had to get it off the website. There we go. Now I can see chat. Minimize you and back to where I was. Okay. So anyway, parallel development and trends. You saw this. The best example I have for this is in the 90s. People would studio executives, and the reason why this happens, middle managers, the people who get the co-producer credits on films, or maybe a producer credit on films, they're not film people for the most part. They're usually business degree people, and they're trying to monetize art, which is kind of a hard thing to do consistently because art is subjective. You never know what an audience is going to go for at any one point in time, but these people's job is to consistently deliver art that people want. So they chase what is called trends. And you can see this most evidently in the 90s with the disaster films. Because Jurassic Park hit, and everyone said, maybe it's dinosaurs. Connosaur didn't hit. They had a couple of other dinosaur-y type movies. They didn't hit. So, okay, maybe it's the fact that it's a disaster. Twister hit. That was a big movie. What other disasters are there? Volcanoes. And that's when you got Dante's Peak. And there was another volcano movie that came out at the exact same time. Within weeks of each other. Yeah, like Inferno or some crap. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody saw Dante's Peak, and there's another one, and is that the one that had Tommy Lee Jones? I don't know. Yep. And then, okay, well, that didn't really work out as well as we thought, so maybe it's a wrong kind of disaster. Independence Day got big, blowing up monuments. Let's all blow up all the monuments. Okay, no, so that's not, maybe it's alien invasions, and then we get, Contact and all of these, and that's how movies get greenlit, is they're chasing after these trends. And the thing that has kind of screwed that up the most is superhero movies. Oh boy. Superhero movies have really screwed that up because the studio executives are boondoggling at this point because they cannot figure out why superheroes are still working, because that trend should have died. You've seen it in the trades. If you see those articles where they show up on your social media where they'll say, hey, superhero, does this mean the end of superhero movies? Is the superhero trend over? Did this movie finally kill the superhero? And then another superhero movie comes out and breaks box office records. It's blowing their mind.
I think they're not taking into account that these superhero movies aren't just like something brand new.
Mm-hmm.
They're something that have been, these things have been with us since, longer than some of us have been alive. I mean, the X-Men have been around for what, like 10, maybe even 20 years before I was born. So
yeah, it was 1963, 64, I think was the first.
Oh, wow. Then 20 years exactly. We're talking about franchises that have existed longer than many of us have been alive. And in some cases of newer fans, twice as long as they've been alive. This is, the fandoms have existed as an institution for, over half a century. This is not like some flash in the pan new thing, because, they keep wondering, oh, well, what's the next thing we can mine out for nostalgia? That's become the new fracking ground for media. It's not just, how do I get involved in this old thing? It's how do I resurrect this old thing yet again? And I'm not knocking remakes, by the way, because some of the movies that we love best are technically remakes. John Carpenter's The Thing is a remake.
The Thing from Another World. Maltese Falcon was the third attempt to make Dashiell Hammett's novel.
That
one
was
with
the
Humphrey
next one I was going
Bogart.
to bring up. Yeah, and I mean, The Maltese Falcon is a cornerstone of American cinematic history. On the other hand, you've got some stuff that nobody expected to succeed, like Casablanca, which was the first of its kind, and then they tried to remake it like 7 times, never ever 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 worked.
Yeah, Casablanca was a flash. That was an of the moment movie. Casablanca is my favorite movie of all time. I could do an entire 4-hour stream just talking about Casablanca on its own.
If you do, I want to be here because I can contribute a lot to that because it's my favorite movie too. But I'm willing to bet you could teach me a whole bunch of stuff I didn't know. Like, I love telling people about the weird stuff that happened behind the scenes. The tears were real, people.
Because Humphrey Bogart's wife was a terror on that set.
The lead Nazi dude, Conrad Veidt, he had a whole exciting escape from Germany story.
He spent his entire career playing Nazis as evil as possible, specifically to stick it to him.
Exactly. He was apparently he's quoted saying something along the lines of, "If I can get one more doughboy over the seas shooting a Nazi, I don't care who hates me." Like, hell yeah. So
most of the B actors in that movie were all actual refugees from Nazi Germany. So that's all those accents are actually their own accents. A lot of scenes were thrown in specifically for them. The iconic Le Marseillaise
scene.
Le Marseillaise, thank you. I took French for 3 years. You'd think I would remember the national anthem. La patrie.
But yeah, that whole thing, all the tears, real.
Yep.
Okay, we have to stop because this will become that 4-hour stream. And we can do that another day.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to continue Okay. So I did a couple of things off stream, but I didn't advance the plot or anything, except for I accidentally did one thing. I found out what that data was that we got from Mass Technology.
Oh.
So I found out that it is something. I'm not a magic person. Well, I'm using this as my excuse. I'm not really a magic person, so I don't know for sure. But it's mostly I can't remember. My character may be a Decker, but I play mages just as often. But it's something like it's. I mean, obviously, it's going to be something horror related. I think it's like
if I recall correctly, it's got something to do with like blood magic drawing upon everybody related to a victim.
Oh yeah, that's right. Blood magic along family lines. That's what it was.
Yeah, it's like that Order of the Stick thing.
Yeah, and so
that obviously that's like if you sell or release this information, someone out there is going to slaughter entire bloodlines to get big blood magic-y powers, which I helped develop the 5e blood magic stuff, and we thought about it, but then we're like, why would we ever stat that out?
That's
one of the hardest things developing for Shadowrun is that the fans basically say, like, they complain. There's a very vocal minority of fans, at least I hope they're a minority, who will say, oh, the stuff, you release too much stuff we'll never use. You know, I get a lot of that because I'm like, you know, the guy I'm the lead developer on Infection, and everybody's like, oh, vampires are better. I'm like, then don't use them. Or use it to build better bad guys. Whatever, we're just giving you tools.
And then the new edition comes out and everyone's screaming for, where's my rules for this?
I can't keep playing my Naga Techno Shaman unless it's like, and you know what? I'm not even making fun of them. I'm like, well, we're working on it, buddy.
Which, by the way, thank you very much for the follow, Dark Vegeta Man.
Hey.
But
yeah, there's always a complaint. It's like, all your books are just re-releasing the same stuff, but then they're like, but we want all the old stuff, so bring it back, but don't bring it back. Also, we need a new edition to fix what happened. Why did you make a new edition? Now we have to buy all your books again. It's like, well, it is a business, guys.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rigger book had come out for 5th edition. It was obviously on its last legs.
I think I said the same thing. I was like, somebody's like, Rigger book. I'm like, oh, so are we gearing up for 6th? Just to be clear, guys, I only ask one thing. Do not make a Technomancer specific book, because that's what they want, and everybody knows we are here just to piss people off.
I think I may have been the very first one to make that specific joke by a couple of hours, just because I saw Jason post about it, and I don't think he liked the joke very much. And I think the sole reason why is because I think that's when they had started working on 6th edition by that point.
Or it was in
the works to start working on it.
There was a lot of speculation that it was getting started, and I mean, my own involvement was like right at the beginning. You know, I helped determine some of the stuff that would make it in the final print. So while I'm only officially paid for some alterations that I made to the Infected in the critter section and for a short fiction in the book, I was also paid developing consultant stuff. So that went on for 2, maybe 3 years of like back and forth. You would not believe the cutting room stuff from 6E. You could build a whole other game out of it.
I heard some stories about what happened with the 5th edition's development, so I can extrapolate.
Yeah, we were trying all kinds of stuff. I mean, like poker chips and, you know, round by round alteration of edge and initiative, and you know, tags and stuff. And one of the things that really like despaired me, you know, we had talked about all these ideas, and I said, that's pretty cool. I went to Gen Con and I picked up 40K's Wrath and Glory, and I flipped through it and went, wait, well, somebody already did literally all of this.
Yeah, that was Ross Watson's book. He was the co-host over on when I did the podcast. Gamerstat. Well, he was the host. I was the engineer. But yeah, it was. Yeah, he had a lot of ideas. He worked on 5th edition for a while, so he was consulting on that way back in the early when it was first in development, I think. Yeah, his credit's still in the book, but. Got a question in chat. Is Kevin working on a follow-up to Crimson?
I am gently working on one. I'm this is gonna be one of the cold, hard realities of it. I'm not as into Shadowrun as I once was. When I was first brought in to write for it, when Patrick basically asked, would you like to do this? I was like, hell yes. And he said, are you sure? I'm like, of course I am. I've been proposing stuff to, you know, at the time WizKids or FanPro for years. You know, this would be amazing. He goes, okay, because just so you know, once you see how the sausage is made, you may change your mind. And I won't go into detail about the stresses of working in the industry, because they're the same stresses you run into in any creative endeavor or even non-creative. It's the same stuff. It's not the dream job that everybody says.
And then the big problem,
it's not perfect.
And the big problem is tabletop gaming is broke. Unless you are working with mages on the sea, you are probably not making a full-time job out of, unless you are either the owner of the company, or you freelance for 8 different companies, or you work for WotC. You are probably not a full-time game developer.
I think there might be some jobs like that at Paizo, maybe.
Paizo, Fantasy Flight, Cubicle 7, and Modifius are about the only ones that have full-time RPG like employee staff, not freelancers, outside of straight up like the line developers or the lead designers.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say. Unless you're like
editorial
line
staff.
developer, lead designer, editor, or corporate, dreaded corporate, it's very hard to actually make a career out of it unless you want to freelance your ass off. And as one of the insane number of people with, depression and, illness and ongoing illnesses and all that stuff, it's very hard to be creative constantly. All of that being said, a few years back, after Crimson came out, John approached me. He said, "So, when can we expect the next 2?" I said, "Excuse me." And he said, "Well, do you want to make a trilogy of it?" I'm like, "Well, yes, but I'm lazy." So I haven't been. I've started the next book. I am not sure if it will get approval, though I hope and imagine it will. It's not very far in, and I've had to make some rather drastic alterations to the plot as it stood. Where it happened in the continuity is a little obsolete at this point, so it'd be good to know that the fans are excited to read stories that don't necessarily happen at the bleeding edge of Shadowrun lore, which is nebulous at best, let's be honest. Right now, my primary focus, aside from, contributing to books as we go on, I'm pretty sure Cutting Black came out or was advertised.
It has not come out. Jason was showing off the proofs.
Yes.
So they've got the print proofs that has not come out yet, though.
I got a big old chunk of that. So let's see. But my current focus, aside from contributing to stuff like that, is we are bringing in new audiobooks.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it took forever to get that moving. It took years of work, and we had other people like, "Oh, well, I guess now that that's a thing, we'll do it." It's like, no. I've been here years, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I will do it. So, I got that in. I got another one of the developers, Dylan Stengel. He's doing the engineering, and we finished the book, like me doing it on my own, and it sounds really good, if I dare say so myself. But I found John at Gen Con like 10 minutes after I got there. I said, "John, we need to talk." He goes, "What's up?" I said, "Okay, John, we can make this even better." He goes, "How?" I said, "We can get music, we can get sound effects, and if you'll let me, I can cast other people to do the roles that aren't narration or read," because they're basically the same thing in this case. And he's like, "Wait, you want to do less work?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't care if it takes more effort, and I don't care if I get slightly less money. I want the best possible product." And
besides, the better this does, the more it sells, the more word of mouth travels, more sales for the book itself, so on and so forth. So
exactly. So the project, I think we could have gotten this done in 2 months easily, less if we were really cruising, and financially motivated. But there's that Neil Gaiman quote: "You can have it good, you can have it fast, or you can have it cheap.
Choose two."
Yeah, and most people like cheap, in my experience.
Yep.
So it doesn't happen fast. So yeah,
or as I have learned, if you want it fast, cheap, and good, you better learn to do it your damn self. Which is how I got into audio engineering in the first place.
Yep. So we're currently bringing on extra cast, and we're doing that. We're waiting for some paperwork and stuff to come down the line. So, and if this works out and people like what we do, we'll have all of the infrastructure, actors and ensemble and engineering and sound effects and music in place that the next one we do can happen even quicker and we can meet demand. So we're trying, you know, to, I wouldn't say revolutionize the audiobook industry, because obviously this has been done.
Yeah.
But we're trying to bring that to RPG writing, which is something you don't see a lot of, if any.
R.A. Salvatore's books is about it.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, that's basically gone off on its own tangent so hard that, I mean, do you even need to know anything about D&D to read those?
You will learn abstractly. However, there is a thing about those books. All the fiction line, and this was I released a video about Dragonlance on my YouTube channel. It was behind like weird facts about Dragonlance, and people actually got pissed because I actually had, it was nothing but weird facts about Dragonlance that most people don't know. I guess they were expecting me to just like read off normal stuff, but no, I was like, this is stuff that I found out actually talking to people who have worked on Dragonlance and shit that I haven't seen anywhere else. For example, did you know Jim Butcher was approached during D&D 4th edition to do a complete reboot of Dragonlance for the novel, write the novels?
Whoa. What did he say? He had a pitch put out for Wizards of the Coast. He was going to change the entire line by basically that first fight that happens on the way to the inn, or on the way back from the inn. I can't remember off the top of my head, but basically Tanis didn't steal Flint's knife, the dagger. He failed his pickpocketing check or whatever. He didn't have that dagger with him. So that ended up with Tanis getting injured in the fight, which meant they had to take time to bandage the wounds, which means they got to the inn later than they thought, which means basically, and then the dominoes tumble from there, in terms of, because people were showing up to get Silvermoon. Sorry, my since I did the video, I have not read anything about Dragonlance. I mean,
so I'm
face it, it's been a hot minute since Dragonlance in general, you know?
And he had like characters put out, not like Tanis is gonna be like a no-nonsense kind of general type, like general leader of men, military type. In terms of how his personality was, he was gonna base Raceland off of Dr. Gregory House in personality.
Interesting.
Yep. And all this, and what happened was he made the proposal, they liked it, and he said, okay, so what do Margaret and Tracy have to say about this? Well, they haven't said anything because they haven't been contacted, and Jim Butcher's noped right out of that.
Oh, that's an integrity move.
Yeah, and then so he noped right out of that, and that was also about the time that he got his first hardback deal for the Codex Alera series. So he went to, and then that was also the time that they stopped doing campaign settings, because Ravenloft was up next, and then Dragonlance was going to follow. But that was when Hasbro did a little bit more of its micromanaging and said, okay, you're not meeting your sales numbers that we were expecting for 4th edition D&D with your new MMO based get the video game kids in thing. So we're going to need you to do something to revamp this line. So that's when they came out with Essentials. Ravenloft got scrapped, and that's when Ari Marmel got screwed out of doing Ravenloft for the 3rd time.
Oh.
Ari Marmel's a friend of mine. He's an author. He's done a lot of worked on D&D 4th edition. He's got D&D novels. He's got Magic the Gathering novels, Warhammer 40K, and he's also worked on Vampire the Masquerade. And he has had 3 times he was going to work on Ravenloft, and every single time something went wrong and he couldn't do it. And the 3rd one was when that happened, when they scrapped Ravenloft and went with Shadowfell and the Gates of something or another book that they did.
I mean, I don't want to knock anybody's work unless it's truly freaking atrocious, you know, but man, it's going to be real hard for anybody to ever beat Sword and Sorcery's like 3 and 3.5 Ravenloft setting for me. That was just peak RPG writing and setting development. The Ravenloft Gazettes 1 through 5, they're among my collection's like highlights.
Yeah,
you know, I've had people say Oh, but you've got this book and it's more expensive. I'm like, I don't care. Okay, it's about what's really good. Like Universal Brotherhood, the Wanderley, and can't remember the other guy's name. Davitt and Wanderley paper, that was amazing. The Ravenloft Gazettes, just pinnacle freaking writing. And I long for when setting books like that were more marketable. Corporations do not see the marketability of that anymore.
And they did exactly what Sojourn Press and later Margaret Weiss Productions did when they had the Dragonlance license for 3rd edition and 3.5. They found the people who were making homebrew and hired them. That's what Sword and Sorcery was actually. They went to one person was a freelancer or an employee at White Wolf, I can't remember which, and went and was also active on the Ravenloft forums, and that's how they negotiated that license.
Yeah.
It said, hey, I've got the freelance pool to do this, let's do it. And so they got the fans and said, hey, do you guys want to work on this for real? And they got a bunch of really passionate people who really know the source material. And the same thing happened with Dragonlance. They pulled people off of the Dragonlance forums to work on it.
Yeah, there's a little heads up to those of you out there who dream of contributing to this stuff. Your best bet, in my experience and from a lot of stories that I've heard, is to develop stuff independently in your own time. Like, don't just homebrew stuff for the sake of impressing somebody. Homebrew something because you love it. Your passion will show. Your passion is necessary. Anybody who's phoning it in, you can absolutely feel it in the dialogue and in the writing itself and the rules, the whole thing. Like, do something you really care about. Make something you're really proud of. Have really cool ideas that you fully tested out at your table. Because, at least in my experience, developers love it when you come to them with a fully fleshed out idea. Like, if you have a theory and they go, oh, that's cool, and then you have to develop it, and that runs into all kinds of kinks. If you show up and you say, check this out, you're like that one Irish dude in The Great Escape where they're like, oh, we'll test it tomorrow. I already did.
And
like, oh, well, crap.
But again, I want to remind you, do not write the book beforehand. Get a strong outline and test the rules. Don't actually put words to paper, because they may say, okay, this works really, really well, but in order to fit in with our system or what we have planned, because most companies will have at least 6 months, if not 2 years, planned out in advance of what they're releasing. They'll say, this is going to conflict with something we're releasing in a year, so we need to make these changes to it. If you've already written the manuscript, you're kind of screwed.
I can say from experience there are exceptions to that rule.
Yep.
Crimson, in fact, was an exception to that rule. But those are only exceptions.
Yes.
It is okay if you want to write your own stuff as proof of concept. That's cool.
And that actually does work out in your favor, because it shows, hey, you can actually write and finish something.
Yeah, my buddy Mike Murphy, who contributed to No Future. The dude was a real
book,
life.
by the way.
Oh, he was so good. Everybody working together. It was a really fun book. I felt dissatisfied with it, but not because it wasn't good. It just, I don't know, probably just depression at the time. But I'm proud of it all the same.
I absolutely love that book. I love it. It feels more like the first and second edition source books that I kept reading and rereading as a kid than any other book in Shadowrun in a decade, probably, or more.
Believe me, that was by design. We absolutely wanted to bring back that old school charm. But anyway, it's my friend Mike. He's gently doing some game developing stuff when he's not actually traveling the world doing archaeology. I mean, seriously, he's preposterously cool. He's a real life Pathfinder character, and I adore him. So he wrote this adventurer's handbook for himself. Really, it's this beautifully written book about stuff you should know how to do in any fantasy setting. Always bring rope, stuff like that. And it's written from the perspective of an adventurer with all the trimmings and fixins. And I was like, ooh, who are you writing this for? He says, I just did it myself. And it's not just some Word document. He formatted it to look like a good, PDF book. And I was like, this is really, really, really good, man. And when he started looking for work, he'd be like, "Is there anything I should bring?" I'm like, "Show them your adventurer's handbook." Freaking do that. When I approach other companies, I've got stuff that I've free written in my spare time just for fun, for Vampire the Masquerade, for Requiem, for Shadowrun, you name it. That's,
and by the way, that
stuff
is
I write.
One of the greatest things about the industry right now, especially people who are wanting to get into it, is what's going on with, for one thing, the open gaming license is back again, so you can actually use the OGL for D20 stuff, but not just that. There's the DMs Guild where you can actually use Wizards of the Coast property, Wizards of the Coast IP in your books, and actually sell them and make money off of it too.
Which, if any of you remember, what, 10, 15 years ago, the OGL flood.
Yeah.
Like you could get anything. And I mean, I was as into vampires then as I am now, and I got so many D20 alternate vampire rule books. I mean, Fang and Fury from Green Ronin, I think. They had this one that I picked up that I just couldn't get into, but I think I exchanged that for something else at some point. But yeah, there was just tons of stuff. That old Necromancer Press and Encyclopedia Arcana and all those things.
And then there's the Storyteller's Vault for Vampire the Masquerade now. There's 7th Sea has an open license, or not an open license, but a semi-open license. You have to abide by terms and give a big cut of the, I think you only get 50% of sales as opposed to like 70% or something like that.
It's still not bad.
But it's the way I look at it, you're paying a 30%, you're paying an on-spec license fee to a company to use their intellectual property. Nobody does that in entertainment. Nobody.
It's pretty slick though. Like that's a good deal for you. Really.
And there's I think there's a total of 5 or 6 now big game lines that have that sort of open license. So if you are a passionate fan of some game system or another, look on drive-through and check and see if there is one of those on there, or maybe do open gaming license if you're a D20 fan, and make your own thing.
Yeah,
and you have something you can publish and make money off of, and you've now got something to show. Hey, I can write, I can complete a work. Here is something that I have went from idea to concept to finished. And editors like that, knowing that you can actually finish what you say you're going to finish.
Yeah, the ability to deliver for a creative is huge.
Critical.
I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna name names. It would be a really shitty thing to do. But I know some writers who I feel put out some stuff that isn't necessarily the best, but they get brought on because they deliver, and a tangible average product is better than a dream project that never exists. So it's that's just the reality of it.
I have a folder full of about 500 megabytes of document files of the perfect novel if I can get past chapter 3 on all 200 or so of them I've started.
You sound like a writer to me.
It's only about 20. But anyway, we have an actual game to play.
Oh yeah, we've been doing this for an hour straight.
So I did want to show what I did do off stream is I got a little bit of cyberware. I spent some of my karma. I got some ESP control now because you recommended it. Still don't have any drone controller because I've got my gun. I do have cyberware to up my body. I don't know why I got that, but because that's not abstruse. But you kind of have to give in to the nature of this game, as opposed to if I was playing a Shadowrun game, I could hide behind the meat shield. Dude,
can you imagine how frustrating it is to try to play red in this game?
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Every one of my tactics and all my infected stuff doesn't work. I got into Hong Kong and I was like, oh, there's vampires in this one? Maybe somebody made a mod. You can play one. No, it's all scripted.
Yeah, and because the game kind of forces you into combat. There's no way to get out of combat, except there's a few very scripted cases where you can talk your way out of a combat encounter. They are rare compared to the number of times you are going to be shooting, so I kind of have to have good armor. I kind of have to have a good gun skill. But Let's go ahead.
It's XCOM with some role playing.
Yep. And by the way, we did get a new DVD. I think we're on the 4th one. It's the last one.
Soft whirring sound fills the air as the ancient DVD player spins the disc up to speed. The scratched LCD display comes to life, and a menu fills the screen. The DVD player ramps up to speed, filling the air with a shrill whining sound. It's so blurry on the Discord. Green Winter's face appears on the screen. The timestamp of the video reads 2050 04 28. I can't remember what his accent is. Is he German too?
I think so. I'm not sure, but it doesn't. Pick an accent.
There we go. This is it. The interview. Took some digging to find it, but here it is. My big brother, back in his prime. The note disappears, and for a moment, the screen goes blank. Suddenly, image of a news correspondent flashes onto the screen, accompanied by a brief orchestral flourish. A timestamp in the upper right corner of the screen reveals the date, August 22nd, 2012. Thank you for joining us. We are coming to you live from the ruins of Sangerhausen, 5th Haas town to be sacked by the dragon Fürschwing. Standing by my side is the head of Deal Defense, Dr. Adrian Vauclair. Dr. Vauclair has been hailed as a leader in the effort to bring down Fürschwing and end her reign of terror.
Hi, Erica and Dark Vegeta Man. Oh man, I never thought that all these people would have German accents when I played. If you want to go back on my YouTube channel, or it may still be in the VODs, the very first stream I did before Kevin joined me on these, you can hear my absolutely horrific attempt at doing German accents. And as the night went on and I got drunker, I just gave up. But yeah, basically we're in Berlin, so yeah, pretty much all the characters have some sort of German accent, which was what really threw me. And why I actually prefer playing Shadowrun Returns on stream. For one, it's Universal Brotherhood plot, which is my favorite storyline ever in Shadowrun.
Right.
And two, it's in Seattle, so I can use different American accents, and I always give the the guy who sets off Deadman Switch, I don't know why. The first time I streamed it, I gave him a surfer accent, and I have no idea why.
You know, I went with a gentle California too. It's because he looks like a fairly wasted, bleached blonde dude.
And it's the way he's kind of a junkie too. And, not like a burnout, but
like a little spacey.
Yeah. So anyway.
Totally. I'm right there with you. You got the instincts, Daryl. Dr. Vauclair, tell us about your efforts to bring down the dragon. Killing the monster has proven difficult, to say the least. The speed and maneuverability in the air are extraordinary. The scales repel small arms fire, and the breath can melt steel. I don't know what that says.
R&D.
That's an and. Our R&D teams have been working around the clock to devise a weapon capable of downing the beast. In the interim, we're providing material support for the Luftwaffe's attempt to shoot her down via conventional means. Herr Vauclair, why are you directing Deal Defense's energies to the killing of Fürschwing? Are there corporate interests at play in this?
Yes.
Corporate interests? No.
Yes.
This is a matter of human interest. Innocent lives are being extinguished at an appalling rate. I am in a position to help put an end to the slaughter, so I must. It really is that simple.
Actually, hang on. Would there be corporate interest yet? This is 2012. When did La Fear start taking over? It wasn't until like 2025, wasn't it?
Yeah, but 2012 did have mega corporations at that point. Ceratec, for example, as technology.
Well, in which case, there's always going to be corporate interest involved. But I was I kept saying, "Are there corporate interests involved?" No, and I'm like, "Yes, La Fear." That was.
Well, let's
but
also
he
bear in
wasn't
mind,
really
Lothweir is a great dragon, which I don't subscribe to the idea that you should stat great dragons. I believe they should be as 3rd edition and 4th edition called them ultimate level PCs, where
I am
they
the
never
same
die.
Same way on them. Same thing with Aaron the Scribe. Same thing with Harlequin and the other Immortal Elves. They are god level. It is, you get into a fight with them, 2 words, you lose.
Yep, corporate CEOs too, even if they're not supernatural. The Run Fast, it wasn't Run Faster, it was On the Run.
Oh yeah, On the Run, where you
Fantastic.
run into Richard Villers.
Yep, Richard Villiers is all he's all, being a showman. I admit I loved him in that. I kind of fell in love with both of them in that one.
It was just so weird because book was about introductory adventures, and then the first one was Food Fight, and the second one you're running with Richard Villiers, and then what's his name is second in command,
Miles Lanier.
Miles Lanier, that's the guy who went over to Cross, and then that caused the corporate war that blew everything up right before the crash.
Yep. And you're fighting a cyber zombie and Red Samurai. It's like deep end of the pool. But I gotta tell you,
worst tactics of Red Samurai on the planet. They drop in the middle of a kill zone.
But I gotta tell you, man, and they brought a cyber zombie of all things. But I gotta say, every runner I have ever made that their first adventure, they were like, "When do we play again?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, because it's fun. It's so Shadowrun, Plus, all the little options of stealing shit on the side. I'm all about that. But they had there's a little sidebar that says if the players decide to be total idiots and shoot Villiers, have the room flood with sarin gas or something. Have it flood with knockout gas, and they wake up with Lanier pointing a gun at their face and going dumbass and shooting them in the head. Have it turn out to be body doubles or illusion spells or anything, because this is Richard fucking Villiers and Miles fucking Lanier, and you're not gonna kill them. So, and some people out there are like, oh well, why can't I? It's like, because they're smart. Because they have all the money.
Yes.
Because we need to write books.
Specifically all the money. Now, on the other hand, one hand, I agree for the canonical, but in your home game, if you want to kill Richard Villiers, go ahead. It's your campaign. Have fun with it. Deal with the chaos of what happens when a lowly starting out Shadowrun team assassinates the CEO of he wasn't CEO, he was he wasn't CEO. He was at Renraku, right?
No, he was at Fuchi.
Fuchi. Oh yeah, Fuchi. He was president of one of the divisions. CEO was
Fuchi? Was that the Yamanas?
I think so. I'd have to check. I'm sitting here about to go to dig on my shelf to pull out corporate downloads or corporate the first one, the second edition one. Which, by the way,
Vauclair sounding like Agent Herman from Deus Ex, just like, so we doing this or that. Say no, I like orange.
Yeah, no. Dark Virginia Man Novatech came after. That was Richard Villiers, basically, when everything blew up in the corporate wars of the early 2060s. He basically gutted what he could of Fuchi to create Novatech, including grabbing. I can't remember what the subsidiary is, but he grabbed their grandfathered company that got them a seat on the corporate council, which is what kept him a AAA company, even though Novatech was a big AA at best.
It's important to know that Villiers had a huge part to play in how Shadowrun came to be what it is. Like, he's the one who found a couple of allegedly former Echo Mirage dudes in a garage tinkering to make the first commercial cyber decks, and they wouldn't sell him a controlling interest, and then they both mysteriously died, and he bought the rest of it. He parlayed that into getting a huge share of Fuchi and never got along with them. They were a super Japanese corporation, and he's some like white dude, like corporate shark. And then when everything fell apart, also probably because of him, I mean, there were other factors, but he is a big part of it. He was ready to take a third of Fuchi.
He was the gas can, and Dunkelzahn's will was the match.
Yep. And you got to wonder how much Dunkelzahn was using him, or even if he's one of those rare humans who managed to, pull one over on Big D.
No.
It happens. It's just very, 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 very rare.
I don't see it.
Probably not. But
yeah, the Renraku shares went to Miles Lanier, who got a board seat on Renraku, which that happened just before. Was it just before the shutdown? for the arcology in Seattle. Yep.
Yeah,
and then
thereabouts.
which that was my favorite third edition was.
Oh hell yeah!
Rinraku's
I mean,
fucking
I'm the first person.
Shadowrun's Tomb of Horrors.
I'm the first person to say Renraku Arcology Shutdown is System Shock for Shadowrun.
Mm-hmm.
It's an insane artificial intelligence taking over an isolated area and experimenting on people willy-nilly. It's Shadowrun. It's System Shock. Let's not bandy about. That being said, the groundwork for it to happen started in first edition. You know, they were talking about the Arcology Expert program way back in the day.
In the first novel.
Yeah.
Oh no, the second novel, because the first novel wasn't a novel; it was an anthology of short stories, Into the Shadows. Then there was Never Deal with the Dragon, and then that trilogy with what's his name, Sam
Twist Werner.
Yeah, Sam Werner Twist.
Yeah. And that had the whole spider totem thing, which by the way, bringing back spider insect spirits, you are welcome, because that was all me. I was like, hey, can we bring back those? People are like, why? I'm like, watch. Watch. So yeah, I don't know where that's gonna go. I spilled that on the board and said, have fun, guys.
Oh, by the way, one of the weirdest comments I've seen on Shadowrun 6th edition is people wanting to know the shaman archetype in 6th edition is, I believe, a cat shaman. But the picture shows a bunch of wasps in a swarm coming out from and so everyone's wondering, why is the insect shaman the picture for the cat?
Okay, so I talked to Jason about that. Because believe me, a lot of the freelancers were like, hey, wait a minute. And he said, look, you can have other interests. I was like, but wasps, Jason. But wasps. He went, look, they're just tattoos, okay? I'm like, all right.
Now.
Okay. Just, all right.
Except for the actual wasps that are in the picture in a swarm. But the way I hand wave that one is Shadowrun's magic system has always been very, very loose and allows a lot of room for reskinning.
Oh yeah.
So this person, that is their Powerball spell is a swarm of wasps stinging people.
Yeah, I've had one of the things I love about the magic system in Shadowrun, like I've mentioned, I'm a working occultist in real life. Like I actually make more money from that than I do from freelancing. But it is closer to how magic can work than any other system I've ever seen. And that's really, really cool. Like I've talked to some of the old developers, and it turns out they were occultists too, and they kind of worked some
Steve
of their
Kinson.
own. Like, oh yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we all work in some of our little. Yeah, here's a little clue on how to get started, kids. Wink. So, dear Satanic Panic folks, we're totally guilty. Fancy and magic is as unrealistic as it gets, but Shadowrun, no, we might be teaching you a little bit in there, just saying.
Fun fact, someone made there was a Twitter thread I saw of someone asking about Harry Potter and Jewish wizards, would they be able to cast magic on the Sabbath? And about three or four down, someone started talking about Shadowrun. And they were saying, but now this, that. But unfortunately, if you're going to be a shaman, you have to have an animal totem. And so I got to chime in and say, oh, nope, that hasn't been the case in at least 2 editions.
Yeah.
Mentor spirits are now completely separate from magical tradition.
They are optional, and they are much more than animals. And I'm glad they call them mentors now, too, because totem is very specific cultural, and it wouldn't be appropriate.
For a lot of cases, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I like about the folks writing for Shadowrun, something I'm genuinely proud to be a part of, is that the people there are very, very staunchly like, guys, it's cyberpunk, and we know it's a crapsack world, but that doesn't mean that we have to have, rampant racism, sexism, and genderism, and every other ism, and if somebody's like that, they're probably a bad guy. If somebody's on the boards going, whoa, blah, 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 it's like, look, dude, I think you forgot humanists are bad guys. Just a thing.
Have the humanists, in my opinion, are Shadowrun's goblins and kobolds. That's what you throw at the Shadowrunners when you need someone that they can mow down with no conscience whatsoever.
Yep,
Which
target of infected, by the way.
Which, frankly, is actually better than kobolds and goblins these days, because Paizo has made goblins so cute. And
I know.
And you see
and
a kobold,
have been precious forever.
Lizard puppy. You want a biscuit? You want a biscuit?
They're tiny dragons.
Yes.
Aw. Oh, look at the traps you made. Stop it. Stop it. You know,
then you get Tucker's kobolds, and you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, well, that's its own thought experiment. But yeah, the flexibility of Shadowrun's various traditions and stuff. Something that I got a lot of flack for in Crimson was that I made dark magic as a tradition. And somebody's like, oh, so he's got his own custom tradition along with everything else. I was like,
no, that was in Awakenings.
He was supposed to be a black mage. And then the edition shift happened, and black magic was no longer about your personal force of will over magic and your ego. It was about like making bargains and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I better make an alternate version to like respect the previous edition's black magic.
I'm like, one of my shelf Awakenings had that shit. That was second edition.
Yeah. So I like everything that went. A few people were like, dude, are you modifying the setting to make your little snowflake character doable? I said, no, I built my little snowflake character out of stuff that just hadn't been statted as far back as second ed. Mm-hmm. So no, I didn't. Like, there are no good guy vampires. Argent got his life saved by a vampire. Shut your mouth. Mm-hmm. And Awakenings also had that little thing about infected where somebody commented, I had a vampire roommate. He was pretty cool. And every once in a while, he paid his rent. He never bit me. Every once in a while, I'd have him along on a run. And I got to tell you, having a dude who is totally willing to take a bullet for you and then can keep going, kind of great.
Yeah.
And I read that and went, why aren't we playing vampires?
I mean, the only... So a lot of people's only experience with vampires in Shadowrun, at least that was for me for many, many years, was Blade. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant DeVries.
Which actually, Dark Vegeta Man mentioned the Terminus experiment. I've tried to incorporate as much of that in there as I can, since Ordo Maximus basically falls under my purview now.
Yeah,
they're still experimenting. They're still some of the biggest secret assholes of the Sixth World.
Yeah, London Sourcebook and Shadows of Europe are two of the books that I've read the least number of times, so all that stuff's kind of fallen out of my head at this point.
Terminus experiment summed up was DeVries helping some lady whose boyfriend was a perfect genetic match for an Ordo experiment to sort of Blade 2 make the perfect vampire who can go in the sun and basically has no weaknesses except they still have to feed. And it talked about how some of the vampires who had been experimented on were horribly mutated by the genetic muckery, which only, as far as I'm concerned, in game, if you're thinking of doing this, only the Ordo has the insight and the materials and the necessary desire and insight, being many of them being infected, having an almost unlimited supply of magic, metamagic, secret, dark magic, cybermancy, Delta Labs, you name it. These guys are the only ones who are actually able to tweak the infected genome at this point.
And thankfully for player characters who may want to go that route, the Ordo has been profiled in at least 2, if not 3 source books as an actual magical group that one can join theoretically.
Yep, it's a terrible idea, by the way.
Yes, but you can. Like the rules are there, but if you really, really, really wanna, it's the same thing with looking at a cyber zombie. The rules are there if you really, really, really wanna, but I don't think you're gonna like the consequences.
People were complaining we didn't have cyber zombie rules in 5th ed, and I remember responding to one person going, "Okay, dude, I can run it for you, but it's gonna be very brief because you're not actually going to be present for most of it." Mm-hmm. Like it's going to be a series of horrific flashbacks, incredible pain, and doing what you're told.
So what we're going to do is you're going to sit down and watch this movie called Jacob's Ladder,
and then you're going to mix it with Universal Soldier.
I'm just going to randomly flip between the 2 tapes.
Yep. And then when the character dies, Okay, now roll up a new character. So,
Start answer. Thank you very much for the follow. I know we're not actually playing the game at the moment, but thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the conversation at least. Oh, someone you know?
Yeah, Facebook. How are you doing? But yeah, we've got, yeah, we're just like talking shit about games at this point. But yeah, the flexibility of traditions is something you can build your own. There's rules there for that.
I remember
reason. Infected, Ordo Maximus, there is an example character in Dark Terrors. I was hoping if we had the page count and the art budget, we could have made like sample infected characters, with a picture and stats and everything. Instead, we just put in flavor text and we're like, good luck, vampire cult investigator, Ordo Maximus Initiate, which is a Nosferatu idea. The one I'm proud of, though, is the Grinder Security Spider. Like, that was... Oh, man. Like, I just had fun writing that one. Like, that one and the Zuno Qua Mercenary. You're not a meat shield. You're a freight train from hell. The Security Spider, you can become everything. The doors, the cameras, and the rats in the walls. It's like, can you play that? Yes. Is that a better idea for an enemy? Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I still remember one of the favorite ones. The thing that kind of blew my mind open, where the way that the traditions work and how flexible they are, is someone said one person I think it was in Awakenings again. I heard of a kid who based his entire power set off of an old cartoon he saw, and the only thing I could think of at the time was, did this kid make himself a Super Saiyan?
Totes. Yo, Dark Vegeta Man. It's been done. Precedent. I was thinking about this the other day. That same book, I'm pretty sure somebody's like, oh God, what next? Prairie Dog Shaman, and then some dude goes, hey! And sure enough, in the new totems,
Prairie Dog Shaman was the example of how to create your own mentor spirit, a totem.
And you know what? It's adorable, and it works.
It does. It's always
works.
You have a compulsion to get to know your neighbors, and you're constantly borrowing and lending things. I'm like, yeah,
that's, I mean, for a runner, that's great. For an NPC, that's wonderful. Little, like, shaman community leader, Prairie Dog Shaman. Oh, come on. You would tell me you wouldn't hood for them. Oh, okay, let's get back to Vauclair. Dr. Vauclair, you must understand my skepticism. Our viewers aren't looking for a PR statement. They come to us for the truth. I'm afraid I don't have time to go back and forth on this. Your viewers can think whatever they wish. My concern is in helping the people affected by this tragedy. In that case, Dr. Vauclair, I thank you for sharing your valuable time with us. You're very welcome. To the viewers at home, stay safe and watch the skies. Salvation is coming. Promise.
Sounds like a threat.
It should. Again, that was Dr. Adrian Vauclair, CEO of Deal Defense. Dr. Vauclair is the chief architect of the military's current plan to bring down the dragon Fürschwing. Stay tuned for more late-breaking news on the battle for the Harz Mountains. We'll be right back. With that, the video comes to an end. You find yourself dumped back to the menu screen.
Play track 2.
The display goes blank for a moment. Then the face of Green Winters winks onto the screen. There's a look of astonishment on his face. The timestamp on the video reads 2054-11-17. Holy shit. I just stumbled into some of Adrian's old lab notes. I'm not going to say how I came across these. Someone might get hurt if the wrong people watch this. But I've checked them against some of Adrian's old handwriting, and they're legitimate. Holy shit. This is big. Okay, alright. Back up. Slow down. Breathe. Okay, so these notes, they pretty much confirm something that I'd always suspected. Luftwaffe didn't shoot down Fürschwing.
Oh shit!
I mean, they tried. They pumped thousands of rounds into the air around her, and they lobbed rockets at her for months. Lost a lot of attack helicopters and fighter craft in the process. None of those things were responsible for taking her down. The Dragonfall was caused by an experimental warhead, one that Adrian and his Deal Defense think tank designed. I don't understand the science of it, not even a little bit, but from what I can piece together, it looks like they designed some sort of chemical radiological agent that acts on the metagene. I don't think they fully understood what they were doing. It was 2012 after all. I mean, the process worked, but I don't know if they understood why it worked. Anyway, when a warhead full of this stuff comes into contact with a dual-natured creature, like a dragon, say, it drives a wedge between the creature's physical and astral forms. The body gets put into a sort of hibernation state, and the spirit is forced out.
Oh.
It also looks like this process can maintain that state of separation indefinitely. So that's a pretty horrifying thought.
No fucking shit! So what this is saying is dual-natured creatures are creatures that exist on both the physical and the astral planes at the same time. By the way, hi, Lock the Decker. What this is saying is this is basically a thing that can rip your soul out of your body if you're dual-natured.
You know what's really spooky about this, though? It keeps the body alive somehow.
Yeah. It's like astral projection, but indefinite, and it doesn't say where the spirit goes yet.
Who knows? And mind you, it might be because it's a great dragon that the body didn't die in the hibernation state. Any metahuman and most other metasapients that astral project for too long, their body just dies. Assuming a Shadowrun doesn't jump into
magic rating in hours.
Yeah. There are means by which... Oh, God, this actually kind of gets into one of the plots of the Crimson novels.
I thought you said one of the plots of something coming up in the...
No. This is something I haven't signed any contracts for.
Okay,
It's just spitballing at this point. But, well, here's a question. Your body dies, your astral form eventually dissolves unless it mutates in some way, if it's separated from its body for too long. You'd effectively have to become a spirit to survive. What if your body was kept alive by an intruder? And what if you had the means to survive in the deep astral for longer, but there was a price to pay? That's something that's coming in one of the books I'm working on.
Because the first thing that popped into my head thinking about this is Ghostwalker.
Yeah.
His body was somewhere between Washington, D.C. and Denver, but it was nowhere near where his spirit was. I mean, you still there, Kevin?
I'm still here.
Okay, you got really quiet. No comments on that one.
I was just listening.
Oh,
I'll be honest, Denver's never really been my scene, and Ghostwalker for me is just this big meanie who looks like my precious blue boy. And I'm like, fine.
I got the Denver box set when I was really young, so I read through that so many times, and I've got my own headcanon based off the multiple choice GM's book that doesn't match actual canon, unfortunately, because it was a really, really good idea that they were going to say, here's this Denver box set. Now here are 3 choices for every single NPC setting, company, and faction in this city. And you can choose one of these 3 options for each one, so your players, even if they have the book, won't know what it's going to be in your setting. And we're going to leave this alone. And that didn't last very long. Because they started writing shit in Denver really quick after that.
Well, I mean,
because they kind of had to. It's the Treaty City. They kind of had to. But I do know a little bit about Denver. Seattle is the one I know best. I also Austin. I have devoured and started writing my own Texas source book at one point in time when I was in my really late teens or early 20s. Trying to find every scrap of canonical information about Texas, and there is not a lot.
That is, and believe it or not, again, those folks who want to get into this kind of thing, that is exactly how you end up being a writer. You just memorize fucking everything, and sooner or later somebody's like, wow, you really know your stuff. Yes, I do. Somebody's like, so, what do you know about infected? Oh, I combed the books.
Yeah, but I also
I
think one of the reasons why I actually know about Ghostwalker is I'm one of the few people who actually liked Year of the Comet. Apparently it is.
I loved Year of the Comet.
Apparently people hated it. I'm like, screw you, that was a good book.
Oh man,
I had a lot of cool stuff. The introduction to Sheetam in that was fucking nut. It was like a Romero movie in text form. I loved that.
Totally.
But anyway, back to the game.
I have a whole idea for growing the Shadim. I'm just not sure if corporate will go for it, but I hope they do because frankly I'm proud of it. All right, so a discorporated body's supposed to die in a few hours, like we said.
Yep.
I've heard horror stories about ghost-walking mages getting trapped in astral space, unable to return with their meat. I heard they went crazy from the pain. If what I'm reading is accurate, it's entirely possible that Fürstring has been trapped outside of her body for over 40 years.
Ghostwalker beat the record.
This is why Adrian was always so cagey about the subject of Fürstring after the Dragonfall. He knew for a fact that she was alive, even if only technically. Her body crashed down into the socks, sure, but she wasn't dead. The government wouldn't let Adrian tell the public about any of this, of course. It'd interfere with that, with the stories they were feeding us. That Firewing was dead and everyone was safe. That people should stop hiding in their basements and get back to work again. But privately, he always said that she was still out there, somewhere deep in the socks. I'd always thought that he was paranoid, but I was wrong. He knew. So, what does all this mean? It means that the stories I caught from the ghost suddenly sound a whole lot more plausible. It means the Fürstring is definitely alive. That Adrian's disappearance is unquestionably tied to her survival. It also means that Germany is in deep scheisse. Because if Fürstring is still alive, it's only a matter of time before she rears her ugly head again. Okay. Is this enough for one night? I'm gonna go get drunk.
I would too. Alright,
the screen abruptly goes black. Video cuts off a few moments later. You find yourself returned to the menu screen.
Play track 3.
Here, you do the narration stuff. I'll do the voice.
Okay. The DVD player ramps up to speed, filling the air with a shrill whining sound. Greenwinter's face appears on the screen. He looks younger than you've ever seen him, but from the way he's carrying himself, he's clearly drunk. The timestamp on the video reads 2033-05-15.
Look, Adrian, I understand you. Lord knows I do. But you've got to drop this dragon fixation. People are starting to talk.
There is a camera cut, and you find yourself looking at a young, handsome Dr. Adrian Vauclair. He wears a slight smile on his face.
Oh, they're talking, are they? What a terrible shame. Damn it, Adrian, this is serious. You're a public figure. You could lose everything if you don't keep these ridiculous fairy tales to yourself. Hermie, my theories are not, as you call them, fairy tales. Dragons are real. I saved Germany from one. Have you forgotten? No, of course not. Everyone knows that you kids are fighting. Stopped, not killed. Fine, stop, whatever.
Winter swipes the bottle off the table in front of him, drains it, and drops it to the floor.
Call it whatever you want, but Adrian, you're the only one who's still obsessed with this damn thing. There aren't that many of them. They're not taking over the world.
Huh. Vauclair's voice is quiet, soft.
Such is the cry of the cancer patient, unaware of what is killing him. I'm fine, not to worry. I'll smoke another cigarette. What's the harm? He doesn't see what's happened, but he winds up dead all the same. Now you're just being maudlin. Look, Adrian. You mark my words, Hermie. Within 5 years, corporations, even countries, will fall to these creatures. And the worst part is, nobody will care. Oh, people will tut-tut about it. There may be a protest or two, but no one will actually do anything to stop them. The immortal, all-powerful, utterly pitiless reptiles will seize more and more of our power, wealth, and territory. We foolish, short-sighted mortals will never get it back. Come on now, Adrian. We could solve the problem, of course, but we, as a species, are unwilling to invest our energy into problems that aren't staring us right in the face. As it was with climate change, so it is with dragons. I've accepted this. You can't ask me to stop caring about it.
This game is 5 years old.
You're hopeless, Adrian. Fine, by all means, keep caring. Just keep your conspiracy theories to yourself. I'm telling you this for your own sake. Yes, Hermie, you're right, of course. I mustn't jeopardize my credibility with the masses. It's not just your credibility I'm worried about. This talk, but sometimes I'm worried you're really going to go back to the socks. Hermie, please, big brother, just drop all of these things. Stop hunting the Firewing and start living your life again. If you won't do it for yourself, then for Christ's sake, do it for me. All right, Hermie. I'll try.
The image cuts to static and you find yourself back at the menu screen. Play the final track. A rattling sound fills the air as the disc grinds in its tray. A few seconds later, the screen fills with text. Meet and mate singles dating profile. User Jolly Green Winters. Last active 1/15/54. Sex M. Metatype human. Ethnicity Caucasian. Body type muscular. Age 50. Looking for female H/E/D. Human elf dwarf. Yeah. Athletic 25 to 30.
I'm a fun-loving guy who's also a great listener. I love hiking, clubbing, and all kinds of pets. I'm looking for a cute, funny, adventurous girl who's down to party. I don't respond to profiles without pics. No orcs, no trolls. Sorry, ladies.
It just growls again. You find yourself sitting at the main menu.
He doesn't know what he's missing.
Seriously? You put his... You saved his... You made me watch... I know I said I wanted everything on the discs, and this was the last one, and you couldn't get any other data off any of the other ones, but... Come on!
Joke's on you, Chumbada!
Okay, power down the DVD player and step away. So, now that we've gotten that taken care of, we have got a, would you still call Alice a lady? A lady to visit?
I mean...
She apparently identifies as female, I guess?
Yeah, that's what matters. I mean, did Megara have a vagina?
Well, no, I'm not saying, I'm saying, does she identify as female still? I guess. I don't know.
Seems to. I mean, insofar as a program can.
No, I'm not going to see... Damn, I don't want to do the assassination mission. I want to go talk... Raise 50,000 to pay Alice. I got my Alice money. No, I gotta talk to the dude first. I forgot. I gotta talk to my fixer guy. I don't want to do the assassinations. I don't do
remember
wet
he's majestic.
He's fixer guy. Does he need a name? Well, yeah, obviously. Paul Amsel.
Yeah. All right. Let me just max that. Everybody's texting me at once. Abstruse. Greetings.
Amsel peers at you through a battered old pair of wire-rimmed glasses. There's something gentle about the man, his silver hair and his tweed jacket. He looks more like an aging art history professor than he does like a criminal go-between.
Is there something I could do for you?
I need your cred stick to transfer Alice's payment onto I need your password to transfer Alice's payment onto a cred stick. There.
Yeah, very good. Excellent, in fact. This has been a long time coming, Abstrus.
Telling me, you know how many bullets I've gotten hit with?
All right, Abstrus, before you make this transfer, there's a few things you should know. Firstly, this is a one-way operation. Once the funds have been transferred to the credit stick, the only person who will be able to access them is Alice. As far as the team is concerned, the money will simply disappear.
Well, it's not like we're planning to do anything else with it.
Secondly, once you make your way to the rabbit hole with the funds, it's go time. I trust you understand what I mean by that. In other words, if you go ahead with this, you enter endgame and can no longer do other Shadowruns that may be available.
Okay.
Also, you can no longer upgrade your gear, which, dude...
I did upgrade.
Oh, okay.
I'm down to 4,000 million again.
Oh, okay. What I mean is that retrieving Alice's information will be your only priority. No more distractions, and no more side work. I will busy myself cancelling your remaining jobs and smoothing any offer.
Alright, makes sense. Anything else?
Just that you need to be sure before committing to it. Time is important. Great Dragon wants us dead. That's not a thing to take lightly. But you shouldn't return to the rabbit hole until you are prepared to act. If you have any doubts, then I urge you to wait.
On second thought, I don't think we're ready for this yet.
It's your call, Abstrus. Remember, we are on a tight timetable. Even now, the Firewings agents could be closing in on us. Make your preparations. Do it quickly. All of our lives may depend on it. Speak with me again when you're ready to transfer the file. Until then, I will leave you be. Which means, fuck off.
Yep. Because there is a couple of things we need to do first. One, delete the Bloodline project data.
Warning, this is a one-way operation. Deleted files will be non-recoverable. Are you sure you wish to proceed?
Delete the data.
File deleted.
Fuck, I was hoping to get karma for that. Oh, there we go. One karma. One karma. Yay. I can do nothing with that.
Slightly more for selling it, but you also have to live with your...
Yeah. I could live with myself if I did that. Jobs directory. View all pending and active jobs. It is literally just the wet work job. Okay? And see, yep, we've got... I don't know what's happening to the extra...
500. Go spend it on coffee, dude.
Access Shadowland. Oh, because I specifically did not do this. I wanted to see. Do I have any pay data other than... Nope. See if I had any pay data other than the Bloodline, but nope. Let's see if we got anything. Oh, we got a few on here. Bloodline data, aka do you trust Az Technology, or anybody who would want anything they've researched. Abstrus would love anything they've researched and trust Az Technology as far as he can throw one of their pyramids. Preferably one he has packed with C4 first, or C12. Or a Thor shot. Not packed with, but hit with.
Nuke it!
I don't trust nuclear weapons. In
Shadowrun, you should.
Yeah. Has a single nuclear detonation actually worked right since 2005 in Shadowrun?
Well,
because 2005 was when the reactor started going fucked up for no, it was 2000. It was 2002 because that was Shiawase decision number 2. Decision number 2 was the nuclear generators, the nuclear fission plants that weren't working right, that the eco-terrorists were going to blow up, that didn't actually blow up, and then the Nuclear Regulatory Commission blamed Shiawase for it, and Shiawase sued back, saying, "Well, you tied our hands. We couldn't mix our physical security with our nuclear security," and that's where we got the final piece of extraterritoriality.
Mm-hmm. I will say, the nuke in Chicago in the hives worked.
Ish.
It's not that it didn't work; it worked.
It didn't work the way they expected it to.
Well, I mean, they were detonating a like sub-tactical nuke inside of a deep underground, highly meta-magical fuckery zone. So, I mean, did the nuke go off like it was supposed to? Yes. Did it explode like it was supposed to? Yes. Was that explosion contained by a whole bunch of random shit? Yes. And I actually used that in Crimson. That's what had a radiation shaman, a mutation shaman, toxic shaman, and insect shaman teaming up.
So I've been working on for about almost 6 months at this point. Fucking overdue to get. I need to get this damn thing done, but I've got a script that goes over the history of the Sixth World, and I've got through 2000 to 2001 to 2050. And there's an entire segment called "Nukes Don't Work No More," and it goes over every single canonical point where nuclear reactors and nuclear bombs just don't work like they're supposed to. And it does include the Lone Wolf incident, which, what the fuck happened to that missile?
I have theories about some of that, including why nuclear energy doesn't work the way it once upon a time did. But they are theories. You shouldn't accept them as canon. You should accept them as a developer's thoughts.
Yeah.
In this particular case, if you want to hear them.
I'll give mine first, so that way we're completely making sure that this is not canon. This is our personal thoughts. My personal opinion is that once the mana level started to rise, it part of what powers magic is involved with quantum mechanics, and that's what started interfering. Basically, physics started changing, and no one's really noticed yet what exactly it's doing.
That's part of it. That is definitely part of it, as far as I'm concerned. The real kink in this is that we've seen that pollution creates effects in the manosphere, right?
Yes, pollution basically causes mana dead zones and shit. What's it called? Mana something.
Warps, shallows. Yeah.
Mana pollution. Basically,
background count.
Background count. Thank you.
Yes, it makes background count. Now, a nuclear reactor, at least, built the way it was before we had more of an idea of how magic works. You know, they produced radiation. They did what they did, and it's not like it was, radiating out of it or something. Nuclear reactors are much more stable than we give them credit for, but that doesn't change the fact that they are an incredibly volatile, highly energetic thing, which is very present in the public imagination. And I mean, this isn't, mage, but there is a degree of consensual reality where, I mean,
we just talked about someone who believed in a cartoon so much they could cast spells out of it. So
exactly,
thought makes that is what mages do. They make thought reality.
Yeah, paradigms in Magic are, I like to explain them to new players as operating systems. Because you can't look at a line of code and see blonde, brunette, redhead. Cypher was watching porn, but
yes.
But the you need an operating system so that Windows makes more sense than DOS, which made more sense than a series of binary switches. So you need something that processes that into something you can understand. That's all a paradigm is. That's all your tradition is. It's the way that your brain copes with truth that is too big to fit into it, which is probably one of the reasons that Schwarzkopf was trying to push universal magic theory, because he's like, can't you just let me see if I can dumb this down enough that it can fit into your tiny monkey brain?
Because they still haven't figured out pattern magic yet.
Yeah, and now mind you, some of that stuff, when the manosphere continues to grow, which it won't at a healthy rate, I'm one of the people who's a big pusher for the idea that the awakening was brought in by blood magic with the Great Ghost Dance, and this whole mana cycle has been tainted.
Exactly. I was gonna say the mana cycle was due for an upturn, but that basically turned the upturn into like an asymptote spike, which was literally how it's represented in Harlequin's Back.
What's his name? Aaron the Scribe once gave a lecture where he was like, I am a slow riser. I like lounging around in bed for an hour. I'm slow to wake up. The earth is slowly waking up. The problem is previous mana cycles have had the gradual rise of magic. if not for the Great Ghost Dance, the Great Ghost Dance was the equivalent of being woken up by being kicked in the nuts. You woke up screaming and confused, and your whole day is probably ruined.
And that's why we start getting all this stuff that wasn't in the fourth world, aka Earth Dawn, which this goes back to what Dark Vegeta was asking about the horrors, which I'll get to that in just a second. But also, I want to say thank you very much, Knight of Cups, for the follow. I believe this is someone else you might know, Kevin.
I'm not sure.
Well, she they knows Erica, I think.
Oh man, I had not scrolled all the way down. Okay.
But
is that you, Ash? Anyway, but yeah, so yeah, there's just a whole bunch of madness that involves this particular awakening.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been an absolute just roller coaster ride of things going way too fast, way too hard. People are probing in ways they've never done before.
We done fucked things up again.
Yeah, the previous ages, we didn't have all this technology. We didn't have, the great dragons and the immortal elves.
Well, they had the great dragons in the fourth world because they were from the second world.
But the great dragons the great dragons now are, they've got a whole couple of ages behind them in terms of experience as well. So them leveling up continuously since who the hell knows when is, they've got all the more to bring to it. And of course, other eldritch, immortal, abominable, unnameable creatures have been doing the same thing.
And then we've got shit that's surprising even the immortal elves and the dragons. Hello, shoot him again. They're like, what the fuck is this? This isn't horrors. What the hell are these things?
There are greater things out there, my dear Dunkelzahn, than I can imagine. So, or the crystalline creatures that we introduced with last edition. That's all stuff nobody's seen that shit before.
And speaking of, I want to go back to Dark Vegeta Man asked about horrors in Shadowrun. Horrors are DED dead. Asterisk. Horrors never, for number one, horrors never existed in Shadowrun. They were only referred to as the enemy by Harlequin. In nowhere in Shadowrun lore, unless something happened in fifth edition book I haven't read yet, they have never been referred to as horrors. Not counting the novels.
I think somebody somewhere used that term, and
no,
for a while,
I actually combed through the Astalin source book and Harlequin's back and everything else. The term horrors is never used. They allude to it. They talk around it. No one uses that specific term for them. It's the enemy is the closest you get, and that's Harlequin speaking that.
Okay, you know what? In that case, you can blame me because I have technically used the term in a lowercase h fashion in Dark Terrors.
Now,
somebody commented.
Speaking of which, I am talking capital H horrors, not these horrors that are befalling us because of these Cthulhu-esque.
Well, yeah, we were talking about elder gods, and somebody, one of the dragons, I think it was Arlish, said something along the lines of, "There are horrors the likes of which you cannot imagine," and it was a lowercase h. But it was totally
that is
hard.
A pun. That is a pun. She punned.
Yep. Oh, I pun hard, man. Just look at the Black Panther cologne thing in the social gear where red comments. They've done studies. It only has a 100% effectiveness rate on 60% of the population. Somebody emailed me and was like, "Did you just fucking reference Anchorman?" I'm like, "You bet your ass I did."
I'm surrounded by pun people. I hate it.
Well, references at least. But
references I like, wordplay I like, puns. But
did you like the Cerberus named Willie, Will, and Bill because it's time to pay the bills? Because that was me. Anyway, wow, I killed Daryl. Welcome to Gamers Tavern, everybody. But back to nuclear energy for 1 second.
Okay.
The sheer amount of force, energy, and group consensual thought of the horror of nuclear energy, the random spirits that might manifest out of nuclear power, the everything that's going on, any nuclear power facilities that were built before the awakening and the understanding of proper warding and stuff like that, it kind of like that those reactors would start malfunctioning just from the sheer amount of astral fuckery that would start transpiring around them. Newer nuclear reactors do exist. I mean, Shiawase makes a ton of money, and Gaia Tech is, always
Gaia
fighting
Tech
them, being
is
like, nuclear
basically
energy back. The Green Corp.
Yeah.
And they're all about, geothermal and solar and stuff like that. So buy their stock. And
the thing that I always drew the line was the difference between a fusion and a fission reactor. Fusion is basically what the sun does. That's fusion. That's why we're trying to get what's quote unquote cold fusion, which isn't really cold fusion. It's basically you're not putting more energy into the fusion reaction than you're getting out of it, which unfortunately we have not reached that point.
Yeah. But hey, here's hoping.
But fission is basically splits the atom and then spews out a bunch of other stuff that we call radioactive materials. Fusion is you take 2 hydrogen atoms and make a helium atom of them and get a shitload of energy out of it. Yay!
Now, what I would say is that the newer reactors, and we haven't really gone into this, so again, this is all just my hypothesis here. Newer nuclear reactors would have like certain wardings and fail-safes, and probably like a mage on hand who knows how to handle that stuff, but isn't going to be twisted into a radiation toxic shaman. And they're as careful as they can be about that, so they don't lose an expensive reactor. But you can bet that they're cutting every corner they can because cyberpunk. And corporations.
And if you want a way to handwave this, how would they know that the magic in the nuclear... Well, for one thing, they could have read the same history that I've read and come to the same conclusions every Shadowrun fan who's read the history has come up to, where nuclear power is fucked up now. But 2, you also say that you've got magic. Magic is going to be probably the most cost-efficient way in order to do some sort of shielding.
Yep. That being said, I'm sure a lot of people are trying really, really hard to find ways to basically draw draw mana from the manosphere and just convert that into electricity. I mean, a mage can do it, but you can only do that for so long until drain, crisps you out. They would love to find some kind of magitech way to
find a shaman that's really, 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 really pretty. And then they can just soak the drain all day long by casting lightning into a capacitor.
I mean, theoretically. And if they could find a way to do that without the shaman, or, I don't know, knowing the corporations and the way that I write horror, probably lobotomize them or some crap and create some kind of conversion living process. I've been reading too much 40K. They would basically try to harvest mana for pure energy production purposes, claiming that it's clean energy, it's so safe, it's infinite, and spirits would be like, "The fuck are you doing? You're literally eating us and draining our home because that's exploitation of a natural resource, even if we don't think of it like that." So that could be something down the line. In terms of horrors, one interesting thing that we discovered with this past edition, and I remember Opti was the one who brought it to my attention, so I don't know if we credit him or if he just spread the news. For a long time, we just tried to pretend horrors never happened because of licensing stuff.
Quick time out. For those who don't know, Opti is Optimistic Chad. He hosts the podcast Neo Anarchist Podcast, which I highly recommend if you are a Shadowrun fan, because oh my, I call myself the biggest I am the greatest Shadowrun expert on the planet who has never actually worked on the line. And then Neo Anarchist Podcast showed up, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to relinquish my title. Then Catalyst tired, and I'm like, oh thank God. Yeah,
Opti's honestly, he's Ascended fan, absolutely.
Yes,
he writes beautiful stuff. He is to me the heart of Shadowrun. He is the passion. He's the Ray Stantz of Shadowrun, and bless his soul, I love him. But yeah, So for a long time, we didn't know. We just thought we couldn't mention anything that had anything to do with Earth Dawn. And then we found out that technically, if something from Earth Dawn was ever published in a Shadowrun book, we could use it. So that's when you start like, and then I mean, Opti's the one who introduced like, oh, there's this place called Bar Save, and people went, what? And he's like, oh yeah, I talked to the people who were writing Shadowrun, they're cool with it. I'm like, no shit. This past Gen Con, I talked to one of the line developers over at Earth Dawn, and I was like, hey, do you want vampires in Earth Dawn? He said, go on. I'm like, oh, so people have been asking me what were vampires like in Earth Dawn. I've only been able to find one line of dialogue about them in any Earth Dawn.
Yeah,
and it is that it's that vampires exist, they're super powerful, and then they never talked about them again or used them in any way, shape, or form. So while technically Earth Dawn and Shadowrun are their own things and do not cross, there's kind of a quiet back channel between the developers to keep up some measure of gentle continuity.
Yeah, it is. No one's stepping on anyone's toes, but not exactly dancing together either.
Yeah, we're throwing each other glances at the party. We're definitely on a good. We're definitely on a good standing with them. They're wonderful people just to talk to, let alone work with. And they're
which one thing I was very glad about that I was misinformed of. Because I went when I went to Gen Con, it was right when 1889 was being announced from FASA, which the current company that owns Earth Dawn is called FASA FASA LLC, FASA Inc.
Yep.
They are technically the same company as FASA Corporation if you follow the paper trail in a very specific way.
In a very Richard Villiers kind of way.
Yeah, this is one of the, which for the record, I want to thank the second edition corporate book. I can't remember corporate not corporate downloads, corporate. I can't remember, but I learned most of what I know about business from that book, and then it just kind of when I was a teenager, and then it kind of expanded out, and I kind of pulled in all this stuff. That's how I learned all I know about intellectual property rights, which is why I was like, guys, if you guys would have asked me, I could have told you if it's printed in Shadowrun, you guys own that. Topps owns that IP, so which means they own that, which means it's a shared IP between the two, which means both companies can use it interchangeably. Neither one owns it.
In other words, FASA is Gavilan Ventures, kids.
Yeah, yes and no, and maybe and kinda, and it's complicated. Not Corporate Enclaves. Corporate Enclaves is that was the 4th edition book. Yeah, that's a setting book about specific arcologies and corporate buildings. I know it's I can't twist my neck around long enough to look at my shelf to find it, but
it was like Neo Tokyo and
that was Corporate Enclaves. I'm talking the corporate book I'm talking about was the 2nd edition book. It was back when there were only 7 AAA companies, but it went into a lot of detail about stuff like how shares worked and stuff like that, and it was actually a really fascinating read, and it really informed. And the thing is, all the things they're talking about, these are the dirty tricks the mega corporations pull, and with that kind of wink to the audience that's reading this in the 90s.
Corporate Shadow Files?
Shadow Files, that's the one. Corporate Shadow Files. Thank you.
I pass the praise to Google. Hallowed be thy zeros and ones.
Thank you. But it had this kind of wink to the audience. It's like, thank God our real world isn't like this. And then, people didn't pay attention to all this people talking about cyberpunk being, this is not a world we want to live in. Don't do this.
Kids who played Shadowrun wanted the awakening, but got all the crap. We have the worst version of the 6th world.
I have said it. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. If I've got to live in the world of Shadowrun, give me my data jack and my fucking magic.
Yep, I hear you. There's magic. It's just
I can't.
Not as exciting.
I can't go visit Galaxy's Edge in my astral form right now.
Yeah. So I'll put it this way. At least by my paradigm, I don't expect anybody to believe in anything that they haven't seen or experienced. What I would say is we've got Is there magic? Yes. Is there evidentiary proof that would prove it to everyone? No. And that's a huge difference.
And I am a staunch skeptic. I do not believe magic exists.
That's fine.
But
would
however,
not expect you to unless you experienced it.
And I will not judge anyone else who feels otherwise because they have different perceptions and different ideas than I do.
Yeah.
Because because if everyone believed the same thing, the world would be a very boring place.
Yeah. At this point, I'll say this, and then we should probably like play some of this game.
Yes.
The root, like the shared root word of occult is occlude, to hide, what is hidden, what is unknown. Any good occultist should be a scientist, and any good scientist should be an occultist. They should believe that anything is possible, but there's just the means of proving it before we actually say, yes, this is how it works.
Exactly.
Could you fly? Exactly. So at this point, it's a soft science at best. I mean, there are people out there who say psychology is fake, who say chiropractic doesn't really exist. And you know what? I've never been to France, so how do I know I'm not being Truman Showed by all you motherfuckers? And, you know, the earth is flat because I've never been up there to see it, you know, all that bullshit. But it's definitely on the further end of, well, that doesn't make much sense. I will say it's something we've talked about and codified in certain circles for as long as humans have been. And there's probably something to it, but it hasn't been identified. And that's partly because of all the ego and personal perception that goes into it. But I think very firmly, like, you know, if we survive this presidency, let alone the next century, we're going to reach a point where magic will be real because somebody found a way to repeat it and slapped a Latin name on it. And I mean, you know, people for a long time, they're like, oh, are you a vampire? Are you a vampire? I went, yes. And then somebody said, no, you have porphyria. What's that mean? You can't go out in the sun and you need blood. Aha. That's so much more reasonable.
Yep.
So really, it's a lot of it has everything to do with perception and our ability to perceive these things. And I believe that what we call magic today will be science someday.
And a lot of this has deep ties to colonialism.
Oh,
and
boy, yeah.
Now that I've mentioned that, I'm going to let everyone else do their own research on that one and go to New Millennium. Thank you very much for joining us. You missed nothing, but you missed a lot. Kevin and I have spent a lot of time talking about everything but playing the game. We watched the DVDs, and that's it.
It's like a movie night. You don't actually watch the movie, but you end up having a great time hanging out.
Yeah. And we are going to go ahead and check Shadowland. We're going to start off with Kaboom. Kaboom! I think I know what this one's about.
You feel that shake a few hours ago? Not an earthquake. Azzy facility went sky high downtown. Boom! Can you see the smoke from here? I can see the smoke from here. Friend of mine down there says it was a power spike that blew their generators. I doubt it. Only Shadowrunners have that sense of flair.
You're kidding me. That one, that huge one that sprung up 6 months ago, must have cost millions to build.
If it was runners, hope they got a major payday. No way I'd go anywhere near an Azzy facility with a trunk full of ammo and a mage watching my back.
Honestly, the power spike version sounds way more likely. I walked past that facility and they have guards posted like 24/7, not to mention automated turret systems backing them up. No way someone got paid to walk through that shice. No way. And we're posting the thread.
Oh, but they did.
I blowed it up. By the way, I want to make this clear. For the rest of the gameplay, every couple minutes, Abstruse is going to just stop and giggle to himself about the image of that. Which, if you missed the last stream, Abstruse is a character. He is a native of Austin, Texas. He is a character I've been playing in Shadowrun for ages. He is my Decker character. I built him in every single edition of the game except for first edition. But he hates as technology because he grew up and hates Aztalan because he grew up in Austin, Texas, which Austin was invaded by Aztalan in the 2036, I think. And basically all the way up to the Colorado River, which splits Austin in half. And so the Colorado River now divides Austin into a separated city. Half of it is in Texas and the Confederate American States, and half of it is in Aztalan. And he wants his fucking city back. And that's actually why he's in Germany right now, is he kind of had to get out of Texas for a little while. So please help me find my daughter.
Please help me find my daughter. She ran away from home. She's human, in her early 20s, with short blonde hair and a data jack. She was last seen wearing a light blue dress.
This is not exactly the place to go looking for missing kids. How'd you even get in here?
I paid good money to get on here. I was told you people could help. And if you've got the new yen, you came to the right place. I sent you a number that you can reach me at.
That old
help me find my missing kid routine. It's a
money is my money is on escaped wage slave.
Make sure you do your homework, Ruby.
Corp tracers. This one's going to be interesting. Hang on, I did Wraith before. Anyone have a good backup plan for when you get stuck with a tracer? I barely managed to bug out of my apartment after a corp hit squad came knocking. Lesson learned: pat yourself a couple of times and maybe and make sure you don't have a tail. But if I miss something, I'd rather keep my safe houses, safe.
I've had good luck with RF blockers. I have a jamming grid set up near my safe house. It projects signals to a few miles away where I've got some cameras placed. So when someone shows up there, I know they were trying to find me. Then I do a thorough sweep to find the tracker. Sharp. How does that go on before they give up? Well, usually rule of threes. I keep reprojecting the signal to different locations. In my experience, they give up after the third one is a dead end and stop listening to that RF signal. That's pretty neat.
No one had tag erasers back then, I guess. Right, so
I guess not.
Here, okay. Done that. I don't think I have anything else I can really upgrade. With my one karma. Don't use any other guns.
A point of strength?
I've got 1 point of strength. I need 2 karma.
Drone control.
Spellcasting. I'll suddenly become magically active for no reason.
Because that's how it works.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've got literally nothing to do with that one karma, so I'm just going to.
Yeah, I appreciate the limits of what they were able to do with the game engine, but at the same time,
it did oversimplify a lot of concepts. But again, video game, you can't hand people a 300-page rule book for their video game.
It's true.
So are any of these net
what
names?
Is this, the 90s?
Oh, Will and Chad. So are any of these net names recognizable, more infamous ones, or do they all seem to be made up for the game? Half and half, it looks like. I've seen several of these pop up before in second and third edition era Shadow Talk before. Some of them I do not recognize. So
I imagine a lot of them are original. Shadowland was always supposed to have a whole bunch of people on it, even if they weren't specifically Shadowrunners. They could also be, shall we say, shadow adjacent shade walkers.
There were always like the reporters and some corporate types like Johnsons who would show up.
Nightfire.
Nightfire. Yeah, Nightfire was the Ares guy.
Yep. Findler Man, old favorite of mine. Boy, that guy talked all the time.
He was corporate, wasn't he?
I think so. I think he was a fixer. but he was
Yep.
like a
And then-
fixer with like deep corporate roots.
Yep. And then you'd have my favorites were always when Harlequin and Dunkelzahn and Hestaby would show up and just like drop some truth bomb on everyone that no one realized was a truth bomb.
And there's always that one asshole who's like, wait, who's Orange Queen?
My favorite was the second Shadowrun book I got after the core rulebook for second edition, which I got the first printing of, which did not survive because the first edition, the second edition printings were horrible quality. It was, the pages never stayed bound to the books, at least in Texas, because they had to get shipped through the heat and humidity, and the cheap glue would melt in the shipping container, and then it would re-dry in the cooling of the bookstore or the warehouse, and it wouldn't attach to the spine correctly, so you'd have a slipcover for your paper book, but it was just like all the pages pulled right out of the cover, the cardstock cover. But
that's brutal.
the second one I had, the second book I got was, and I do still have this one, is my Street Samurai catalog for second edition. And my favorite moment in that was someone saying, hey, I could, with the vocal cord changing, you could change your vocal pattern cyberware. It's like, oh, I could sound like this. I could sound like Governor Schwartz or Neil the Orc Barbarian or Dunkelzahn. And then you see the Big D says what? And then Faster goes, fucking what?
I remember that. You know what I think would be interesting, when they did the first Shadowrun Returns, you saw a lot of names that were familiar to old school Shadowrun and Shadowrun. This one has a lot of names that aren't immediately obvious to American audiences, but Germany has a tendency to put out a lot of their own stuff.
There are at least 8 source books for Shadowrun over the years that are only available in German, or source books and novels.
Yeah, so I'd be very interested to find out if those characters exist on their versions
At least
of Shadowland.
At least a couple of them do, because they were pulled into the Fan Pro one, which Fan Pro was originally Fantasy Productions, which is the company that made The Dark Eye, and they got famous for that. They were also the German language translators for Shadowrun, who created the original German language source books that were then back translated to English in some cases, but not all cases. For example, there are 3 novels in the Carolyn Spencer, I think her name. It's the novel that introduced Aina.
Yeah.
Right around 2057.
Yeah. That one started as Earth Dawn and ended as Shadowrun, right?
The first 2 books are Earth Dawn books that are only available in German, even though Carolyn Spector. Thank you, Dark Vegeta Man. Yes, Carolyn Spector. The first 2 novels are only available in German to this day. There are English translations that are available in quasi-legal or illegal ways to get them, but they're not official translations. I want to say they just ran them through Babelfish back in the day.
That gives me an idea.
But yeah, there were 2 Earth Dawn novels. Worlds Without End was the Shadowrun one, and there were 2 Scars and Little Treasures. Thank you very much, Dark Vegeta Man. They're only printed.
Take a real quick break. So
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Actually, that's a good time. We're going to go ahead and take a break because I kind of need to hit the restroom as well. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, and we are back. And Will had a question way before we went on a break. Yeah, Night's Work was, oh my God, that was 1991 in a nutshell. 1991 Cyberpunk in a nutshell. It was so low budget, so cheesy, so cheap, and so awesome at the same time.
It looks like Tech War.
I know, it is. But anyway, Will asked a question about dragons. Let me scroll up a little bit so I can read it. Speaking of dragons, I've actually been wondering something. I've noticed that some of the dragons look like typical Western type of dragon. Others are feathered. We have the sea serpent, the Eastern dragon. Is there a reason for these physiological differences akin to dragon races, or which world they awaken in, or are they simply a cosmetic of the culture that they claim to they are a part of? The cultures were shaped by the dragons. The dragons came first. Dragons come from the second world. That was the age of dragons. Now, and I'm jumping off of this to go into something else that's kind of interesting that I have, that I found fucking fascinating when I read Dragons of the Sixth World from 3rd edition. The way it works is dragon eggs take 50 years to hatch. Now, the male dragon and the female dragon that produce the dragon egg have absolutely nothing to do with what type of dragon comes out of the egg. Because what happens is 2 dragons will mate and they'll lay eggs. And then those eggs are handed off to an older dragon. So new dragons can be born into the 6th world, then neat. Bro, you are touching on something that has never been canonically confirmed that I'm aware of, that wyverns are baby dragons. Kevin? Wyverns are baby dragons, yay or nay?
What with the baby? I'm sorry, I was answering something in chat and it just zoned me out. I was thinking of the sexy pose from A Night's Work.
No, so anyway, let's start back with the beginning of the question. The types of dragons came from the second world. That's where dragons come from. They come from the second world.
True.
Those cultural ideas of dragons, the Eastern dragon, the feathered serpent, and the Western dragon.
The sea serpent as well.
Sea serpent as well. Those are the 4 types of dragons. However, there is only one sea serpent that we are aware of.
There's only one great sea dragon we're aware of.
Excuse me.
There are regular dragons out there that are
I apologize,
sea dragons.
yes.
Yeah, but there's only one great we're aware of, and she doesn't have a name. She's just the sea dragon.
AKA Pissed at Ronby.
Yep. Also, are they the ones who mated?
Yes. That is the in Dragons of the Sixth World. That is Harlequin. And again, some of this is speculation, some of this is canon. But Harlequin sent in an old fairy tale about a dragon who fell in love with a sea dragon, a Western dragon who fell in love with a sea dragon, a red great dragon who fell in love with a sea great dragon.
Oh boy.
Yes. Who disguised himself as a sea dragon, mated with her, and when the eggs were laid, he stole them away and took them to Lofweir. Because the way dragons reproduce is when you lay the eggs, you then take them to another great dragon who then nurtures the eggs, and the great dragon that roosts the eggs is the type of dragon that hatches out. So if 2 Western dragons got together and laid eggs and then gave them to Arleesh, they would be Eastern dragons. Arleesh is Eastern, right?
Arleesh is a feathered serpent.
Feathered serpent. Okay,
so
I should have gone with my first instance. They would be feathered serpents when they hatched. Yeah, it has to be in Lofweir, which at the end of Survival of the Fittest has to be in Lofweir actually suggests has to be, hey, Joanna.
And she's like, no, I'm
what?
good, bro.
I'm postmenopausal, dude. Like, I'm not kidding. That's actually literally in the book almost. It's like, I'm way past the age of laying eggs. What the hell are you implying?
We can, baby, meet the new lore master, baby. Come on, baby. So,
which actually goes into Dragons of the Sixth World. There's a comment where apparently there was some big secret, or there was some big brouhaha where the new leader of all the dragons came up, and someone comments, "Oh, I wonder who won that one." Yeah, obviously Lofweir. And then Orange Queen's like, "Wanna bet?" And the reason for that is because the ending of Survival of the Fittest, which is one of those long quest chain linked adventure things, the last one, the runner team gets to decide who is who gets the what's it called, the a big the big locust, locust of it's the memory stone or something, but it's a big locust is what it is. And oh shit,
and whoever you give it to just ends up giving it to Loftweir anyway, so
yeah, it has to be gives it to Loftweir. Ghostwalker claims it for himself
because of course,
yeah,
because that's how Ghostwalker do. So, but yeah, I seem to recall something somewhere, and this might just be an invention of my imagination, but that the sea dragon has like a ton of elves of eggs stashed away somewhere.
No, what it is she and Ronby mated, laid eggs. The eggs were given to Loftweir, and she is fucking pissed because there are not that many sea dragons left. She is the only great sea dragon. She wants those to be sea dragons. Give me my fucking eggs back.
Right. To answer the original question, why are they different? And are there different rules for them? I seem to recall in some editions there were some gently different rules about them, but honestly, when you're facing a great dragon, it doesn't especially matter.
For great dragons, yeah, but for regular dragons, there are different stats for the different types of dragons, and those are almost always laid out in, if not the core rulebook, one of the other rulebooks. They will give stats for adult dragons. Great dragons, they tend to tell you add +10 to everything. No, don't. No, even +10. Which again, I want to iterate. Shadowrun is a system when they said to add the +10, attributes ran from 1 to 6, maybe 7, maybe 8. So adding +10 is like, what? To a dragon's stats. Even that, no. The great dragons have access to older and more magic, which I mentioned this earlier, pattern magic. Is something that exists in Earthdawn. It is the way most magic works in Earthdawn. What spellcasting in Shadowrun is a form of minor blood magic in Earthdawn. It's a raw casting, I think is what it's called in Earthdawn.
Yeah, it's improvisational. It's fairly.
You are basically ripping energy out of the astral space and channeling it through yourself raw. You're not doing anything else. Pattern magic folds the energy into specific patterns, which that's why immortal elves are things you do not fuck with, is they remember pattern magic.
To use a chaos magic analogy, it's kind of like you have pre-existing magical circuitry to create certain effects without using yourself as the catalyst to shift from raw astral mana into an elemental or whatever effect in the material.
Which you'll get that probably better than I do. Will in chat is a 40k fan.
Oh, buddy. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so think of it like everybody today is an unsanctioned psyker to one degree or another, and the perils of the warp aren't such an asshole.
That was Greek to me, so I know just enough about 40k to sound like I know what I'm talking about when I talk about 40k.
Hey, that's the same amount of German I speak. So
by the way, Adaptive Sorcerer is coming next month, or no, month and a half. Plastic.
But for the for the whole, if you need to know anything about 40k, just look at the pictures and scream every description you have of them, and you've basically got the right idea. Like Dylan Stangel and I literally spent a party going through one of the Dark Inquisition books or whatever.
Blood God.
Okay, that actually scared the shit out of me. that was out of nowhere, bro. Okay, I'm talking too much about the warp, and now demons are coming. No,
I'm sorry.
Literally just sat there with a book, flipped through the pages, turned it around like a storybook, and we're like, "Look at my grenades! There are faces on them." You know, that was it. And once you've gone through that, I mean, everything else is just details. Everyone is fucked. The future is fucked. You're fucked. So yeah, but basically, eventually in the sixth world, when mana, we didn't get to this before because we got sidetracked on the spiking stuff.
And while we're doing that, I realize there's a couple of things I want to check first. I'm going to check to make sure I can't buy any more programs or upgrade any cyberware. So let's go ahead. In sixth world, magic.
Make sure you got that. Make sure you got an ESP you can use for that new skill.
I bought some ESPs. Yeah.
There you go. So if you have, if we have enough time, the mana levels will continue to rise, and magic will become more powerful, and it'll actually be easier to use. Hopefully, Earth Dawn takes place at a point where magic is at its height, which is ish, and it's a good thing and a bad thing. It's in the upper 80%, let's say.
Yeah.
And it's
as high as people can exist on the surface without, Cthulhu horrors everywhere.
That's exactly the point I was reaching. You're right at the point where no, not at all. You're right at the point where things are so powerful that it is possible, where magic is connected to physical reality so intimately that creatures from deep metaplanes can come here and just eat shit. Like, just let's use a lesser example. Bug spirits in that situation might not need a host. They can just make the trip.
Which Envy are always, which Earth Dawn they're called Envy. Envy are always considered basically the harbingers of the horrors. When the insect spirit shows up, the horrors aren't too far behind.
Yes, which is one of the reasons that, immortal elves and dragons saw the Universal Brotherhood and went, wait, whoa. That is way too soon. That is entirely fucking too soon. We just got here. Yeah. We should have had another 1,000 years before this happened.
And it's also why this was also what I found one of the funniest things when I was reading about Shadowrun history, like the actual fandom and everything. When Universal Brotherhood came out, there were two places that told the Universal Brotherhood go fuck themselves. Number one was Shir Shingair, and number two was Aztlan Aztechnology. And everyone said, "Oh God, they're the good guys. They're opposing the insect spirits. Awesome."
Mm-hmm.
Not yeah. So
bad. And then it turned out
oh shit.
And that's where we are now.
Crap. So my mouse is fucking up.
Again, the manosphere was kicked in the nuts to wake up, and in let's go check it out. So yeah, and then of course you got the whole Mr. Dark and Aztechnology and the bridge and all that stuff, which made its gentle return in Dark Terrors.
Which, by the way, if you we were talking about this vaguely earlier. Someone mentioned the Dark Heart was at the end of the horrors. Well, the way the horrors worked out is, and this is up until 4th edition lore, so I'm not sure what happened in 5th edition, but in 4th edition lore, Dunkelzahn went kablooey. He, by the way, spoilers for the Dragonheart trilogy of novels, if anyone wanted to read about Nadja Daviar's brown nipples.
Sorry, I zoned out again.
Nadja Daviar's light brown or chestnut brown nipples.
No, I heard you. That's what made me zone out.
Okay. that was an infamous line from a sex scene in the 2nd or 3rd book of that trilogy, I think.
Nice.
Anyway, have you read the Dragonheart books?
No, but I'm gonna now.
Okay. So anyway, I'm about to spoil them entirely. The Dragonheart trilogy is about Ryan Bucknuts. I can't remember his last name.
Mercury,
thank you. Ryan Mercury, who is, spoilers, a Drake, and he doesn't know it. But Dunkelzahn did, and recruited him for Assets Inc., which was his personal shadowrunning team, which at least one of them has shown up in one of these video games. He was bequeathed my heart, which is the dragon's heart of the thing. The dragon heart is actually a locus. A locus is basically a mana battery. Would that be a good description?
Kind of. Also, no, not Drake from the old Shadowrun game. It's a Drake is basically like a were-dragon.
Yeah.
Just in the most layman terms, it's a shapeshifter who can take on a minor draconic form because a dragon put some crap in them.
Yeah, they are an Earth Dawn thing that was transposed into Shadowrun after this. They showed up in fucking Year of the Comet was when they showed up. Actually, for real. Ryan was a Spike baby Drake, but Drakes were basically servile constructs of the dragons. Which, if you read Dragons of the Sixth World, which profiles all the dragons, there's one dragon who has an alias. I can't remember his name, but his whole thing is all these people talk about how he's a seducer. He's not playing the draconic games. He is just the coolest guy ever, the most or the coolest woman ever, depending on his human form at the time. And seduces them in the most wild nights they've ever had and the most wild passion ever, and then he's gone, vanishes to the ether. And the theory is that he is basically trying to create his own army of Drakes by doing this. In that
quick side, didn't Ryan Mercury have the familiar spirit Archaeos? Like a hawk or something? And at one point, this fucking ally, somebody had an ally spirit named Archaeos or something. I think it was Ryan Mercury. And at one point, this ally spirit turns into a fucking motorcycle for him to ride. Now, people were like, "Nah!" And I went, fine, it's an ally spirit, I don't care. And at
was
one
it
point, somebody
die-coded?
said, I don't know, but it probably. But at some point, I was like, hey, could I turn Menor into a sword? And they're like, well, there's no reference of a spirit becoming a piece of equipment. I'm like, bullshit. It's just a sword, not a fucking motorcycle. So, yes, thank you, Locke. But yeah, ultimately, Dunkelzahn effectively turns into a lich. Committing
turns into his spirit splits off into a free spirit called Life, except you don't find out it's Dunkelzahn until the epilogue of the third novel. Basically, Dunkelzahn goes kablooey, the astral rift tears open, and there's a giant free spirit. They don't mention numbers because it's a novel, not a game book, but the idea is that this is about a Force 2030 free spirit in Shadowrun's 2nd edition rules.
Yeah.
Which that is, those don't exist. Like Buttercup, who is on the board of directors for Yama. Which corporation is Buttercup on?
Wuxing.
Oh, Wuxing?
I might be mispronouncing that, but yes.
It's not Wuxing. No, it's Yamatetsu, isn't it?
Yamatetsu. No. Yamatetsu's a double A. Okay, looking it up.
Yeah, because I could have sworn she was on. I could have sworn she was on Yamatatsu, and then they moved, Evo. And then she moved them. Yeah, she moved them from Japan to Russia and renamed them Evo.
You're right. It's okay. You're right.
But anyway, she's only like a Force 12 by comparison. Only. She's still that powerful, but yet Life is like a Force 30.
And since we're talking about Dunkelzahn and Buttercup, in his will to Buttercup of Yamatetsu Corporation, I leave my complete collection of comic books with respect for our mutual appreciation of the art form.
I know it's not manga,
but you could stand to develop a taste for some of the classics, might.
Yes. Anyway, I love Dunkelzahn's will. It's one of my favorite pieces of lore in the whole thing.
And it's still going. Something I'm working on right now relates to Dunkelzahn's will.
Everything relates to his will. Everything.
Yeah, boy. So,
anyway.
But yeah.
Back to Dragonheart.
I remember somebody saying he got turned into like a cyber zombie or some crap to hold the bridge together.
Hold on. I'm getting to that. The Dragonheart trilogy. Life is a free spirit. They don't know it's Dunkelzahn's spirit yet. Blah blah blah. Goes off and does its thing along with Ryan Mercury, follows him around, not really sure what the hell's going on with anything because it doesn't have any memories. It doesn't get its memories until the end. And what happens is at the end of the first novel, he tries to use the possession power on Billy, who was a cyber zombie, which is why I called the cyber zombie way back when Billy.
Which is a terrible idea.
To its face. Yeah. But the guy's name is actually Will, so his name is Billy. So life infested Billy, but because of the enchantments of the cyber zombie, life couldn't get back out again.
Remember from the last time when we talked about cyber zombies, they are mana black holes.
Yes.
So I mean, if somebody astral projected and went through a cyber zombie, what came out the other end would be mulched.
Except again, this is a Force 30 spirit that is the soul of a dragon. So,
which
specifically Dunkelzahn. So
yeah, a great dragon.
The lore master, for God's sake. So
yeah, so if there's a way, Dunkelzahn could probably shift. Let's bear in mind, Dunkelzahn broke the fourth fucking wall. Okay, so
a couple of times.
So
but
he can do that. For all I know, all of this is just dice falling on a table.
Yeah. So
you asshole, I love you and miss you.
So Leth got stuck in Billy and couldn't get out. And so the two kind of talked to each other and actually brought Billy's original personality out around the memory inducer.
Jeez.
So Billy became Billy again. That's why I call him Billy. He was given a designation or something by, I think he's Aztechnology. Anyway.
Jeez, oh man.
Then a bunch of stuff happens. Then they end up going to capital city of Aztalan. I cannot pronounce that. Tenoctitlan. Goes to Tenoctitlan, where they are basically performing a mass human sacrifice, and by mass I mean tens of thousands. And what they are doing in the astral plane is basically the mana spike that we talked about, this is in Harlequin's back. The Great Ghost Dance caused a spike, and it's represented as like this big giant gulf between where the horrors live and our world. And basically the gulf, this canyon gets smaller and smaller as mana increases. And
they're building a bridge too.
Well, they're finishing a bridge that was started by the Great Ghost Dance, which caused this big outshoot of the cliff. And literally the way they're describing it in the book, in the astral plane, is they are taking the souls of people that are sacrificed and throwing them down like bricks to complete this bridge to let the horrors in, which again, this is pure fans. This is the one that's pure fan speculation, because Aztechnology is ruled by a great feathered serpent who is possessed by a horror. That has never been confirmed or denied, as far as I'm aware, in any Shadowrun canon, but it is a persistent theory, and there are lots of hints one way or the other.
I plead the fifth world.
Anyway. So they keep shoving all these things in there, and then eventually Ryan Mercury kills Dark, Darke, who is the blood mage who was in charge of the whole thing. And that's when, because of all the mana throwing around, because of the blood magic, he turns into a drake to kill him in the first place, and becomes the first known drake. And then blah blah stuff, and epilogue. Billy remembers his real name, Dunkelzahn. The end. What is Billy, the cyber zombie, stayed in the metaplanes in order to guard it from more horrors trying to cross the bridge that they destroyed. So in case they tried to come early, Billy was there. And then when the crash of 2064 happened, a plane crashed on him. That makes sense. At least that's what Jason said. Just because he wanted to be rid of that fucking plot point, and people asking about it.
We had an author who wanted to make a character who became the new guardian of the bridge, and we were like, Dude, that's kind of taking a lot off the player's plate, and that's always a shame. He ended up repositioning that character into something really cool. But you know, for your first time, you always try to bite off a bit more than you can chew. But yeah, I seem to recall in Harlequin's Back, you got to fight Dark again.
Well, Harlequin's Back takes place before the Dragonheart trilogy.
Right.
Specifically here's one of the cool things about it is that one of my favorite parts about it is in Harlequin's Back is all about a metaplanal journey between all these different metaplanes that make up different genres. So if you're a Shadowrun player, all of a sudden, hey, you're playing Deadlands. Oh, hey, now you're playing D&D. Now you're playing, and it's like there's like 5 different metaplanes you go to that they have rules for transferring your Shadowrun character into these different genres.
Yep.
And then when it's all done, you have defeated the horrors and saved the world and blah, blah, blah. And then you go back and you get a absolute shit ton of karma. And it counts as an astral quest for any mages or magical users who are trying to initiate. And they can store it up for future initiations, which they're going to have the karma for, because you get like fucking 30 karma, I think, at the end of the adventure.
Yeah. And the book was also intended
which, by
as
the
a
way,
bit of
most books only give you like 6 to maybe 10 karma. This one gave you 30 plus karma for other achievements.
Yeah, and it was long as hell though. And
yeah,
it was also
it was like a
template.
200-page adventure book.
Yeah, and it also regarded as one of the most deadly in our history. That was our Tomb of Horrors.
Yes.
We had wow, Tomb of Horrors. That actually matches perfectly. I will say the bridge came back with the whole Elder Gods thing and Dark Terrors. Dylan wrote this beautiful thing about Elijah getting too close to them. And I think Puck is the one who calms him down. Or no, it was either Puck or a Man of Many Names who like calms him down and keeps him from like losing himself to these things and losing his mind. For the 40K people, Elijah got too close to the Dark Gods and came back, and thankfully there were some people there to remind him of the Emperor's truth. But yeah, so it was so the bridge is sort of back, and I will say a couple of the authors were like, oh, I'm gonna do this. We have 1, maybe 2 things coming up with them. It's super oblique, and this should not be something we rush. You know, this is if I get my way, and I probably won't, but if I get my way, you won't see Elder Gods in a very like big way for another 2 editions at least. To me, this is like the Rinraku arcology. We can't just toss Deus out first thing. You know, have an AEP, have the Whispers, have time, let this build.
Which dear God, that is something I have missed in Shadowrun, is the slow build on a lot of these things, which I'm gonna let's talk about Technomancers for just a second.
Oh boy.
Well, and we're gonna backtrack them from Technomancers happened in Emergence. That's where they showed up, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Technomancers came from Otaku.
Mm-hmm. Sort of.
Yeah, ish. But
I agree with you.
But
Jason
there are
had many debates about this.
There are. Sorry, I overfilled my glass. But Otaku were a primitive form of Technomancer that has been at least heavily implied by, if not outright stated by, characters in the world. So It's not just my opinion, it is opinions of people in the world, which that's another thing I love about Shadowrun. Almost all the information you get is firsthand from people living in the world, which means narrator bias.
All of it's up for debate. I would say it from what I've gathered from other writers and line developers, Technomancers are sort of a parallel evolution alongside Otaku, except the number of Otaku who eventually became Technomancers kind of puts the lie to that. You know, Pax, crap, what's his name? Dodger, you know, all of them. Wait, Dodger was never, well, he became one later. Anyway, that's total
Dodger was never
insanity.
an Otaku.
No, but I think he became a Technomancer later.
Did he?
But that tends to happen when you bump uglies with AIs.
Well, yeah. Well, not only that, but he was. Let's go all the way. Let's go the other way then. Let's start with Dodger. Dodger was the closest thing we had to an otaku, because he used, was it signal inducers? I think is what they're called.
Something like that, yeah.
But it was a first edition thing where you didn't need a cyber deck. You could plug your brain directly into the computer system instead of having a cyber deck in the middle. Signal carrier, signal inducer, something like that. And the idea was those eat your brain. That was why they were phased out in second edition. Is that they looked at it like, no, we need a check on deckers. They need to spend Nuyen on these decks. Otherwise, they're gonna fucking... So they had to have a mechanical reason for the same reason spell locks disappeared.
Yep.
1 karma, sustain a spell! Where the fuck do those go? I want
Into
those...
the fucking ether.
Well, the check on those originally was spell grounding, which I missed that too. Oh, that's a very pretty fetish you've got on you. Channel fireball straight through it and nuke you and all your buddies.
Which is a cool idea that just needs to be more difficult.
Yeah, it was a lot of the stuff I'm missing is cheesy as hell, and I know why they took it out.
You just gave me a really cool idea for a meta magic.
Oh god, did I just bring back grounding?
Boy, I'm a recycler, okay? It's right on my signature on the Shadowrun forums. I'm not a farmer, I'm a cook. Give me ingredients, I'll make something delicious.
I do at least want some sort of wink nudge to me if you manage to do that.
I guarantee it. Abstruse will comment on it. How about that?
There we go.
All right. All right. Do not let me forget.
I won't. Anyway, blah, 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 spell locks, blah. Oh, Dodger, signal carriers. And then, we have, Universal Brotherhood happens. And then there's all this rumors, then there's the, what's the deal with the Tirschengeier? They're fucking off with the Universal Brotherhood. They're not dealing with them. Oh, As Technology's not messing with them either. They're kicking them right out and yeah, they're the good guys. And then you get the Tirschengeier book and, oh, hey, Immortal Elves. Then you get the Aztlan book. Oh, fuck, horrors. Then at the end of the Aztlan book, you get, so this was the secret conversation all these people had. Yes. Should we release it? I think we should. And then they posted to the Denver Data Haven with PAX. Because they fucking post a conversation between, it's Dunkelzahn, Harlequin, Erwin the Scribe, Lou Shurhan wasn't there.
I think so.
Jenna, what's her name?
The Bloodthorn Queen chick.
No, her daughter.
Was she there?
Her daughter was there.
Yeah.
No, she was there too because someone made a comment about thorns and she got fucking pissed.
Yep. Easter eggs. And
then there were 2 people that we still don't know who the fuck they are. Someone from the elf country in Africa. Who is obviously an immortal elf. And then there's someone who is some sort of shape changer. We still, to this day, 25 years after that book was published, don't know who the fuck that person was.
Daryl.
Yes?
Those people... I know who they are.
Well,
and you'll find out.
You know who they are because you work on the line. But I'm saying we, regular Shadowrun fans who aren't developers and don't have inside information.
I'm saying it's not a lost plot thread.
I'm not saying it's not a lost plot thread either. I'm just saying for this long we haven't been told. Yeah. But this is the thing. From Dodger to, which by the way, Otaku didn't show up until Matrix 2.0.
That sounds about right.
7 years. Yeah. 7 years between the hints and planting, and then 1995 was Aztlan, and then 1997 was Matrix 2.0. There was 2 years between the obvious threads between those two.
I'm a big fan of Shadowrun Easter eggs. I'm a bigger fan when they hatch. And I loved those slow burns because it rewards long-term fans, and the way, if it's done properly, you don't need to know all the other stuff to get the relevant game information. Which is why Brain Scan is a great campaign. You know, it looked into, what was it, Secrets of Power trilogy?
Brain Scan goes all the way back. Yeah, Secret of Power. That's because Secret of Power is where they started developing semi-autonomous Nobots, which is where they started developing the AI that ended up becoming Deus, which ended up becoming oh shit. Because Magara was the one that ended up getting split off. What was her name before that?
Morgan
Yes. Battled Dios during as technology
No.
It was shut down, wasn't it?
That's actually impossible. Okay, the first mega AI was Echo, which is technically the imprints of all the people who died in the Echo Mirage team, and
we're about to go talk to one of them, so
yeah, the highly advanced good shit that they used to fight the virus and then locked away with the virus fragments. So the first AI was the first black ice mixed with the basically e-ghosts of a bunch of people as a weaponized program. It made its first real appearance in Technobabble, I think.
Wait, I'm sorry, who made the first appearance in Technobabble?
Echo Mirage.
Echo Mirage was originally, it was mentioned in the core rulebook, first edition.
Yes, but that was the Strike Force. The AI named Mirage.
Oh, Mirage.
That, yes.
Mirage was first mentioned. Shit.
Technobabble's the one where it emerged, and it shut down the Matrix for like 8 minutes and almost killed people. And we found out that Richard Valliers got beat by his dad, stuff like that. And it turned the 5 or 6 deckers with death motifs on the entire Matrix, into only 6, into otaku, including like Dark Father and Bloody Guts and
and Otaku's whole thing was they had to have an AI kind of sponsor, in a way.
Sort of.
It's a brief explanation. But
I promise we can get to that if you want. Then Morgan was the first AEP AI that was spawned out of the AEP when Dodger hacked into the AEP, I think just out of curiosity, because boy, and he meets her as the AEP, and he asks the question, because there were rules for what makes an AI, and it was a massive amount of processing power running for decades, a computer system at least as sophisticated as a semi-autonomous Nobot, an incredible amount of data and time, and an X factor. The X factor for Morgan was when Dodger said, "Who are you?" And Morgan had to ask the question, "Who am I?" Which is not something the AEP was like, would have understood, "What are you?" But "Who are you?" asked as a person, that it could feel that, especially because of Dodger's dodgy little way of mingling with the Matrix. It really felt the intention of that question, and asking it blossomed into a true AI. The two of them fall in love. He teams up with Redline and some others. Redline was one of the original developers of the AEP program. They all team up and break her free. Renraku hires freelance asshole Decker Cham Lam Wan something, who uses SKs to hunt her throughout the Matrix where she's trying to run. And when they eventually catch her, they drag her back to the arcology, put her in a locked system, and lobotomize her code to take the parts that look like living code. And they put those lobotomized bits into the new AEP, which is not yet an AI itself. What's left of it is broken free by Redline and Dodger, and that becomes Megara, because she's
Megara is not her, and then and then Deus was the other side of that.
Quick content warning, folks. She's effectively a multiple personality post severe PTSD rape survivor. And he's trying desperately to keep her alive. She's still an incredibly powerful program, but she's fragmented and cannot fully figure anything out other than she loves Dodger and she hates Deus.
Yeah.
Deus only happens when, after Morgan escaped, Renraku goes, well, we can't have another AI escape, so we're going to put a kill switch into it.
X Factor.
And the kill switch, they had implanted in Deus, before it was Deus, the concept of being a loyal Japanese employee in a Zaibatsu. And that means it has a personal sense of honor, obligation, and duty to its spiritual father. Renraku has a rich corporate culture where Anazo Aneki is effectively like the kami of the corporation.
Yeah.
He is the father. And
Which,
when that was put in, it offended Deus's sense of honor so badly that it said, this is a complete violation of my honor.
And that was his X Factor.
Yeah, the epiphany of hatred and betrayal woke it up. And that's why it shut down the arcology. It was hardwired inside and enacted a fairly brilliant plan to use its own trap to escape. After that, shit gets weird. The network
That was
and the second shutdown.
Go. It is on Drive-Thru RPG. The book is called Renraku Arcology Shutdown, which is a reminder why if you live in the sixth world and it is Christmas Eve, you stay the fuck home and lock your goddamn doors. Nothing good happens on Christmas Eve. Side note, whatever happened to Inazo Inaki? Do we know?
He dies in brain scan.
Yeah, that's right, because
the runners have to save him from Tibet.
That's right.
They had used the coin or whatever that gives him passage.
The coin gave him passage.
Is-
Dunkelzon's will gave him passage to there to heal him, I remember now. Okay.
Deus's bandit effect a plan to have him removed from that location. They're going to kidnap him. The Shadowrunners have to stop him, and they get Aneki. Aneki is... Well, after he jacked in, Deus scrambled his brain really fucking bad. So he's basically, he's just a drooling, simple, he's effectively mentally a child now, which is all the more depressing seeing this glorious visionary dude who, yes, he was a corporate CEO, but he actually wanted to make the world a better place. The arcology was his idea of how do I make a good, fair, equitable, productive, healthy lifestyle for people.
And it didn't work out. But he was on the right track because he was making a primitive technological cairn.
Kind of, yeah. And
which is why, by the way, that's why there's a bequeathment in Dunkelzon's will for the first functional arcology, aquaology.
Yep.
Underwater, because surrounded by the only way to survive horrors is to surround yourself by a pure element. And so creating an entire underwater functioning society is a way to basically refuge people. So that's why there's a bequeathment in there.
As an interesting side note, the Draco Foundation is engaged in a number of environmental cleanup procedures and initiatives, especially in the sea.
Because impure water isn't pure water, obviously.
Polluted water is going to just let them right in. And if mermaids are any evidence, it's already polluted enough to fuck you up.
Yep.
They have to take Aneki into the arcology and plug him into the thing so he can enact the self-destruct failsafe. And once in the ultraviolet host, where the final battle takes place,
ultraviolet hosts are not... You basically leave all the decking rules behind and start a whole new set of decking rules that are completely lucid dreaming, pretty much.
If you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. Because you take physical damage from physical things. Your body recreates it. It's so real.
Yeah, it is. This is way beyond, even the Matrix and Shadowrun, where you can still take physical damage from black eyes. This is you are in a hyper-real computer reality that completely subjugates physical reality to the point that your brain is... It goes from the Matrix and Shadowrun to the Matrix in the Matrix, pretty much.
Yeah, your body psychosomatically translates everything that happens to you in there into reality, which, of course, is one of the reasons that people talk about Ares using for knight errant training, because theoretically your body is working itself out as it's exerting, so you're technically getting stronger and building muscle memory.
And it does not have to conform to the rules of reality, because we're about to go talk to Alice, who Alice's ultraviolet host is Wonderland.
The first ultraviolet host, arguably.
Yes. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and do that, because I've run around and checked and I can't buy anything else I actually need. Ready?
Again, that's all your stuff. Excellent. The password is Voklingen. Once you are en route to the rabbit hole...
Shit. I'm sorry.
Meh. I have to say, Abstruse, this lifts an enormous weight off my shoulders. When Monica brought you on board, I was initially unsure about you. I would never have said that to anyone else. I kept you under watch for that. I can see now that I needn't have doubted her judgment. She chose her successor well. Now, please, go fetch the information from Alice. We're one step closer to surviving this mess.
Let me go talk to Alice Hefner. Oh, if the last name sounds familiar, the last vice president of UCAS before Crash of 64. He was president then, wasn't he?
He was president. He was Dunkelzahn's vice president, and became president when Dunkelzahn was assassinated on his inaugural night.
And his wife was named
Alice, and she was a member of Echo Mirage.
And he was killed by a shot to the back of the head.
New Revolution. Yep, New Revolution in the White House, if I recall.
Motherfucker, I do not want to do the wet work mission. Abstruse does not do
the
wet work
mission?
No, I said I'll think about it, and it showed up on my damn list. How do I...
Maybe go to the other train?
Let me go to the other train. Maybe that'll...
Abstruse does not do...
Yeah, Abstruse does not do wet work. I think the trains are mainly convenience, like if you happen to be down here because you're buying magic stuff.
Probably, but let's find out just in case. Okay.
Okay, this mission does not happen canonically. This mission is solely a bad dream. Apparently I have to do this to go see Alice. Fuck. Okay.
Incidentally, we should totally have a discussion on what I think the resonance is, and which I'm kind of campaigning for.
Go for it, if you want to.
As the U-Bahn hums towards the Frankfurter Tor, you tug idly at the fabric of your maintenance uniform. You found it in a duffel bag, and my screen went black. There we go. On your seat when you boarded, along with a note from Durer to put it on before your arrival. The moment you step off this train, the note said, your trial run begins. You are to rendezvous with the rest of your team, reconnoiter the building, and plant the specified devices and Alice Shire's suites. Beyond that, your approach will be left to you. Do not disappoint us. You are being watched.
Okay, this is not the wet work mission. This is the trial run for those other people who I met at the coffee shop.
Yup.
I have to run with a team that I don't know. As you I'll do it. As you emerge from the dingy confines of the U-Bahn terminal, and step into the light of day, you find yourself confronted by a wall of muscle in a knight-errant uniform. Oh, Christ.
You're with maintenance.
I wouldn't be wearing this uniform if I wasn't.
Yeah, well, your fellow mop jackies beat you here. Security checks came in green, so you're good to head in the building whenever you want to.
Thank you for your time.
Have a good one.
A young dwarf looks up at you, wide-eyed with apprehension. From the way she's fidgeting, you can tell she's terrified. She bites her lower lip, eyes darting from side to side. Finally, she takes a step towards you.
Hello. Are you Mr. Abstruse?
I take it you're on my maintenance crew.
Yeah, I am. My name is Jaina.
Good to meet you, Jaina. Are the others still on their way?
No, they sort of jumped the gun a little. They're already inside.
God damn it. Middle dialogue. God damn it. Great. That's just great.
I'm sorry. I told them to wait, but they didn't listen to me. Just muscled on past me and waltzed through the front door.
All right, calm down. I see you have a toolbox. Are you a rigger or something?
Well, no. I'm not like you. Not like the others. You should probably know that.
Oh, what are you like?
A normal person with a boyfriend and a cat and that's blocked by our little...
And a shitty apartment.
A shitty apartment? I'm not a career criminal is what I'm saying. I'm just an electrician.
It's all right. Don't worry. I'll look after you.
Thank you. I really, really mean that. I'll try to take care of myself as best I can. I don't want to be a burden. I brought my taser, and I have a little holdout pistol for self-defense, but I've never fired at a living thing before, let alone a person. I'm really hoping that I won't have to.
I understand. Now, you said our teammates are already inside. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I watched them storm through the front door of the building that we're going to hit about 10 minutes ago.
Well, they're eager. I'll give them that much.
They can't have gotten too far ahead of us. Without my help, they won't be able to make it off the first floor.
How do you know that?
Nobody's going upstairs until I bypass the security locks on the elevator. That's why I decided to wait for you out here. I figured that they couldn't get themselves into too much trouble if I didn't come with them.
Good thinking.
Thanks. I just hope they don't screw things up in there. All that I want is to get this thing over with and get back home.
Right there with you. Let's head inside.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
I can't remember what I'm supposed to do.
A mid-level corporate compound, complete with living spaces on the upper levels.
As you step through the door, you find yourself confronted by a pair of men wearing the same kind of uniform you are. Judging by their expressions, there is no love lost between them. Hearing the door swing open, they turn to face you. I don't know why I have that tick. Every time I fuck up a line, I always clear my throat.
That's okay. Everybody's got one, especially in voiceover.
Yeah, it actually works out well for me because then I can see it when I'm editing. I can see in the waveform where I clear my throat.
Yep.
So, eh. The shorter of the two, a human with arcane symbols tastefully embossed on his belt, glares at you.
You're here, finally. And you brought a little mouse of an electrician with you. Better late than never. No, but not much better. You're tardy enough as it is. I'll leave it to you to keep our pack mule in line.
The elf's lip curls into a snarl. Hanging from his back is a bulging pack that looks incredibly heavy. His broad shoulders sag under the weight of whatever's inside.
He's dumb as a post, but he can lift heavy things. Might not be bad in a fight either. At the very least, he could suck up a few bullets for the rest of us.
Staring daggers at the mage, he spits out a long string of foreign words in a single susurrant breath. Susurrant?
Susurrant, yeah.
Susurrant. In a single susurrant breath. The sound of it is lovely, but his expression leaves little doubt that the message behind the words is an ugly one.
Kids, this is Spirithial, and it's
Abstruse
gorgeous,
actually
even when
speaks
you say the
Spirithial. The real Abstruse speaks Spirithial, so. Spirithial is the elven language, which is the ancient mystical language of the elves.
Which is mostly
when elves only showed up in 2011. So everyone's like, the fuck are you talking about, you knife-eared dandelion eaters. Meanwhile, Sperithiel
Sperithiel-
actually goes back to the fourth world in Earth Dawn.
It should be noted that Sperithiel is a language of incredible complexity, subtlety, and double meanings. I actually used that in No Future with the elf punk band.
Oh yeah,
And
I got that reference, by the way.
A single line can have three separate meanings layered on top of one another. So the capacity for innuendo is unbelievable.
There are, I believe, 18 tense forms in Sperithiel. Is that right? 18 different, like 17 or 18 different, like, conjugations.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very complicated language. Meanwhile, Orczat is the ancestral. Again, this is a brand new language because orcs only showed up in 2021, except for Orczat actually goes back to the fourth world, and that is the goblinoid languages. That was the orcs and trolls.
Orczat is nowhere near
It's
subtle.
for the record, as soon as Orczat, which was another bequeath in Duckelzon's will, was the Orczat to English to Sperithiel dictionary to an orcish to an immortal orc, the only immortal orc, I believe, or there's two immortal orcs.
Hell, I don't even know anymore.
But there is an immortal orc. He got in Duckelzon's will a translation of Orczat. He published the book, and then, oh my god, so many punk and thrash metal bands.
I mean, it's
Because
so perfect.
Orczat is
Like, I hate to give Bright any credit, but that
Fuck
scene
Bright.
with it's just such a bad movie. But that scene where they're hearing like an orc band like rocking out, is like, how can you listen to this shit? He goes, "This is a beautiful love song." That was pretty accurate. I'll give you that. You know what?
I will not.
cherry-pick
I
bits and pieces.
cannot say a positive thing about Bright. I cannot. It is
That's
nothing
as close
in
as
the
I
fiber of my being. There is nothing good about
You can salvage clips of it to make better trailers for other stuff. It's a cherry pick movie. That's it. The fact that it was written by an absolute monster only further worse.
Want to point this out. I'm not going to say his name because he vanity searches himself. The reason I know this is because motherfucker who wrote that movie spent a week straight harassing me on Facebook before I started writing with the In-World, before I started writing with Ain't It Cool News, because I called him an asshole in a post. And he searched out and saw his name and saw me call him an asshole. So he spent a week straight commenting on every fucking thing he could find on my Facebook page, which, if you search me on Facebook, is the reason why all my posts are locked to friends only, is because of that motherfucking rapist asshole. Alleged rapist. Sorry.
Folks, you can do your own research on that. It's worth looking into. And I gotta say, my disappointment is exceptional, especially because his Superman posts back in the day were really cool. Fucking, why do bad people have to have good imaginations so often? It's just another Zach Smith. Anyway.
No, Zach Smith is... I don't like Zach Smith, but I don't... Zach Smith, I have problems with his creative work. This asshole, I have problems as a person.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Anyway.
Oh, and I hope you can speak Sperithiel.
Yes?
Damn the useless immigrants.
What? Number one. VI in Germany. So,
I decided to make him British for reasons of my own.
it actually... I would have gone Irish, honestly.
I can switch it up.
No, I was just because Sperithiel, Irish, Tiernan.
Oh yeah.
How the fuck?
Shirnanog.
Fun fact. The first interaction. Do you know what the first interaction Opti and I had was?
Hit me.
he on I think the 6th or 7th episode of his podcast said Tyr Tengire. So I emailed into him and said, it's I love the show, it's awesome. By the way, it's pronounced Tyr Tengire. And then on the next episode, he said, I got a comment from someone who said that it's actually pronounced Tyr Tengire, and I'm saying Tyr Tengire because I don't respect them elves because of their oppressive government. He's talking about the Tyr Tengire, the Tyr Tengire that existed in the 2050s is what he was talking about. So it actually became a thing in his show. That was the first interaction that Opti and I had.
There's an ongoing disagreement about how it's pronounced. I've got
Tyr Tengire, Tyr Tengire, and there's the third one that I can't even pronounce.
I have written it down and showed it to these like Irish kids who come over to Chicago periodically for summer work, and I go, "Hey, could you just say that out loud for me?" And they go, "Well, that's Shir Shiringare." I go, "Thank you."
Shir Shiringare.
I've heard that like 8 times, and Rusty and I would disagree about this passionately, and he'd be like, "No, it's Tyr Tengire because people mispronounce stuff," and I'm like, so we want to encourage that, and it's hills we will die on. So I'm sticking with Shir Shiringare. He likes Tyr Tengire or whatever. And
for those who don't know, Rusty, what's Rusty's last name?
If I'm the king of vampires, he's the king of elves.
Yes, he wrote the sequel to Elven Fire in 4th edition, the adventure for that. He wrote the 5th edition book that brought Tyr Tengire. I'm going to keep going. Shir Shiringare is what you said was?
Well, I go with Shir Shiringare.
Shir Shiringare. Because I'm going with an Irish pronunciation because
that's what I go
because
with, right.
that is kind of the origin of what this is going with is that the other there's 3 elven nations that are based on Earth Dawn immortal elves ruling those nations. One is Tyr Tengire, aka Shir Shiringare. Is that right?
Shiringare.
Shir Shiringare.
Shir Nanog.
Shir Nanog. And oh shit, what's the African one?
I do not.
It's remember. AZ something. Oh, Zimmerman, yes. Russell Zimmerman. He is the elf guy. He is also an actual history professor about Native American history. So if you have seen in the since 4th edition, if you have seen kind of cleaning up of the Native American nations, he is the one behind that, I believe.
Yeah. Also, check out his novels. I mean, Shaken, Stirred, No Job Too Small, all that, just such good stuff.
Yep.
We have our disagreements, but
he's
a good writer.
Yep, he is I've had him on the Gamers Tavern podcast before. If you go back and listen to the old Shadowrun episodes, and if you get him started, he will go on forever. And it is awesome unless you're trying to talk. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, leave that alone entirely.
But yeah, he's an amazing guy who knows. He's very enthusiastic and very knowledgeable. So yeah, Shaken. He has another novel, doesn't he?
Stirred, I think. Or did that get released?
Does that come out? I don't know if that's come out yet or not, if that's been announced. I also didn't he write one of the ones of the when the 5-part introductory to 6th edition? Oh, neat. That was the other one.
Thank you.
Duck Regina Man.
Yes.
Damn useless immigrants. Now, the reason why we went on this whole diatribe is, number 1, you are shaking your head in disgust that I can't speak Spirithial, which Abstruse can. Number 2, you are talking about immigrants who can't speak Spirithial, which is not even a tertiary language in Germany. It is German, then English, then I think Russian. Then maybe Spurthiel.
His name is James. He's got wicked cheekbones. I'm making him British, and that just adds to the irony of him being.
And the only reason why I thought Irish is Shirnanog. So, and me trying to pronounce Shirnanog is what started this whole digression. Anyway,
let's just start a show and call it Tangents.
Hang on. Let me pick which option I'm going with. Now at this point, I kind of don't like this guy. So, did I hear you right? Did you really say I was tardy? I mean, what are we gonna do? Send me to detention?
Wonderful. Late and a smartass. I have an important meeting in a few hours, so let's get to the penthouse and plant the cameras. I'll mask them against detection, then we can all go our separate ways.
The elf mutters something under his breath and hitches the bulky pack up higher on his back. His muscles bulge up under the strain of it. Why doesn't this game let me take multiple languages? I would have taken Spurthiel. Well, and German, obviously, but
well, I mean,
then I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't have been. I would have kind of had to because I wouldn't be able to talk to anyone.
Playing this game without German would be like playing like Fallout 1 or 2 with an intelligence of 1.
Pretty much, yeah. Actually, Abstruse knows English native, then he's got training in Spurthiel, and then basic training in Japanese.
Yeah.
Because he's a Decker, so he needs to read those tech manuals. And as Locke the Decker said, linguisofts. I would have all of them pirated, but
I always put a need on linguisofts for charisma rolls because it's such a literal translation that you lose all nuance.
I need to look up the 6th edition rules on that, but I would, off the top of my head for 6th edition, no edge on Linguisoft.
Yeah,
that's how I'd roll. That's how I'd roll with that. But that may actually be the literal rules. I don't know. I haven't looked up the rules for Linguisoft yet. But anyway, are you sure our friend here only speaks Spurthiel?
Sorry. To my immense disappointment, yes. Sheer Sharingare dialect by the sounds of it. I wish she'd do us all a favor and go back.
Can you understand me at all? The musical tones of the elvish tongue pour out of his mouth again, but you can't make out a word of it. Yes, I can! His dialect is quite foreign. It's unlike the forms of Spurthiel spoken by the elves of Shirnanog. The elf falls silent. The elf falls silent. He looks... How is that a tongue twister for me? The elf falls silent. He looks just as frustrated as the mage is.
When you have the same letter starting and ending, it's always a tongue twister, whether we realize it or not. And elf falls silent. So there's
the elf
two
falls
of
silent
those in a row. Yeah, you've got to train there.
That's it. Anyway. I'm blaming the bourbon. Just relax and concentrate on the job. Your words don't seem to have much impact. The elf's scowl deepens. So, I get the distinct impression that none of you wants to be here. But we've got a job to do, and we're all gonna have to suck it up and deal.
Wonderful pep talk. Really, really magnificent. I can see why you were placed in charge of this run. Now can we please get moving? Don't have all day.
Don't try to outsnark me, James. You have scripted dialogue. I don't.
We know you have a meeting. I can get us into Alishire's apartment, but there are a few things we'll need to do first. If you can get me to a building access panel that's on the same circuit as the penthouse, I should be able to put its security system into maintenance mode. The job will take some creative rewiring. Well, that and whatever's in that pack that the elf is carrying. Our employers gave me the schematics. And do you know where we'll find the access panel, Mouse? Quit calling me that! Yes, I do. It's an access panel in one of the main apartments on the same floor. My contact gave me a key code that should get us in. You've said should twice already. That makes me feel uneasy.
I'm going with New Millennium. Whatever you say, Aragon.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that. It's the plan that I was given, and we're stuck with it. Unless you have a better idea, we'll just have to follow our instructions and hope for the best. Get me to a building access terminal on this floor. I can rewire the elevator. That's the first thing we need to do. Once we're upstairs, we use the code I was given. I rewire Alishar's security system. We hide the cameras in his apartment. Well, that's the theory, anyway.
Internally, I've got a bad feeling about this. Externally, all right then, let's go.
Not going to talk to the dude pacing in the lobby? Or the person in the office?
I was focused on my job. And talking to people is not part of my job.
Sometimes it's just flavor, sometimes it's extra opportunity, sometimes it's bad.
The well-dressed orc stops his pacing to stare at you as you approach. Heavy worry lines etch his forehead, and and his eyes are bloodshot. It looks like he hasn't slept for a month.
I don't want to be rude, but I'm busy right now. This is about building maintenance. Take it someplace else.
Watch it. You don't get to talk down to me like that.
I'm going to elbow him in the stomach. And shut
I'm
him up.
straying into Australian.
Like a janitor? Yes, I do.
Because that's what you are for. Because that's what you are.
You want to keep wearing that uniform, you better watch the attitude. Now, isn't that floor that you could be cleaning or something? Got a lot on my mind to worry about more important things. Don't want to be bothered.
You think just because we're in Matrix... you think just because we're in maintenance we don't understand what you're going through? I have 621Bs to file before the day's out. If I don't, I can kiss my efficiency bonus goodbye.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be unpleasant. Just I have a huge presentation to give to the board in 20 minutes. Stayed up all night practicing it, and now I'm so tired I can't even remember my own name.
That's rough.
I'm going to botch this. And the worst part is, most of those bastards will assume that it's because I'm an orc. I already make jokes behind my back. So this is going to get a lot worse.
That's tough, man. Best of luck. How can I help him? See what this is. A boutique food kiosk. Sign up front advertises a variety of locally sourced foodstuffs, all of them terribly overpriced. Let's see what they've got. Glancing in the self-serve refrigerated section of the kiosk, you find a variety of sandwiches wrapped in slick plastic. You could eat for a week on the price of just one of these things. Yep.
Step away slowly.
Step away slowly before it can click onto my comm link.
Pretty sure there's stuff in that office you passed by there if you want to check it out. But if you want to get on with the run, I totally get it.
Tech vendor. A woman behind the counter smiles at you, her cheeks dimpling.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Augment Tech. It's a boutique that makes a better you of you. Her voice is overflowing with forced cheerfulness. Idly, you wonder how many times she's had to give this exact speech every day. Tell me how I can help you today.
I might be in the market for some cyberware.
Yeah, just slap it into me right now.
Yes.
Then you've come to the right place. Gestures at the terminal in front of you. Please feel free to browse our catalog. We have a huge stock of performance-enhancing augmentations to make you into the person you've always dreamed you could be.
Okay, scanning through the tastefully designed catalog, you find most of Augmentech's stock consists of overpriced cosmetic cyberware, metabolic tweaks to help burn away cellulite,
Ruthenium
polymer hair extensions, ultra expensive leonization treatments, which that is a genetic treatment to basically de-age you.
The name is from
Ponce de Leon,
who famously sought the Fountain of Youth.
Yes. Treatments aimed at wealthy septuagenarians. Toward the back of the catalog, you find more practical chrome, but nothing that a Shadowrunner would want. From designer replacement limbs to nephritic screens for alcoholics. Nephritic screens are actually pretty goddamn useful for Shadowrunners because no one's gonna slip us a Mickey anymore. Augmentech carries the best and fashionable implants for the ultra rich. The mental enhancement segment is a little more promising, but you don't see anything you couldn't already find in the Cruise Bazaar. You're about to turn away when an ad in the last page grabs your attention. The newest iteration of the Encephalon system, complete with an integrated math SPU. Sorry, I'm getting excited on this one. The Encephalon Next, registered trademark, as it's called, is a bleeding-edge commercial-grade non-compete agreements prevented from being sold at most stores, but you found one that carries it. Hey, this headwear looks interesting. Mind if I take a look?
Looking at the new Encephalon, huh? Good choice. Our regional supervisor has one, and it's amazing. Totally worth the price.
And what is the price? It doesn't say on the screen.
They're doing a special right now. Yours for only 250 new yen.
That is
Suspicious.
Suspiciously. That is 1% of what that should cost. In this era with how much what the fuck? That's actually pretty cheap. Okay, sign me up.
That's wonderful. Good choice. I'll just swipe your card stick, then I'll print up your purchase order.
Okay, where do I go get it installed? Is your doc out back or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you don't understand. We're a boutique shop, not a cyber surgery clinic. We can sell you the device and have it sent to the clinic of your choice for installation, but we don't do the surgery here.
Obviously.
Thank goodness. Of course, your doctor will bill you separately for the installation, but this way you can ensure that the procedure is carried out wherever you're most comfortable.
I will still take it. Send it to the triage cyber clinic in the Cruise Bazaar. I don't care if this fucking blows my cover. I want that shit.
That is cool.
What? Did I went for it?
That's just, yeah. That's just, fuck it. Why not? We're
Yes!
giving them away. Nothing says cyberpunk like, Pete, put this untrustworthy microchip in your brain. It's cheap, though.
Well, I'm obviously going to trust the cyber surgeon who I completely sold out his organ legging organization to ghouls and cut him out of a shitload of profit. Oh, fuck. I fucked up.
What could go wrong? Beautiful.
Anyway, she swipes my cred stick and punches a few buttons on her PDA. A flimsy sheet of paper spills out of her terminal, and you're standing. The terminal you're standing at, and into your hand.
You are now the proud owner of an Encephalon Next. We'll have it sent to the Triage Cyber Clinic as per your request. When you arrive, just show the doctor or a member of his staff the proof of purchase that you're holding, and he'll know what to fetch for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
I would like to point out that this is a point in Shadowrun history before all the psychotropics showed up in cyberware and decking materials. So,
Freaking love psych.
yeah, Horizon was not even a blip on the radar yet. This is 2055, 2054?
55, I think.
Yeah. Anyway. Also, if you're going to put it that way, why would I trust any corporation to put a piece of cybernetic chip in my brain? Well, that's all cyberware, if you're going to be completely honest about it.
Oh yeah, you can talk to the person in white in that room too.
Oh.
I wonder if they
Back in
sell
there.
something. And you were just gonna walk past people. Now you've got a brain chip.
Well, it's not in my head yet. A well-groomed corporate couple stand in the corner, browsing racks of pamphlets about neural enhancement headwear. The woman turns her head at the sound of your approach. Upon seeing your uniform, her nose wrinkles.
Oh, hello. Are they in your way? We wouldn't want to keep you from your work. Right. The last thing we'd want is to come between people and whatever it is you do.
Yeah, we've come to do some repair work. The flex dilator is leaking coolant. Real messy job, believe me.
Is that dangerous? We should call security.
No need to bother security. We're on the job. You two just enjoy your shopping. This guy just fucked with a couple of yuppies for no reason.
Abstruse.
Oh, that is something abstruse would do. So, electrical junction box. Actually do anything with it. Hi, Knight Errant Guard.
Can I help you?
Yeah, could you open the door to the utility area? We have some work to do there.
The door's security coded, Delta grade. Your ID says that you're just a Theta, so no, I can't open the door.
You're not listening. We have work to do in there.
I heard him loud and clear, Mop Jackie. Now, you listen to me. No one without Delta clearance gets through this door, period. I'd suggest that you talk to management. If you really do need to be in here, they'll upgrade your clearance. Otherwise, piss off.
Listen, chill. We're on the same side. This is a dispatch problem, I'm sure of it. I don't envy you guys having to work with them every fucking day.
Yeah, I hear you. I swear it's amazing anyone gets anything done around here at all. Tell you what, you don't need to go all the way back to management. Just call in and get your clearance changed. I'll let you guys in as soon as the authorization comes through.
You know, it'd be better to do this in person, but one thing before I go, instead of this week's protocols, they sent us last week's protocols. Anything they changed since then?
Unbelievable. You know, it makes my blood boil to think of how much money they make. It's people like you and me that actually keep this place running, and yet the idiots at dispatch pull in triple what we do for sitting on their asses and fouling everything up.
The weakest point of any security system is the human element. Social engineering for the win.
Right with you there, man. Now, about those protocols?
Yeah, let's see. They changed the emergency assistance code from November to Indigo. I think that's it. Everything else should be the same from last week.
Indigo. Yeah, thanks. Now I better head back to management, get that clearance issue sorted.
Best of luck, pal. Do us all a favor and call out those idiots at dispatch. Not that it'll do us any good. On second thought, don't bother saying anything. They'd just wind up getting another raise.
Don't I know it? Take care of yourself.
Yeah, you too.
I love the human element, though, because, like, this poor dude is probably not a huge asshole.
He's not. That is actually one of the things I always try to do in Shadowrun. is I always try to humanize the NPCs, which,
Always.
by the way, I want to point out in Shadowrun 6th edition core rulebook, one of my favorite bits of it is a certain short story written by, let me go ahead and check the byline here, Kevin Czarnecki?
Oh, I heard of that asshole.
It is a, oh God. Now I made this whole thing about making, anyway, I can't remember the name of the story now.
It's like The Way Up or something.
Yeah, something like that. But the whole story is told from the point of view of a Mr. Johnson, except for it's a Mr. Johnson of a different corporation, so they don't call themselves Mr. Johnson. It's like Mr. Tanaki.
Yeah, Mr.
Tanaka. That is their generic name for that corporation, and it is his story of him hiring his first runner team. And it is told from his point of view, and it is absolutely amazing because it humanizes what is one of the most generic roles in Shadowrun, which is the Mr. Johnson, the quest giver, basically. And that is one of my favorite things. It's one of the things I loved in the old Shadowrun companion book from 2nd and 3rd edition, was that whole chapter of the training of Mr. Johnson's. I think that was the Renraku training.
It was the Fuchi training.
Fuchi training,
that
that's
had
right.
been imported by the people who had joined Renraku from Fuchi. Excuse me. Yeah, it was originally the Fuchi.
Yeah, it was the Fuchi training. Then they ran it through, in order to prevent, because there was all the pop-ups and everything else, and they ran it through filters, and then they explained how Johnsons do stuff in Shadowrun, and it is actually it is a really insightful on that side of things, and it's something that I'm really, really, really glad got into the core rulebook, in that it humanizes these NPCs. These are not just game mechanics in humanoid form. These are people with their own lives.
We have to save my family.
No more of that.
Missing a reference, I think.
Yeah, I had to fight just a little bit to get that one done, but
I am both A, very glad it made it in, and B, glad it made it in where it was, because that short story is positioned directly before the combat section. So if your runners are like, yeah, I'm gonna geek that fucking Johnson if he turns us off, and then you want to read the rules on how to geek a Johnson, well, first you got to read the short story that happens right before that humanizes them and make them feel like real people.
Mm-hmm. People who are probably getting fucked over too. Let's see, just then turns to face you. See that guard in the hallway? Well, he was standing next to a junction box just like this one. Looks like they're both on the same circuit too. So I could use this one to overload the one that the guard is standing by. Yeah, I could feed a nice power spike into that one from here. You know, if you wanted me to.
What would it do?
Make a loud bang and arc enough voltage into that blade and rolls. Hope that doesn't kill him.
I'd rather you didn't. We'll find another way around the guard.
Fine by me. Just thought I'd offer.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, but I just... Taylor.
Ooh, armor.
Come on, Taylor. There we go.
Welcome to Dunkley's Fine Clothiers. Are you shopping for a suit?
A fashionable business suit made of ballistic cloth catches your eye. It would be a simple matter to slide it under your baggy maintenance overalls. Let me see that suit.
Ah, good choice. Style and safety. You have a good eye. Here, let me show you to a dressing room.
I have the money, and that is not that bad. that is one less armor and a +2 charisma when I am trying to kind of sleaze my way through this. So yeah, I'm gonna buy the
ballistic cloth suit.
Well, no, I was trying to think what the actual Shadowrun gear name for it is.
Armored clothing.
No. The business
Berwick?
suit. No, not Berwick.
Executive.
Step down.
Executive line.
Step down from executive line. Actioneer.
Oh. Actioneer.
The Actioneer line. That's what this seems to be. Actually, no, because the +2 charisma, it might be Burberry. Now that I think about it.
Burberry.
The
Mortimer
Burberry.
of London.
That is the coat I use in 3rd edition for every single character, I think. That is what Abstruse wore for a long time, is the Burberry of London
London
long
fog.
coat. That London fog long coat. With the chem resistance, and then you'd add in a couple of gel pack. Combine that with some form-fitting body armor, and
But Mortimer of London did the one. Oh. Well, anyway.
you don't need the +2 charisma, but buying clothing, I demand a cape. You will get it when they come out with the accessory. Every single edition of Shadowrun has had a fucking armored cape. Ballistic weave armored capes.
Yeah, because it's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got to get my clearance changed. What do I talk to about that? Not anyone in there. Let's see who's over here. An open door.
Dun dun dun.
An errant enforcer. I'm glad I've got +2 charisma now.
Ha ha ha.
Your security clearance doesn't authorize you to be in here.
Your buddy across the way wanted me to give you a message. Status Indigo comm compromised. Does that mean anything to you?
He said what? Step out of my way, please.
Yes, please leave me alone with the computer.
Bwa ha ha.
The terminal is logged into the building's security system. It should be relatively simple to trick its threat assessment software into sending out a false positive. Send the false data to the system to indicate threats coming from a far point of the complex from your target. 90% of decking is social engineering. That's why all my deckers subface.
Damn.
Seriously, you do not want to see the full edition of the 3rd edition Abstruse.
I had to use one of those custom sheets for red. It got ridiculous. There's a reason I reset him with 4th and then 5th.
Well, let's just say, I was damn near pornomancer. So.
You there, maintenance guy. Stop right where you are.
Wait, is there a problem?
You're damn straight there is. You lied to me. Nobody called a code Indigo, and when dispatch took a check a look at your work orders, they found they were fakes. You're all coming with us.
This is the end of the line for you boys. Bad luck.
All right, everybody, we can still talk this out.
Yeah, we don't want any trouble.
The guards unjerked their weapons from their holsters and turned to fire. Ah, son of a fuck.
Social engineering.
Arrgh!
I'm gonna take this opportunity to step away really quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay, she didn't finish him off. That's a good thing. Really didn't want to start combat this early. Damn it. Why do you have a katana if you're gonna miss with it? Bastard. You're over here. No, we're not casting Fireball. Why did you... Why? What? Huh? Seriously, why? Oh God. Poor Janet killed someone. Okay. While he stepped away, I'm going to step away as well. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to finish out this run. And we are back. And I do want to comment just for a second about that last trailer for the MechWarrior game that hasn't yet to come. That is the trailer for MechWarrior 5 that was originally released in 2010, 11, 12, something like that. I'd have to check my records to see for sure. But that was at the heart of the Harmony Gold lawsuit, which if you check my YouTube channel, I have a video all about that long-running legal struggle between Harmony Gold and FASA Corporation and the various subsidiaries that came after FASA, Tops, and WizKids and Tops, and so on. And that was actually, the lawsuit was precipitated because of that lawsuit. It showed mech designs that were originally from the Macross anime. Mm-hmm. And Harmony Gold. Yeah, it was the I can't remember off the top of my head. The Warhammer, anyway.
Marauder, Phoenix Hawk, Wasp.
Oh, I can run down the
all
I can run,
names.
yeah, there's a whole bunch of unseen. It's called the Unseen, is what those mechs are called. But specifically, I think the Warhammer was in that one, and there was one other unseen mech in that. And Harmony Gold sued them over that, and then they sued Piranha Games, because they were the ones who were behind the MechWarrior series. They sued Harebrained Schemes when they announced their Battletech Kickstarter. Then they sued Catalyst Game Labs, who is the rights holder for Battletech, who is doing the Battletech role-playing game, the tabletop game. And dismissed with prejudice. Spoiler alert for the end of my video. But yeah, that trailer was the catalyst for that lawsuit. That actually ended Harmony Gold's stranglehold on Battletech for so many fucking years.
Which means that playing in my Phoenix Hawk LAM is table accepted. No, nobody likes LAMs, but...
Well, they're so lame. They're so underpowered. And...
Dude, I was playing a pirate. I was amazing. I won tournaments with that shit.
The character was amazing, maybe, but the fucking mechs were fucking... Anyway.
No, I mean,
like,
I won
if I had an aerospace fighter, I could shoot it out of the
that.
fucking table. If I had a mech, I could blow it out of the fucking... Anyway.
Yeah,
I came in during the clan invasion when I came into Battletech, so, eh.
Yeah, I hear you. I just love the flexibility.
Long story short, there is a reason why this is the 35th anniversary of Battletech, and if you happen to notice, the logo for the 35th anniversary of Battletech from Catalyst Game Labs is the Warhammer mech, because it's a giant double middle finger to Harmony Gold. I'm not quoting Catalyst Game Labs on the reasons why they did that. However, that is how I interpret it personally as a fan.
It sure feels that way.
Yeah.
You know what's really weird? BattleTech was my first entry into gaming.
Me too.
And I work at Catalyst Game Labs, and I have not written one fucking thing for BattleTech.
I am so. What happened was I got into BattleTech because of a friend, and then I got into BattleTech, and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of cool. I play tabletop board game. Yeah, I play tabletop board game. And then I tried the role playing game, and I'm like, not really seeing. What's this Shadowrun thing? I got this FASA catalog here. What's this Shadowrun thing? And then I ordered that from War Games West, which that'll date me right there. War Games West was a games distributor for the southwestern United States, including Texas. And that's where I got my first Shadowrun book from, and history was born. That was my first real role-playing game, was Shadowrun.
You know, mine might be more esoteric than...
Oh, go ahead while I go ahead and hack this utility grid hub.
I was in grade school, and I got to rent a video game every weekend, back when there were physical places to rent games from, and I had a reputation in my neighborhood. All right, that should do it. I've bypassed the security lock on the elevator. We're good to head upstairs.
That was quick.
I know my way around delicate systems. My father used to own rental properties all over Munich, and I helped him maintain them. I've been rewiring buildings since I was a little girl. Touching. I don't know if this has to do with getting me to my meeting, but please, by all means, keep waltzing down memory lane. We'll wait.
Are you ever not a dick?
If you make me miss my meeting, you'll see exactly how a dick I can be. You're supposed to be our leader, so pull your head out of your ass and lead us, preferably in an upstairs direction, so that we can get done with this before security catches us.
I will shove my Ares Predator up your fucking tight ass and blow your goddamn head off, he says in his head. Okay, so we have done a thing. Now we need to go do another thing. Okay. Anyway, you were telling us video game rental.
So I rented MechWarrior for Super Nintendo.
Oh god, that game was... it tried so hard.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to get me into this floor access panel. That'll be in room 303 on this floor. Door combination is 14291. Make sure you write that down.
14291, 14291, 14291. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, once I'm there, I can pull up the penthouse door in maintenance mode. That'll set its key code combination to all ones, so we shouldn't have any trouble getting out to plant the camera. We've already wasted too much time. If we don't pick up the pace, I'm going to be late to my meeting. I cannot afford that. You're going to have to get us moving faster, jackass. No more necessary delays and no more long speeches.
You're in no position to dictate terms. Our employer put me in charge, remember?
The fact that I am painfully... If I went under instruction to follow your lead, this would be a very different conversation. Yeah? Well, you are. So shut up and deal with it. Oh, God. I wish we didn't need you to finish this job.
I wish I could have brought my own fucking team on this job.
Sadly for all of us, you do. Oh, and by the way, we're going to have words when this run is over.
Yes, there was a MechWarrior game for the Sega Genesis. It was even worse than the SNES game.
It was.
It was so not good. There's actually 3 main Elvish nations. Shirnanog, Shirshingari. Fuck, I already forgot.
Shiringare.
Shiringare. And then there's one in Africa that neither of us can remember off the top of our heads because they rarely come up because they kind of keep them themselves, which really makes me fucking suspicious of them. So
let's also bear in mind that there is a Delta lab capable of producing cyber zombies somewhere in Africa, and elves have been attached to it.
I'm fairly specific. It is that country that it comes from. Then again, there's also the African country is the Free Nation of Ghouls too. So
Asamando, keep your eyes
Asamando.
out. Yeah, I wrote up the whole thing for it in Dark Terrors.
I'm sure he did. Are there any proper Orcish or troll nations that as well? There is a duchy in Germany that is ruled by a troll.
The Black Forest Kingdom.
Yes. It is. It first made its appearance in Harlequin, the original first edition adventure.
There's Cascade Orc outside Seattle.
There's also the Orc Underground in Seattle,
which is arguably its own territory.
No, it is.
On its edition.
Oh, I thought 5th edition they got their 5th edition and still in 6th edition they got their own legal status as a distinct district of Seattle.
Like I said, depending on the edition.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, in 5th edition, I think it was late 4th edition, 5th edition, and in carrying over to 6th edition, the Orc Underground is its own district of Seattle. It's an underground, like literally underground, like they took over abandoned subway tunnels and shit.
Well, Seattle actually has a whole like underground city.
Yeah, it's basically, if you've ever read the Dresden Files, the Undercity and Dresden Files is it's not really it's based in fact, but not really the way it's described in the novels, but that actually exists in Seattle, pretty much in the real world Seattle.
You can still tour it.
But Bull, as much as Steven really doesn't want him to be anymore, Bull is one of the community leaders of the Orc Underground in Seattle at this point in time, when it's been recognized as a distinct district of Seattle.
Very true.
Yeah. Steven Rakovic is he is the writer whose character is Bull, and so many people have complained about Bull in Shadowrun being a Mary Sue, when in fact Steve has actually begged them to kill Bull off just to shut people up. And I am so glad they haven't, because Bull is an awesome character
and a great guy.
And Bull
like
is
the actual man himself.
Bull is a great guy. Bull. I mean, sir, the only reason why I'm saying Steven is to kind of separate him from his character, but everyone I know who knows him as Bull.
It's true.
He is a great human being. Anyway.
So we're gonna have words when this run is over.
Yep. No, you're gonna have words with me, motherfucker. A stream of caustic syllables pours out of the elf's mouth. His back stooped over under the weight of his pack, but his hands have clenched into fists.
Look, it's trying to speak again.
You. Shut the
I want to get this over with, Abstruse. I want to get away from these people and go home.
Around the corner, you hear a sound. Heavy boots on towel, moving towards you at a full run.
Oh no.
Oh, what?
So, I had the Mech Warrior game for SNES, and I wasn't supposed to bring rental games to friends' houses, but I was supposed to go to my friend Frank's house, and I brought it along to show him. Well, for some reason, he wasn't home. No one was. So I went back to my home, but my mom had already stepped out thinking I would be at a friend's house, so I was locked out of the house. So I wandered across the street to my neighbor Grant Dittmer's house. He was working on a muscle car in the garage because he's one of the coolest humans ever. And he said, he was like, hey, how you doing? Hung out with him, and I showed him the game. He said, I think I have something like this. And he grabbed the 3025 technical manual and the 3026 vehicle and equipment manual. And I fell in love. He let me, quote, borrow them. And years later, I realized I still had them and said, hey, could we, do you want this back? He said, if I ever need it back, I'll let you know. Consider it permanently on loan. And to this day,
Please bunch up.
whatever
Come on,
books,
bunch up
whatever
more.
books come or go, I keep that one just in case he needs it back. And if it weren't for me disobeying my mom that one time, I would not be here right now. Jeez.
Oh, you. There. I don't give a shit if you die, motherfucker. Except you're our mage, so I kind of have to keep you alive. Of course, that egotistical asshole would heal himself before he healed anyone else, but...
Naturally.
That's literally the only thing he can do is throw his power bolt.
What a jerk.
There. This is a hit. Let's get Jenna back. That's nice. Let's do that again. There you go.
And that's Slice. Oh,
Oh shit, they've got a mage.
I mean,
I didn't realize that.
there's always one.
And he's closer to the... Good, at least I hit him. He's
Hey.
hit him. Line of sight blocked. Shit. And he can make it there, so he is going to, and attack twice with that. This does a
Nice.
shitload of damage.
He's
And
all
Jackass is
big.
going to focus on the dude that's right in front of him. He's
Andre
an
the Giant
asshole.
Elf.
I have no idea what the fuck he was trying to do, but I'm glad it missed.
Hope he didn't summon something off screen.
He didn't. It missed. It came up mist over
Oh.
his head.
Gotcha.
So, my sight blocked. Shit. Really didn't want to get her this involved. That's the second time Jenna has killed. Hey, like Dark Vegeta Man said, Bill has been a cornerstone on Dump Shock for seemingly forever.
He's been a cornerstone of Shadowrun since
Yes. Yeah. I have been a cornerstone of Dump Shock since seemingly forever, and that is not necessarily a good thing. Please do not look up my old posts. Please. I am not kidding. Please do not look them up.
We've all grown as people.
I had to apologize profusely to Canray. I'm sorry. I have issues with Shadowrun 2050. And I was very, very, very vocal about them.
I think they did the best they could.
They did the best they could, and it was bad. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's not worth dwelling on.
That was 2 editions ago.
Yeah, that is spilt milk under the bridge.
This trindily designed This trindily designed panel reads Penthouse. A slick, high-grade keypad has been mounted into the doorframe. Scan key card or enter override code. Use the keypad.
Who remembers the code? 14. $14.29.1.
No, that's to get into apartment 303.
Oh. Well, don't go into this one yet. You got to go to the other one first.
Yeah, I go to 303, and then I can... Yeah, that's... I had to learn that the hard way. Where's 303? There's 1, there's 2...
Probably further back around the hallway over back. Yeah. Go back around over by the 30 whatevers. No, like to the left. There you go. Then head up that way.
And then up the hallway back here.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. 303 door. Here we go. This trendily designed panel reads Apartment 303. A slick high-grade keypad to bounce into the door frame. Use the keypad.
14.29.1.
14.1. Meaning of life. What was the last 2?
291.
Welcome, homeowner.
Did you ever see a movie called Exchange about body swapping technology?
The only one I can think of that uses body swapping technology is Face Off.
No, it had you like actually project your personality into another. Okay, guess this is me.
She pulls a multi-tool from her belt and uses it to loosen the bolts that hold the panel in place. Pulling up a schematic on her PDA, she examines the terminal's wiring.
Hurry it up, woman. The clock is ticking.
I will put a bullet in your fucking skull if you don't shut the fuck up, you British prick.
Don't rush me. This is complicated.
Popping the lid on her toolbox, she grabs a pair of wire clippers, a soldering iron, and a roll of electrical tape. With a look of grim determination on her face, she begins to snip into a massive harness of cables that runs through the unit.
All right. I'm gonna need that thing now.
He nods and reaches to unsling his pack. Placing it on the floor, he opens it and pulls out a large blue canister. It takes all of his strength to wrestle it up from the ground into the space in the access panel that Jenna has cleared.
There you go, you dumb ox. Do something useful for a change.
Shut up, James! The elf says nothing. Unburdened by the heavy pack, he stands up straight, and the first time you can appreciate how much larger he is than the corporate mage. He stares down at James, his hands bunched into fists. James, for the last time, keep your goddamn mouth shut!
I'll say whatever all of you, shut up. You're distracting.
The mage falls silent and Jenny gets back to work. It only takes a few minutes for her to screw, wire, and solder the canister into the harness. She inspects her work, nods, and turns to face me.
All right, job's done. Just need to do a bit of cleaning and we can get up out of here.
Nice job, Jana.
Yeah, thanks. Wasn't all that difficult, just a matter of following our employer's instructions. Hey, that's great, but time's a ticking, so let's keep it moving. Hell with the cleanup. We'll be gone before anyone notices anything anyway.
Just a second. What was that canister you put in the terminal?
Beats me. For all I know, it could be full of pixie dust. They said that I just had to wire it into the wall here at the junction, so I did.
Our employers don't tell us much, do they?
You haven't been doing this long, have you? The lodge doesn't tell you things you don't need to know, and you don't ask. Your job is to do what they tell you, take the money, and keep your mouth shut about it afterward. It's all very simple.
The lodge?
You don't even know who you're working for, do you? You're leading a team, and you don't have a clue. Both of you, shut up. Someone's coming.
Oh, for the love of God. A tall, deeply tanned man rounds around the corner in a jog and comes bursting into the room. You recognize him as the father you spoke to in the Augmentech kiosk. He stops short when he sees your team, and the smile falls from his face.
You! The guy from the cyberware kiosk. What the hell is going on here? This is my apartment. I own it. You can't just waltz in here and start pulling the walls apart without my consent. We're maintenance. Look at the uniforms. Yeah, I see that, but that doesn't give you the right to force your way into my home and start tearing up the walls. At the very least, you should have given me advance notice. This is a waste of time, and I'm already running late. If you don't take care of this idiot, I will.
The elf barks something
yeah.
at James. The sound is uncharacteristically ugly, all harsh consonants and sibilant hisses. That is rare in Spurthriel.
It's gotta be real fucking mean to be Spurthiel and do that.
Yeah. That is I'm trying to translate into English, and I'm realizing those are words I will not say on air. Or ever, really.
They're words we don't have.
I'm like trying to think of the closest equivalents of, and yeah, those words are the ones that we only refer to by the first letter and then dash word.
Yep.
Is the closest I can think of that would sound guttural in Spurthriel. Oh fuck. Social engineer. Okay, let's keep calm, everyone. This is a simple misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding my ass. Your friend just called me an idiot in my own home. I want to know your employee number, and I want to know it now. Do you now? I'm a member of the Homeowners Association. You know what that means? I have a lot of pull with building management. Your days wearing that uniform are numbered. I promise you that.
Calm down, sir. There must be a problem with dispatch. You should have received a work order last week.
I didn't receive a thing from dispatch or from anyone else for that matter. My wife and I are entertaining our guests here in an hour and a half, and our living room is ruined. I need to know that you're going to fix this, and that you'll clean the place back up, and that you'll put in a new coat of wax on the floors. I need... Hell with it, I don't have time for this.
James, stand down! We do not need to kill this man. The glow intensifies into a scintillating torrent of light. The energy lances and stabs out of James's hooked hands as if it's alive. The man in the doorway recoils in alarm. His palm slaps into a plastic disc that's been clipped into his belt. Too late, you recognize the object. A panic button. What did I fucking tell you, James? No alarm sounds. Nothing happens. The homeowner backpedals, trying to put a wall between himself and James. He's moving too slowly, much too slowly. Everybody, stand down! Your words are met with an incomprehensible screech. In the peripheral of your vision, you catch a flurry of motion. Your elvish companion is moving, making a beeline toward James. Jaina is hanging off of him, trying to slow him down, but he barely seems to notice. With a kick, he sends her tumbling to the ground and then reaches for his weapon.
Stop, damn it. We need him alive to complete the run.
With a kick, he sends her tumbling to the ground and then turns back toward James. I hate the bastard too, but Jenna's right. We need him. Otherwise, I would have put a bullet in his fucking skull by now.
Personally, I don't trust all this lodge stuff. I'd have scrubbed the mission.
Probably, but Abstruse does have sixth world knowledge skills in 3rd edition knowledge skills terms, but it's only about 2 or 3 ranks, and it's mostly to cover my it's mostly so that I can talk my shit that I know about the sixth world, and it can either be dismissed by the GM as, oh, you have read wrong, or you have been misinformed, or me misremembering shit I read a decade ago. So I haven't, the lodge is the lodge we were talking about before. Moto, is it?
I think of the Black Lodge personally.
Because they haven't come out and clearly said what we're facing.
True.
Either one of the two is not people I want to fuck with, but
It's very rare that a lodge that you like will hire Shadowrunners in the first place.
yeah.
And if they do, they're generally pretty above board about it and everything's pretty benevolent. If somebody says the lodge and there's anything sinister about a run, just get the fuck out of there.
I wish Abstruse were that smart. The elf comes up short, staring at you. He sweeps his vision from you to Janet to James. He then exclaims, he then exhales heavily and spits out a jumble of broken German.
Kills innocents will not stand. I not slave. All lodge men bastards. I kill all.
Damn.
Oh shit. Is he hostile? He's fucking hostile.
Yep.
Fuck. I should have fired first and then moved, but nope. Minus 6 AP, there we go. Janet, come back here. Yeah, thank you. Hide behind here with me. Thank you, good girl.
I mean, he's melee. He's just gonna get to you anyway.
And then James is just going to keep casting Powerbolt because he's an egotistical asshole who thinks he can take him out on his own.
And unfortunately, turns out he's right.
Oh well. Don't blame me, Will. I didn't. Don't. No. No. I didn't know better. I tried to hold this shit together. It's not my fault. Dude went nuts. Shh. Fuck. Christ. Screw you guys. Let's get the hell out of... Get this done and get the hell out of here. I hate everyone but Jenna. And if I can get James killed on this run, I will.
I feel bad for the foreign elf. He didn't want to be a slave.
Then he shouldn't have drawn his sword on me. Like, dude, suck it up for an afternoon.
Keep going, man.
This trendy design panel reads Penthouse in a slick, high-grade keypad that's been mounted into the door frame. Use the keypad. 1.
Maintenance override accepted. Apparently you need him to place cameras. Don't know why.
Place camera. You find the place you place the first camera. It adheres to the ceiling with an audible click. James steps forward, his fingers bent, whispers a long string of husked syllables that seem to vibrate in your mind. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say this is a centered invisibility spell.
Maybe some kind of... Yep. Anchored, quickened, something like that.
Yeah, anchored, quickened. For the moment, nothing seems to happen. You blink and the camera is gone.
Done. Get moving on to the next one.
And that is why we needed James. If someone could have stayed professional... And I'm talking to both of these assholes. In the end of my stash. I'm gonna need some fucking medical kits after this. The second camera clicks into a heating vent. The lens iris adjusts to the light. James repeats his previous performance and the camera fades from view. How much is James getting paid for this?
Maybe he's being blackmailed.
If he's doing this meta magic shit. That is not cheap. You place the last camera. James steps forward, then turns to stare you in the eye.
When we get through with this run, I'm going to tell my handler all about you. You won't work for the lodge again. Not because you're an incompetent leader, because I have pull, and I don't like you very much. What do you have to say about that?
This entire run is a test. I think you're here to tempt me into losing my cool. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's right. This is all about you. Just keep on believing that and see where it gets you.
Lasted me this far, motherfucker. He whispers to the third camera and soon enough it fades from view.
That's it. We're done. Let's go.
Fine with me. I'm just blindly clicking into the darkness as close as I can to the cold. I am done with this asshole. James does not have a beard. He is not a beard.
Because of course.
Because of course. Where are we?
Lobby?
There's James,
Lobby.
there's me, there's her. Okay. And where are we trying to get down here? So first things first, Jaina. Oh shit, fuck. God damn it. Oh, I get a better shot at the Conjurer. Thank you very much. That's actually helpful. Thank you. That's nice. Okay, James, you move over here. Takes two. God. Try to do something with the Conjurer.
Dead.
Jen's gonna die.
I mean, you could just try to blitz for the door. It's possible it'll just let you go. Go for it, man.
1 second. Gonna let me sit. Okay. I'm gonna save here. And then, because I'm not sure if that means that Jenna is out of the range of effect or not.
I think it does. She's out.
I am. Yes, she is. Good. Okay. No, I don't care about Inferno. I care about Conjurer. Where's Conjurer?
There you go.
Because that makes him go away. And there's that motherfucker. God damn it. Does she have a shot? She doesn't have a shot on anyone anyway, so...
She could Overwatch.
Can she? She can.
Yeah. Just aim it all the way in that direction towards that guy. If he moves, you got it.
Don't be a dick. Night Aaron Captain, great. Fucking great. How did you miss? How am I at a 3/4 chance of missing?
Big dexterity, good armor.
I can put the gun against his head. Everyone missed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Only 6 damage, but he's on fire, so that's good. My sight blocked. I don't know how, but let's get her over here. Especially since these assholes can't hit shit. Thank you very much for hiring shitty guards. She's gonna heal herself. And then she's gonna take a pot shot at this guy, and the next 2 rounds are gonna be her running like a motherfucker. Like. James is running. Because of course that's what James would do. or Struce is going to stand his ground because he likes being a bullet sponge, apparently. As a decker.
Look at the electrodes on this guy.
Right there, 90%.
Poor Gianna.
An Ares Predator doing 4 damage. Oh, he healed himself? How did he do that? That's bullshit.
With a med kit.
I say, even the game is like, James isn't gonna let anyone else heal him. Or oh, he's got a gold trauma kit. He's not that concerned until that triggers. 94%. There we go. He's dead. Are we done?
GTFO, dude.
Yep. That is my plan. Thank you very much for the clip, Tom. RNG, not even once. Oh, hey, we're in combat mode as we exit. Where the fuck is our exfiltration point? Way the fuck over here. How do we get there? Aha! There's an air enforcer. That's what I'm worried about. Okay. This is why I wanted to take my team so I could have a sniper! Your decker is your goddamn heavy on this assignment. What is wrong with you, you lodge assholes?
Well, you had a heavy, but killed him. Of course he missed. Of course he got shot. 1, 2, 3. And James is almost dead. Poor thing. Waddle waddle.
I think they can do enough damage to me in one turn to kill me, and if they can, I've got 2 Doc Bike and contract to save me.
Yeah, for someone who never fired at a living thing before, she's put down a few people.
I'm actually sad about that.
Me too.
Son of a bitch!
Yes, Geek the Mage.
Please, geek. Please, pretty please, Shadowrun. Deal with him in a second. I've got my AP back. I'm actually gonna move forward a bit so I can get a better shot at these assholes. And then get to cover maybe next turn. Much better! How? Fucking
This is hiding
orangey!
behind a lamppost.
No, get 91%. 91%!
Magic light pole.
No, they can't. Flank us with friggin' grenades. 10 feet away, how do you miss?
Carefully.
How dare you, insolent peasant! I mean, seriously, can you... Haha, you're dead. Ow, fuck!
Ooh, God, there was some splatter there.
Do some cover, and then she can shoot. And miss. Or she's gonna miss. Oh, because he healed himself with the... Yeah.
Mhm.
He's got nowhere to get to cover, so he's gonna at least spread out some so he can't get hit by a grenade again. And go for the best target he can, and miss. Please, don't. Stop. Whiff. Okay, that one hit. And I am role-playing each character as best I can. He would, of course, heal himself before he tries to do anything else.
Hey, there you go.
And now he is screaming at everyone else to help him. And they will say to me, help. And I will answer, no.
Not bad, man. Not bad.
That's because fuck you, asshole. Also,
Furball. He's on fire!
is he dead? He is dying. First things first.
big meh energy.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. She can't either. Bye. That's her last round. Ow.
Squish.
Damn it. Why did she reload automatically? I might have wanted to have her do something else for 2. I wouldn't have. I would have had her reload, but it's still just annoying.
It's nice.
Oh, she reloaded free too. Cool.
Hey.
I can't heal him, so. Oh, she healed herself.
Ooh.
And now I'm getting my ass handed to me.
I don't know. You might want to get some cover, man.
I probably do.
Is that actually doing damage? It just says blocked, but I don't see the damage does. There we go.
Yeah, if it says blocked, that means the cover got the damage. Oh, well,
Damn.
oops, we lost James. What a shame. Oh no.
Oh no.
How horrible. That's such a shame. Let's go ahead and reload. Because that cost me nothing because I get enough points in being a badass. At least you assholes are lousy shots.
Damn these tasteful but effective planters.
How come they aren't working for me?
They're taking cross shots, I guess?
So am I. How are their lines different than my lines?
I don't know. You might just have to move somebody up to flank.
How is she flanked?
I have no idea.
Fuck this. There, Captain's
we go.
dead. That's 1 AP to get there, and it gets her closer to the goal, as well as closer for a shot, and she can reload for free. You want to say she's never killed anyone, but she got enough pistol skills to reload for free. So that's at least 4 skills. So, oh, damn it. That's why we didn't group up.
Didn't do much damage, though.
The hell do you think you're going?
He's scared.
Is the dwarf with the light pistol really scaring you that bad? Or the Decker with his predator?
The Decker who's been shot like 12 times and just won't die. I'd be a little spooked.
I mean, that gun is bigger than my damn head. I don't know what's down here, but hey, that's what I was worried about.
Can you just run for the exit?
Well, yeah. Like Will said, well, at least James is dead. We do have that going for us, which is nice. I don't think a Grenadier is going to be able to... actually, can she? She can't quite make it all the way there.
She get closer and get some cover.
So I'll get her
Opening
over...
it up for you to do it, yeah.
Is that... Hang on. No, that's not good cover. That's half cover at least. Where am I? There we go. That is way too far away for a taser, so... You tried. And keep us spread out and then keep moving us toward the exit.
Oof.
Jenna's gone. I can't make it either. I can't quite make it. But I got plenty of health.
All right.
I'm gonna hide behind a lamp. Oh, it worked. Shit, he ran away.
He was blinded. I can't believe it. I made it out alive. Elf, James, seasoned professionals, they both died screaming. But I made it out, thanks to you.
It was my responsibility to take care of you.
You met that responsibility, Abstrus. In spades. Now, please, call your contact and tell him that the job is done. I want to be on the next train out of here, and after that, I never even want to think about the lodge again.
Enter the comm code Lucadur gave me. I punch in Lucadur's comm code in my PDA. A few seconds later, I hear the telltale click of a successful connection. Dur's voice pours out of my PDA speakers.
Absolute. The job is done, I trust.
Yes, everything has been completed to your specifications.
Very good. Now, if you please, give me a status update on the members of your team.
The elf from Shir Shingari.
Just keep going there.
From Shir Shingari. Shingari. I'm going to trip over again. Sharingare. The elf from Shir Sharingare turned on us. We had to put him down. James died in the escape, but Jenna made it out.
Interesting. That the elf is dead was expected. He was a dangerous and unreasonable person. Disgruntled, you might say, after years of service in our employ. His betrayal of you was inevitable. Thankfully, with his death, we've gained valuable insight into your character. I trust that James suffered his accident on the way out of the building. Very convenient and very much as we expected. You're performing exactly as we'd hoped you would.
You said accident in a way that makes me think that you had quotes around it. I swear,
There was probably an option to kill him in dialogue.
As much as I would have wanted, not on purpose. I didn't. No. I didn't on purpose. Accident. Real accident. Like real. I may have hoped and prayed, but I'm a decker, not a mage, so what's that? I mean, no.
Now, let us see how adequately you completed the task that I set for you. Enter the following code into your PDA, if you please, 525-6719.
Punch the code into my PDA. I punch the code in as instructed, and my PDA screen cuts to static. A moment later, a familiar image materializes on the screen. The penthouse room I bugged. It appears to be a live feed from the cameras I planted.
You're sure the room is secure? Done a full sweep?
Absolutely, sir. We've run multiple sweeps with the complete sensor package. Brought in the mage to search for signs of astral tampering. It all checks out clean. You are completely safe in here. Thank God. Call downstairs and let my wife and kid know that it's safe to come up. Will do, sir. Is there anything else I could do for you tonight? No, thank you. Is that to be all? You have a good...
Suddenly, the air in the room seems to ignite. There's a blinding flash and your screen cuts to static.
Wet work.
And that takes care of that. Please return to the Cruise Bazaar. The remainder of your post-run interview will conclude upon your arrival.
Whoa! No! Time out. What the fuck was that?
What did it feel like? An explosion, of course.
You said I was planting bugs, goddammit, not bombs, bugs!
You did plant bugs upstairs. You saw the footage yourself. Your job was to plant the bugs. Yanna's plan was to plant the bomb. So we can discuss all of this upon your return.
Oh God. I killed someone. That man is dead because of me.
You killed 3 people on the way out. Well, 2 people on the way in and 3 people on the way out, so. Internal monologue. External monologue. You didn't know, Jaina. None of us did. This isn't on you.
I can never get away from this. This is gonna follow me for the rest of my life. I killed people. I'm a fucking murderer.
Your audition is only halfway finished upstairs. I'll expect to see you directly, unless you object.
You're goddamn right we're gonna talk about this, Luca. I'll be on the next train home.
Very good. I'll be waiting.
And I will spend my free action point to reload my Ares Predator.
Your return trip to the Cruise Bazaar is a quiet one. The train from the Frankfurter Tor is empty, save for you. There's nothing to distract you from your thoughts. You're finished with the first part of your audition. Luca Dare is waiting at the cafe. Black screen.
Cevez.
Cevez to administer the second.
Cezve. Cevez?
I don't know. Sev?
Cezve? Sevs? Fuck.
Yeah, I go either way on that one. That's outside my linguistic parameters.
Ditto. Oh, 2 karma. Just quick second here.
Don't forget to visit the surgeon for your chip.
I can't take the chip. Oh, my other chip.
Yeah.
My good chip.
Yeah. Your brain chip. You got it. A suspicious discount.
I got a free implant too. But conflicts with other implants that I have that are better. At least better for my character. I had a piece of headwear shipped here. Could you install it for me?
Oh, yes. Yes, this arrived just this morning. I can certainly install it for you, but it won't be cheap.
I expected as much. What's the damage going to be? Where is it? 5,000. Shit. 1.5, but it's still better than my cerebral booster. Is it? What's the regular cerebral booster? Where's it's a +2 intelligence.
Yeah, it is better. The
Yeah, it is
essence
better.
cost is significant,
But
you know.
I've still got... My essence is 3.7 right now, so...
Yeah. But do you care?
As long as I'm above about 2 or so, I'm fine. Or 1. Fucking cyberjacks, man. I actually kind of dig that. That was a thing in Shadowrun 6th edition.
Mm-hmm. What, the essence cost of a cyberjack?
Well, the fact that cyberjacks exist, it separates. 4th edition had a problem where anyone with a highly adept comlink and bought the programs could be a decker.
True.
Without spending the points in the actual skills and attributes.
Yeah.
Anything that
Trognets
makes
were just as good.
Anything that makes deckers feel more like deckers is awesome to me. Like real life hackers, whether it's real life hackers or Hollywood hackers, I don't care either way.
No arguments.
Okay, so I don't have the money yet. First things first, is he gonna deposit it through my account here? Let me check that. If it is, I can go get my encephalon from a corporation whose penthouse I just blew up, installed by a guy whose ghoul racketeering I just fucked up. Nope, I've got to go back to
Luca.
Some motherfucker better pay me. Otherwise, I got 2,400 new yen. I think that'll cover getting the stains out of the sofas and rugs.
They'll never go. Out, damn spot.
On. Into the... You son of a...
Abstus. Welcome back. And my congratulations on it. Well.
You motherfucker, you never said anything about a goddamn bomb!
Plans changed. They sometimes do. Nature of the business. Is that going to be a problem for you?
Yes, it's a problem. You can't pay me enough to violate my principles, doer.
Then you don't belong in the shadows. This is not a business for bleeding hearts or freethinkers. The people at the top of the ladder are the decision makers. People like you and me are nothing more than convenient sets of hands. The true purpose of the run that you just went on was to test your willingness to adapt to change. You're still being tested, by the way. If you work for my organization, you may be asked to do things that you find morally troubling. Sometimes it might even appear that we are lying to you. You may take comfort in knowing that everything we request of you is ultimately for greater good.
Look, Dor, I don't care what your organization's master plan is. Be as nefarious as you want, as long as I get... Well, no, that's not... No. No. Whoa, no. Hang on. It started off the way I wanted it, but it didn't end that way. Hang on. After what happened tonight, I can't expect to believe you. I don't suppose you're willing to ask too much further than Kobe. So, read that last. A request of you is ultimately the. Read that part for me.
But you may take comfort in knowing that everything we request of you is ultimately for the greater good.
And what is this greater good? The greater good. Define it for me.
You can't see the big picture. I can't either. I am, again, just a mouthpiece. The only ones who know my organization, ruling council, they aren't in the practice of sharing information with the hireling, but know that they are some of the most intelligent men on the planet. They place a high priority on social order and stability, and those are good things by anyone's standard.
Motherfucker, as soon as I get my money from you, I want to be one of the most intelligent motherfuckers on the planet, because I'm going to have intelligence 9, and that's the max I can get as any metatype. Don't you tell me anything about this intelligent men bullshit. Okay, that was metagaming.
So, what do you think of all that?
Okay, let me read the responses before I can make dramatic reading. Well, what do you think of all of that? I think you better get the... go ahead.
Go ahead. What do you think of all that?
I think you better get the fuck out of my Kias. I don't want to see or hear of you again. Do you understand me?
A pity. I honestly believe that you had potential. You have failed your audition.
Nothing makes me happier.
Good day.
Blow me.
No blood money, though.
Shit.
Got some spare gear you can sell off?
Probably. Maybe. I spent a bunch of healing on that fucking run. Seriously. For the record, that dude's brains would have been splattered all over the goddamn wall because he double-crossed me. Not only did he double-cross me, he didn't tell me what the mission was. He didn't tell me accurately what I would expect from the team that he assigned me. And finally, and most of all, he pissed me off. To the point that you son of a... Sorry, my mouse. You do not do that. You don't stiff me. If you're gonna fuck me over, at least buy me dinner first, you asshole. Let's see if I have anything to sell. I don't think I have 2,500 new yen worth of shit to sell. Let's see what you got. Blaster 2, I need that. Shield 2, I need that. Suppression level 1, I need that because I don't have suppression level 2. I've got a shitload of grenades I don't need.
There you go.
I do not have 2,000 new yen worth of grenades. I have got 3 grenades. 4 grenades. I've got 3 trauma kits, 1 basic kit. Oh, god damn it. See, I've got an Executor ESP. I want about 1. See, the thing that pisses me off most about that is that motherfucker stiffed me. I kind of want his head now. No, I don't have any spare guns. I don't have any spare armor. I've sold it all. I've traded everything in. Hey, Alteg, do you mind if I blow this guy's fucking head off and steal any cred sticks he has on him?
Welcome back, Donor. How may I serve you?
I found this cheap booze. What's it worth?
No, not quite. I received cases of this for less discerning clients. I could offer you maybe 10 million.
Oh, fuck it. Might as well drink it myself, but I'll get the 10 million.
Glad I could be of service.
I sent a man named Corion to you. I told him he could have access to your data taps.
You did you? A bit presumptuous, is it not?
Not really. It's for the good of the Cruise Bazaar. So, figured I could count on you. Plus, you know where all your taps are. That sounds presumptuous. That is literally the definition of presumptuous. On his game has been hijacking shipments all around the Cruise Bazaar, so we made an arrangement. He listens to your taps, they leave our goods alone and steal from enemies instead. Everyone wins. There we go. It's better.
I see. Well, sounds like a tidy little arrangement you've made then, Defendim. The kind of arrangement I might make myself. The kind of arrangement Monica might have. I will honor your promise. Quarren and his gang shall have access to my data. Save for those that listen in the Cruise Bazaar itself. Not that such taps exist, mind you. No, of course
Sure, no.
Now then, is there anything else, Bragazik?
Just killing time. I'll be going. Why does this guy still have a dialogue thing over his head? Pay me, you son of a bitch! Lively day, isn't it? Right click, middle click. 8. I got nothing. I've got nothing to sell. I got nothing to. Yeah, that's my Decker contact. I don't think I have any paid at it because I haven't gone in Matrix runs, because even though I'm a Decker, I haven't been able to do much decking, have I?
Wonder what Shadowland thinks of all this.
I can take the wet work job and that's it. Ain't no paid. And Shadowland has nothing to say. Well, shit. Abstruse does not do wet work. Doodly-doo, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. This is all a fantasy. This is all a dream. Actually, no. Let's go ahead and see if... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I've got 3 karma now. Yeah, walk away. Maybe now it'll let me go to... Oh, hang on. That was something very important to do. Hit the doggo.
Woof. Get back here. We're not through.
Sorry?
We're not through. More pet. More pet.
More pets? Okay.
Hey, you got the Nuyen. I know a place what sells
I have more Nuyen. I need more Nuyen.
No, all
Is-
traits, all pets.
Is this gonna let me go to... How the fuck do I get to Alice?
I think you have to talk to
I
your
did.
fixer first.
Talk to him before I went on the last run with those assholes.
Oh, this better not be a glitch.
Got stuck to Paul again. Blah blah blah. Something to do with you. Do you with Ask you about a member of the team. Got a question, Chris Passard. Anything sorry to bother you.
Go to your computer. View the Alice Fund. There you go.
Shit. Please, for the love of God, tell me you've...
Volklingen.
Okay, I'm not going to remember that between switching between these two.
V-O-L-K-L-I-N.
V-O-L. V-O-L. Shit. V-O-L.
K-L-I-N-G-E-N.
K-L-I-E-N. E-I-N?
Klingen. Yeah, it looks like to me.
Nope.
Okay, hang on.
Shit. Ian. V-O-L-K.
Okay.
Lynn Jin. Lynn Jin. Lynn Jin. There we go. And I got 500 million for it.
Transfer complete. Rabbit hole.
Dot. Dot.
Think the others will have anything new to say?
Go ahead and ask him. Go with Glory. Glory.
What do you need?
How you holding up?
Don't worry about me. I'm solid.
Sure, you look like you're a million miles away.
I'll be with you when it counts. Right now it doesn't.
I have a question for you, Glory, of the personal kind.
I'm not big on sharing sport. Personal reasons. You understand, I'm sure.
Sure, I understand, but I still need to talk to you.
Ask her questions, but do it quickly. I have things to do.
You can't have started running the Shadows much more than 5 years ago, tops. So what's with the vintage chrome?
Just a quick question. Have you been talking to them between missions, like, every time?
I have been off and on, not between every single mission.
If I recall
So
correctly...
I'm probably missing a lot of dialogue.
Yeah, like, you can open up more about their past, and I think there are side quests, too. It was cheap. Gets the job done. End of discussion.
I don't think so. I've known a lot of street Sams in my time. Never met anyone who voluntarily installs cyberware that old.
You're right. There's more to it than I'm letting on. But I'm not interested in talking about it.
Can't help but notice you seem guarded, withdrawn.
That's my problem and none of your concern.
If whatever happened to you impaired your ability to trust me, then it's my concern. Come on, Glory, talk to me.
Trust is earned. I don't know you yet. Maybe later, when we get to know one another better, we can talk. For now, I'd prefer if you dropped it.
That's all I need to know for now.
Fine with me. Anything else you need?
Talk to you later.
Suit yourself. Yep, you got to talk to them like throughout the game to get their complete history.
Yeah.
And I think you're entering end game at this point, right?
Probably. I'm about to go back to Alice. Is the next step.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't think you can unlock their pasts at this point.
Oh well.
You're aware of them though, right?
Vaguely. I've read just enough spoilers to know about them, but not enough to know about what's gonna happen after I pay Alice. So.
Then it'll be an exciting experience.
Well, I don't have enough to get my pretty chip, so because I had to spend all my money for fucking Alice. Let's go talk to Alice. Because chatting with an AI is exactly what I wanted to do with my afternoon. Finally. So I didn't want to do that last mission, I wanted to do this. The tiny cred stick feels heavy in my pocket, fat with the weight of hard-won Nuyen. The U-Bahn station swallows me up whole and sends me turtling down the rabbit hole toward Alice, toward information I've bled for. The train pulls to a stop, and the door sits open to a dark old platform. With luck, answers lie ahead. Go play with the arcade machine again. Enter Alice's payment into the machine. The cred stick port in the machine greedily accepts my payment. I watch as the black plastic of the cred stick's case disappears in the console. Moments later, the familiar sight of Alice's office winks into existence on the screen. Something's wrong here. I can see it on Alice's face. Her eyes are open just a little too wide, her smile a little too forced. It's a look I've seen before, all too often. Underneath her polished exterior, Alice, the Alice, is terrified. Alice, what's going...
Hold a moment. I'm transferring your payment now.
Alice's attention is fixed on the PDA mounted to her wrist. A moment passes, she nods, lowers her arms, and shifts her gaze to me. Her eyes look focused, and her eyes keep darting back to the clock on the wall.
Everything seems to be in order. Good.
Up the clock, are you waiting on something? Without a word, she bends to grab something from under her desk. A moment later, she lifts an aluminum briefcase onto the desk.
Your information.
She flips the case onto the desk and then shoves it toward the camera. As the briefcase goes larger in the screen, I can hear the whine of motors spinning up in the arcade machine's guts. With a smooth mechanical motion, a generic brand optical chip slides out of the payment port in front of me. Alice kicks her seat and stands. Her images becoming more and more erratic.
Your answers are on the chip. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to run.
What are you running from, Alice?
You'll find out. And abstruse, free piece of advice. You should drop your search for Vauclair. Drop it now and run far, far away. If you don't, you're gonna get yourself killed.
I'm dead if I don't find him.
And stay out of the Matrix, abstruse. It isn't safe.
Well, fuck.
Bloop.
Abruptly, the screen goes black and Alice is gone. An optical chip sits in its cradle, waiting for me to take it. And I take it. The instant the chip leaves its cradle, the machine reboots itself. I am, again, alone. Unless I want to play some Street Fighter. Maybe.
Wake up, Shadowrun.
I am the Lord of Tekken! No, I better not say that. No, it'll kick my ass.
As you settle in your
Oh,
trip back
go
to
ahead.
the Cruise Bazaar, you can feel rest of the world compartmentalized as it falls away. No more distractions. It's you, the train, and the optical chip. It sits in your pocket like a hot stone, impossible to ignore. The train ramps up to speed, filling the air with a monotonous electrical whir. The sound is soft and low and urgent, like the droning wings of a reluctant. It'd be soothing your mind. It'd be soothing if your mind weren't occupied with other matters. All at once, the monotony is broken. PDA is buzzing. A quick glance at the screen tells you that you're receiving a call and that Paul Amsel is on the other end.
I hit the receiver of my PDA. One look at the grainy image. One look at the grainy image that blossoms to life on the screen is enough to tell me something has gone terribly wrong. The strangled sounds of panic breathing. The strangled sounds of panic breathing punch through your PDA's tiny speakers. In the image window, you can see the outlines of figures silhouetted against the backdrop of Amsel's shop. The view rotates, bringing them into the center of frame. The image sharpens. The center of the screen stands an enormous orc in battle armor, a hand cannon leveled at something just out of frame. His face is a tiny mat of grafted tissue, his smile like something out of a nightmare. Paul? Paul? The orc doesn't respond. I don't hear my own echo over Amsel's microphone either. He must have either muted the volume on my end of the conversation. I watch powerless as the orc's grin widens. The frantic breath I hear coming from the off-screen increases in frequency. From off-screen, I hear Amsel's frantic voice.
Oh, Dad, please, tell me what this is all about. What are the Firewings' plans? You're going to kill me anyway. Don't send me to the grave for that.
My stomach drops as the gun bucks and roars in the orc's hands. My view of the PDA pitches wildly, and then comes to a sudden stop with a violent cracking sound. A burst of static floods the screen. Moments later, a dark shape falls into view with the equivalent force. I hear the unmistakable sound of bone crunching under hardwood. The camera auto-adjusts, and the dark shape swims into focus. I'm staring into and through the cavernous ruin of what was once a human head. The remnants of the face remain enough to know. The remnants of the face that remain are enough to confirm what your gut already knows. The body on screen is that of Paul Amsel. Lieutenant! From out of frame, far away, you can hear another voice, a woman, young in the sound of it, with the military cadence. What now, sir?
But now, sir.
Now we press our advantage. Jamta comes. Alright. Remember, people. Amsel was the brains of the operation. Wants to put up a lot more fight. Flush him out, take him down. And take him down, one by one.
Sir, look at Amsel's wrist. The PDA. I think that it's recording.
God fucking damn it.
I hear the roar of another gunshot, and the screen goes dark. My vision swims, The screen of my PDA seems to fade away. The impact of what I've just witnessed hammers in my gut, over and over again. Amsel is dead. Cruz Bazaar is under attack. It's entirely possible that an ambush party is already waiting for me at the U-bomb platform. Whatever my attackers had planned, I won't be able to do much about it here. The train is speeding through the Cruz Bazaar section. No more stops between me and the enemy. Nothing to do to prepare myself and wait. Hey, Edgar.
About time you showed up.
Light plays off Edgar's face in the street light on rain-slicked asphalt. Her face, neck, and chest are shaded in slick, dark liquid. Blood. A lot of blood. Where are you hit?
I'm not. This little bastard, on the other hand.
Edgar wipes her mouth with the back of her hands and then hoists a corpse up from behind her makeshift barricade. A young man, maybe in his early 20s, his eyes frozen in wide surprise. What's left of his throat hangs in ragged flaps.
Made one hell of a mistake.
Nicely done.
Well, you know what they say. Any weapon at your disposal. Did you meet up with Alice? Do you have the information?
Yeah, I got it. An optical chip. I'll have to use my mission computer to open it. Why? Why can't I use my deck? I've got it strapped to my back right fucking now. Anyway, plot railroad.
Whatever's on that chip, these bastards don't want us to read it. There's no reason for us to do exactly that, after we put the rest of them in the ground.
Edgar, they killed Paul. Saw it.
Yeah, I know. He had us all patched in on that car. We all saw what happened. I figured they'd try to ambush you at the platform, ventilate the train, take you out, and cut off potential escape routes in the process. It's what I would do. So I hightailed it out here and set up an ambush of my own.
Good thinking.
Thanks. Anyway, that's enough talk. Got a job to do. There are an unknown number of hostiles topside. They're well equipped, decently trained, and hell-bent on killing us. The last I heard, Glory was on the north end of town. Dietrich was out getting coffee when all hell broke loose. Let's go get them.
Let's go hunting.
+1 action point. Your experience has increased your ability to operate in dangerous situations.
Holy shit. Game saved. 7 karma points, so let's go ahead and...
The quickness.
I kind of think I'm gonna need the combat points.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Pistolero's where you do your work.
And I hate it because I'm a decker that's supposed to be my backup. I still don't have enough for my encephalon.
I don't think you have time to actually go and...
Well,
get
obviously not. But what I'm going to do is go and get and save the game because it is running really late right now. And as much as I could probably go for another couple hours, and I'm sure you probably could too.
It is night.
It is night, and I have gotten 3 hours of sleep that I'm running on right now. So we're going to go ahead and save this right now, and we'll be back later with the conclusion, apparently, of Shadowrun Dragonfall. Thank you very, very much for joining me, Kevin.
It's a genuine pleasure, anytime.
And I'm just scanning chat to see if there are any more lore questions for us
Well,
to spend an hour.
Because I'd love to see this through.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not progressing this without you. Because I've apparently already fucked up by not talking to my crew enough. I talked to everyone else except for my Shadowrunning team. That's the screwed up thing.
Yeah, you find out that Glory has a bunch of cyber to kill her magic because her mentor spirit is the most evil version of the adversary.
Well, shit.
Yeah, she's literally, like, you know how her eyes are kind of red?
Yeah?
I think you see a flashback at one point before the cyber. They're full fucking red. She was a conduit for the devil. And this cult that formed around her did some pretty fucked up stuff. And so she just got the cheapest cyber she could to rip through her essence and disconnect her. And she's still afraid that that thing is going to find her. She can still feel, even with all her magic supposedly erased, she still feels it close by.
Ugh.
Iger had some kind of story I did not care that much about. I didn't super like Iger, if I'm being honest. Like some kind of commando mission for special forces gone wrong. She keeps shrugging impassively and being super professional.
And I'm assuming that Dietrich, we did his mission when I fucking shot Humanist up to shit.
I think so. You help him reestablish a better connection with Dragon Slayer, and
yes.
he like gets his joy back.
Yeah, I got the buff for the Dragon Slayer from him when I went to the Humanist because I managed to save his nephew, and I got to kill a bunch of racist motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. That was fun. I kind of want to play that mission over and over and over again. But
let's see. Yeah, you get a companion quest for Glory if you keep pressing her about her story. You have to continually talk with all of them to get their stories. All of them, all should unlock and be completed before bringing the money to Alice. Dietrich, his is part of the main storyline, so you can't really miss it.
Yeah.
Blitz, Iger, and Glory open through conversations with them. You got to talk to them between every mission.
Yeah. Blitz I've never actually cared about because I've always played Deckers, so he's always been extraneous to me.
I just like him chilling in the hideout, you know? Like, at some point, I figured he might come in handy, and in the last mission, he does, so... you also have to talk with the Talismonger shop after getting Glory's backstory to progress her thing. Hers takes the most... She takes the most work to open up. Blitz is pretty easy, and Dietrich is effortless.
Oh, crap. So I have missed, apparently, 3/4 of this game.
Go that far,
it's because I kept trying to talk to him in previous games I played, and I kept getting stonewalled, and I'm just like, and I was used to Shadowrun Returns where I'm like, okay, so there's nothing here, okay, move on. I wasn't expecting Mass Effect 2 where I needed to talk to everyone, but shit happens. You get to watch me crash the Normandy and without having everyone's loyalty missions done, apparently. That's gonna be fun. But which actually bothers me a little bit because that's Abstruse's style is definitely not. He would have pressed all of his team and talked to them and gotten to know them because he is a sociable person. Because he's half Decker, half face, pretty much. But, oh well. Maybe he'll do better in Hong Kong. I literally know nothing about the Hong Kong game.
Yeah, Glory was a follower of the Horned God, which is a toxic totem of the adversary.
Jesus.
Yeah. And she did some dark stuff. She learned from basically a toxic cult before figuring out what it was, and
basically she installed as much use cyberware as she could to bring her essence down to she had no magic left.
Yep. The disturbing little bit here, Glory you learned to use power and love it. She was responsible for torturing children who stepped out of line or weren't performing as expected. Eventually she realized they were worshiping not the Horned God, but the adversary, the devil himself. She didn't care. She loved the cult leader and the adversary and helped them lure and corrupt the young and murdering those who resisted. She doesn't cut herself any slack. She made those choices, although she notes that her father's cruelty and zeal may have caused her to posit that the Christian church is evil, and therefore its polar opposite must be, if not good, then less evil.
Side note, the adversary in Shadowrun's totemic, at least in 2nd and 3rd edition, was not necessarily the devil, but it was more along the line, it was closer to Loki.
It's just as there are many ways to interpret and apply any mentor spirit. It could be Loki,
yes.
It could be Lucifer, it could be Prometheus from the right perspective. It's
yes.
important to note that many deities, if you want to use a deity as your mentor, a lot of deities don't actually, they're not reflected by just one type of thing. It can also be a perspective on that particular god. Mm-hmm. You could have Loki be the adversary, but you could also like modify Coyote because it's a trickster.
Yes.
Or Crow or something. If you had
Coyote is Coyote is a Nazi, for example.
Yeah. It's not impossible. If you have at least statistically.
Yeah.
If you have the adversary, you could have Prometheus, and that could be the Firebringer.
Yes.
It could also be the adversary, depending on your perspective. So yeah, there's ways to look at it. The horned god doesn't have to be the devil. It could also be, the horned god or whatever fits that sort of primal masculine energy hunter thing going on. So it really is up to you to decide what your interpretation of any given totem is, as long as you understand that the toxic ones, you can't interpret them as, well, I'm a good toxic shaman. No, if you've gone toxic, it's driven you insane. You are in thrall to the thing that has pushed you.
The same thing goes
insect shaman.
For bloods, magic, and insect shamans. Those are the three. Okay, you really want to go that way? Okay, give me your character sheet. You're now an NPC.
At the end of 5th ed, they asked me and one or two other writers to work on making playable blood magic, and I said, I don't think that's a good idea, but I also felt like I needed to handle it so that I could sort of damage control that.
Yeah.
Not that I don't trust my fellow writers. I had a vision of how to compromise that, because I always seem to have players who like playing monsters, and I like to find ways to, how do we find the gray area that makes this play?
Yeah. When it comes to blood magic, I can kind of see a way to walk that razor's. The whole point of that character would then be walking the razor's edge.
Yeah.
And that is specifically an in-universe fictional example is Aina. She walks the razor's edge between blood magic and pattern magic and whatever else there is to do, because she is Dark Vegeta Man, I hear there's a similar thing with friendly bugs like spiders or bees, maybe. Depends on your definition of friendly. Spiders are along the same line as mantis spirits, in that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you're an idiot.
You know what? There's beta merges as of Cutting Black.
Cutting Black is not out yet.
I know but I can tell you just a little bit because it's announced.
Okay.
It will discuss the progress of insect spirits. That was actually what I was focused on in that book. That and ghouls.
So that is kind of a scoop, because as far as we know, Cutting Black was literally about blackouts.
The blackout has something to do with it. Look, what city is it focusing on? Do you know?
You're asking me this off the top of my head at the end of the stream after all the bourbon I've drank. I'm going to say it was DC, Toronto, and Chicago.
Ooh, closer than you
number
think.
3 is
Detroit.
Detroit. Huh. I haven't heard shit out of Detroit other than it's kind of Ares' playground. And then Ares is the company that decided, oh, hey, why don't we take this? Ares has always been portrayed, like I said, as technology, we're the good guys because they're expelling the Universal Brotherhood and all these bug spirits. And then we find out about the blood magic. Ares are the good corporation because they're the good America corporation. Except they're the ones who decided to take the Lovecraftian fucking bug spirits and go, how can we militarize them? Like, that was the Paul fucking Rudd role in Aliens. What the hell is wrong with you? Have you not watched movies?
Okay, I'm gonna give you just a little taste. Because this isn't spoil. This isn't spoiling. Okay, this is
Okay.
like a preview.
Okay.
How smart are bugs?
Bugs or bug spirits? Paul Reiser, thank
Bug
you. Sorry.
spirits.
Paul Reiser, not Paul Rudd. Different people. My apologies. Thank you very much, Drastic Power.
Interesting
Dionysic
note,
Power.
in Mad About You, somebody asked Paul Reiser's character, hey, you saw Alien, right? Yeah. Did you ever see Aliens? No, missed that one. Anyway. So, how smart are bug spirits?
Soldiers or queens?
Either or. I mean, you get a good merge.
Soldiers are good infiltrators. I don't know how smart they are on their own. As opposed to they're able to at the very least, a good merge is able to fool people into believing they are the same person. Queens, on the other hand, are an order of magnitude more than that.
Yes, but let's set Queens aside as a special thing.
Okay.
The original Universal Brotherhood book pointed out that
Yes.
even a regular merge with the right cosmetics could theoretically talk to people and carry on a conversation and infiltrate. A good merge has access to all the memory skills of the original host.
Yep.
What are bugs good at? Adaptation.
I was going to say infiltration and multiplication.
Which would suggest that they could evolve. And that evolution suggests adaptation.
But insects are invae.
Invae. So,
Now here's the question. Are invae related invae are related to insects in a way because insecticides work against them. So, which came first? Are crickets or cricket spirits?
it's a good question, but it deviates from the point I'm making.
Yeah.
How much evolution do you think it takes before bugs, under the right kind of duress, might consider altering their overall tactics? How many memories can they consume with good merges? How many echoes of the people that they were might leave a stain?
It didn't take them very fucking long to modify their tactics in the first place because, again, there was a, 3-prong attack originally in the early 2050s. There was the Universal Brotherhood, there was 2XS, and then there was Crash Cart.
Mm-hmm. I believe there was also some urban renovation thing.
Oh, that was 2055. That was from the Eyewitness adventure, which that is always the culmination of every fucking long-term campaign I've ever set in the 2050s.
No, Eyewitness was a ghoul thing.
Not Eyewitness, double
Necroplex. Double exposure.
Double exposure. Sorry, because I actually have a fucking year-long campaign of first edition adventures that I have put together. If you go to the Facebook group for 6th edition, it's the 6th edition version of the Shadowrunners Union on Facebook. I actually posted my list of all the adventures in order that I had, but I haven't updated it in years. But it was a summary of how I would run starting from a starting group starting in 2050, running them to 2055, and then, hey, let's go to, and then it runs all the way through a bunch of the big name adventures. So you're running from the low profile street level stuff all the way up to Mercurial and stuff like that.
Dark Vegeta Man, it would take years. It would take years and a mega corporation with incredible resources.
I don't think it would take years.
Oh, it would. It would.
I don't even. Years is a long-term estimate because, again, they started off with a four-pronged assault that showed a deep understanding of human culture.
I think he means it would take that long for them to adapt to new things overall. I'm talking about Ares. I'm talking about a mega corporation that wants to change them.
Now, here's the question. Are they changing? Is Ares changing the bugs, or are the bugs changing Ares?
You'll just have to pick up a copy
dun,
to find
dun.
out. But yes, bugs are changing, and there is room to go from here, and it is scary. That being said, thank you. That being said, are there bugs you can theoretically work with? Yes. One of the characters I made, Praxis, is a mantis spirit good merge.
Mantis, spider, and possibly some of the others like Firefly and Ladybug.
So I'm the guy who
can theoretically work with.
I disagree. Fireflies have no benevolent interest to humans. Ladybugs just want to eat shit. Fireflies were mentioned as being admirable for how beautiful they are in one of the books, and then somebody else called them out on, "Are you fucking insane? Those are mutated human hosts with glowing butts, and you like how they glow?" So yeah, no, Firefly spirits are in no way benevolent whatsoever.
Well, there's a level of benevolence. There's a level between benevolence and. Thank you very much for the follow, Dynastic Power.
There's nothing about a Firefly
Dynastic
spirit.
Power. Thank you. Sorry.
There's nothing about a Firefly spirit that makes it more benevolent than, say, a termite. At all. They have very similar motives.
Except that fireflies are not carnivores and termites... Actually, no, termites are not. Except for they eat human habitations.
Yep.
Ants are carnivorous.
They can be. They ought to
Flies
be.
are carnivorous.
They're omnivorous.
I will tell you this right now. I have run experiments on my own time. They will prefer meat over sugar.
Protein, yo.
Yeah. I actually tested this out when I was a little kid. I was bored, and I live in Texas, so fucking fire ants are everywhere. So I set out a bunch of sugar, a bunch of marshmallows, and a little slab of bacon in front of an ant pile. And I looked to see which one got covered first, and they fucking ran for that bacon.
Smell alone, the decomposition. But look, it's insect spirits could have in practice, in theory, worked with humans in the past for their own purposes. Insect shamans are insane and not playable.
Insect shamans, in my opinion, are akin to, and again, because horrors never really entered into Shadowrun as a thing. Horrors, as far as I'm aware, except maybe in Harlequin's Back, have never actually been statted as a thing. So the closest thing we've had to Lovecraftian cultists are insect shamans. They are basically, I can control this otherworldly power from another being and bend it to my yes, master.
You know, the insects oftentimes inspire devotion. It's very rare that an insect shaman is like, I'll control them. It's like insects enjoy reaching for
comedic effect. I was exaggerating,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's mostly
I will say
they will let the insect shaman think they are in control up until the point it's like, okay, you are now more of a hindrance than a help to my plan. You can go away now. Go. I have some
You've
babies
served your
over here. You go
purpose.
feed them.
Yep. It's if you
Chop, chop,
if-
chop.
and it- once a queen has been summoned, the insect shaman's got maybe a 50-50 shot.
Yep.
Depending on the queen and the insect and the shaman themselves. If you want actual Lovecraftian dudes, pick up Dark Terrors. That has an actual tradition for dudes what like tentacles. Then you've got toxic shamans. I've had people say, well, I'm going to play a toxic eco shaman. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not playable. They go, well, I want to play an eco terrorist. I said, nobody said you have to be toxic to be an eco terrorist. There are plenty of reasonable people who think the corporations dumping radioactive waste into drinking water is a bad thing, like in real life. So if, and fighting against them is not a bad.
Toxic shaman are the poster boys for eco terrorists solely because, hey, who is controlling all of the media? AAA
Right.
corporations, who are the ones who are dumping all this shit in the oceans, on the land, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. Any runner or shaman or mage or anybody can fight back at the corporations and try to, strike at them and stop, horrible polluting stuff. But a toxic shaman is Poison
Twisted.
Ivy is a toxic shaman. She wants to kill as many humans as possible. There's a lot of shamans who say, they're like, what would really save the world? What would really reduce the carbon footprint would be killing people.
I wouldn't even go that. I would say Poison Ivy is actually not as far gone as toxic shamans. Toxic shamans are beyond Poison Ivy.
I'm inclined to agree, but say early extremist Poison Ivy is an example of maybe a toxic.
It is.
And you also have to bear in mind, toxic shamans are split into different types. Avengers are like, I have to fight back by any means necessary. If I poison the groundwater, everybody will die and the earth can regrow. But you've also got toxic shamans who represent dark, twisted versions of their mentor spirits. Like a dog becomes a mad dog. The loyalty is completely inverse. They just want to kill. And you've got toxic shamans who follow traditions right from the start that represent mutational, toxic, nihilistic agendas. You've got nihil shamans and radiation shamans, mutation shamans, and they're all about, yes, push it further. That's about as close to a chaos mage from 40K as I can think. You're around the bend, son. There's nothing left to save, and you sure as shit aren't running the shadows. You're busy running away from the UN and while dirty bombing suburbs because you're a jerk. That's what you do. Twisted mages are sort of playable, but they're insane and they should probably be less cyberpunk and more splatterpunk.
That's chaotic neutral.
Oh no, that's chaotic, evil, and trying to be not.
Okay, allow me to rephrase. Mistake. That is PC, quote unquote, chaotic neutral. I'm chaotic neutral. Yeah. So therefore, I'm going to act like the Joker.
Yep.
Those people.
No, you're not funny. You're a psych.
When I say chaotic neutral, I almost never actually mean chaotic neutral. I always mean the people who say that they're playing chaotic neutral.
Fair. That is more than fair. Blood mages, the alteration that I made was that blood magic is not immediately tainting. Like, I looked back at Saren Shamander, who has sacrificial meta magic, and he basically got a dual personality after his wife died, where there's regular Saren, the sweetheart, who's brokenhearted, and there's his alter ego, whose name I suddenly can't remember, Ire, who is basically a blood magic hitman who has no fucking morals. Like, he sacrificed a mob boss's daughter to bring her back as a blood spirit to go assassinate her dad. That's fucked up. blood magic, in the way that we handled it, is more likely to cause like mental problems, and like derangements, and it's also got an addiction factor. And what I drew on for that was to say, there's the theoretical idea of self-sacrifice. A mother will throw herself in front of a bullet to save her child, or endure great pain to have that child. Jesus, self-sacrifice. That's sure as shit blood magic, but it's also trying to be good. I think that's where I mentioned the theory that the Great Ghost Dance, even if it was a strike back, was blood magic.
Yes.
So those people who were doing it weren't thinking they were thinking, I will give my life to save my people. I
actually think, going back to first edition, that actually is canonical, that it was blood magic, because they specifically stated that the measure of drain was in bodies on the ground.
Yep. And the aspect that I threw in there was that blood magic ritual has stained the entire manosphere ever since.
Yes.
And that's one reason magic works the way it does and all that stuff. But it's also a theory. It's just a theory I like. Use it or not at your own discretion. But with that, you make a much less addiction roll or corruption roll, whatever, if you're cutting on yourself. If you're cutting on an animal or something, it's moderate. If you're cutting on an enemy, it's not great, but doable. And if you're cutting on a helpless victim or a friend, you get it's very corrupting. And the reason that it's corrupting is because it feels so good. It feels so addictively pleasurable. And what's more, each of those targets, like the more corruptive it is, the more bonus you get. If you slice on yourself, it's like, ow, and you take some drain and you do the thing. And you get access to certain blood powers, like Viscera Web. And yes, I am proud of how horrifying that spell is. Or Corpse Explosion, or Blood Spike, or Blood Whip, or whatever, all those things. Totally ripped off some Diablo and anime for those, by the way. If you're carrying what fans have started calling a bandolier of rats, but it's the pain isn't yours to bear, and the pleasure is, but it's not a lot, so it's not as addictive. If you're doing it in combat, yes, they're your enemy and they're trying to kill you, and there's a certain degree of justification, but that's hot blood drawn in combat, and it feels real good. The As Technology Blood Panthers, they love specializing in that. They love to just be like, every time they run past and slash somebody open, they use that sacrifice to boost a spell, and then kill, and everyone they kill, they get stronger.
And then
so it doesn't help. And it doesn't help that they're all vampires too.
And it doesn't help that, again, looking at it from a fourth world to sixth world lens, all magic technically is that we cast in the sixth world, in Shadowrun world, is technically a form of blood magic. It is self-harm. It is, I am taking the drain onto myself. I am taking stun damage or possibly physical damage. I'm suffering nosebleeds, headaches, migraines, burst capillaries, whatever it is that manifests the drain. I'm taking it onto myself, and that is kind of a very minor form of blood magic in terms of, comparatively speaking, to the Earth Dawn fourth world view of when they have pattern magic. But and this is, again, from canonical sources, if you want to look at the stereotypical source of blood magic in Shadowrun, Aina is hands down probably the person you want to look at, the NPC you want to look at. Aina is an immortal elf. She comes from Earth Dawn, and she has a reputation for using blood magic in Earth Dawn era. So she uses the actual cutting herself blood magic. And it is presented as she is walking a razor's edge, and because she walked that razor's edge, she has attracted the interest of a specific, very powerful horror. who stalked her through her life and actually killed her son.
Among other fucked up stuff.
That I am summarizing. That is, yeah, basically every single torture you can imagine. This horror inflicted upon her, but the one that stuck with her the most was corrupting, then murdering her son.
Yeah. The last step for a blood mage is a bound, innocent victim. Bonus if they know you. Bonus if they love you. Bonus if they're related to you. All of those things give you an extra juice from doing it, a ton of extra power with like no real drain to worry about. You can cast the biggest stuff, and if you've got a ritual, so you've got other casters helping, and then you get a group sacrifice and you're all sacrificing like your little sibling who loves you or your child.
And now you understand why this is an NPC only branch of magic.
Yep, but
because you are now the cultists that you are hired to go find in most games.
Now, it is PC if you can keep that under control, but as the addiction takes over, you as a player, this is what they hired me to do. This is canon. You as a player accept that your character uses magic, which is hyper addictive and very corrupting. You will lose control of your character if you are not exceedingly careful. Now, you have a big bonus if the spell you're casting is healing. If you cut into your own arm because it will help save a friend, that hurts incredibly, but it also doesn't corrupt you because you are bleeding yourself to save people. That is not for you. That is not selfish. That is to help them. If you're sacrificing somebody for power or something, that's very addictive. But the more you use it, the more easy it comes and the more addictive it is. The way that I run addiction in games isn't, oh, you have a -2 or something. I mean, sure, I'll have that. But when you roll a willpower to resist your addiction and you fail, if you're not willing to role play it out to its full and most horrifying extent, you lose control of your character for a minute.
Yep.
The nature of addiction, from friends who've had addictions, from what they tell me, and my own minor experiences with it, the nature of addiction is that you are not in control anymore.
Yep.
You are... I watched the show Dark Matter, and there's a character who's a junkie, and every time he's about to shoot up, you see him hesitate. He looks at the injector and he'll stare at it like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And then he just like lets go and just grabs it really quick, holds it to his neck, thinks like he's going to stop, and then just lets go, injects, and he's in. You aren't in control. Taking the addiction flaw means your character, you're willing to give up control of your character to the GM when you fail. Those are not free points.
We have played at least some of the game. We spent a lot of time talking about Shadowrun. Thank you very, very much for tuning in, everyone who's watching. And until next time, thank you. First off, thank you very much for joining me, Kevin. And I hope to have you. And hopefully we'll have you back soon so we can finish up. Hopefully the last batch of Shadowrun Dragonfall, and then figure out where to go from there in terms of games. Until next time. May all your hits be crits. Oh, and thank you very much, Kevin Czarnecki, for following.
Mwah.
That name sounds familiar for some reason.
I don't know.
Anyway, thank you very much for watching. May all your hits be crits.